The first thing I noticed was the smell. It wasn't the fresh, earthy scent of pine and dirt I was used to in these northern Wisconsin woods. This was something else, musty, metallic, like iron and wet leaves rotting in water. I had started my hike mid-afternoon, thinking I'd reach the old logging trail before sunset. The forest was beautiful, golden sunlight filtering through the trees, the kind of quiet that made you feel like the world had shrunk to just you and the chirping birds. I had done this trail alone before, and I loved the solitude, the sense that I was untouchable out here. But this time felt different from the very first step. I hadn't gone more than a mile when the trail started to fade. The dirt path became scattered with fallen branches, the foliage thickening until it swallowed the trail completely. I thought I could just bushwhack my way through to a clearing I knew was up ahead. I had my backpack, a water bottle, a flashlight, and my phone, though I wasn't expecting much signal this far in. The deeper I went, the more the forest seemed to close in. The air got colder, and a damp fog began rising from the ground, curling around my ankles. I stopped and turned around, suddenly feeling the isolation in my bones. I could hear the wind moving through the trees, the creaking of branches, the snap of twigs under my own feet, but nothing else. No birds, no squirrels, no sound of human life, just the oppressive, constant hum of the forest. That's when I heard it, a soft, deliberate rustling behind me. I froze, listening. At first, I thought it was an animal, a raccoon or maybe a fox moving through the brush. But the sound was too heavy, too intentional, like someone or something was following me. My stomach knotted, and I forced myself to keep walking, telling myself I was imagining it. Then came the snap, a loud, sharp crack of a branch directly behind me. I spun around, shining my flashlight into the trees, but there was nothing. My heart was pounding in my chest, my palms slick with sweat. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding foreign in the dense air. Nothing answered, not even the wind. I started moving faster, my boots crunching over the dry leaves, my backpack bouncing against my shoulders. I told myself to calm down, rationalize, think. It's just a person hunting, I thought, or maybe another hiker lost like me. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. There was a presence here, and it was aware of me. The next half hour was a blur of fear and adrenaline. Every time I thought I heard the snap of a twig behind me, I froze and spun around. My flashlight swung wildly, catching glimpses of nothing, then movement in the corners of my eyes, shadows that darted behind trees. I kept trying to convince myself it was my mind playing tricks. The sound of deliberate footsteps, or something moving with the rhythm of someone tracking me, never stopped. At one point, I stumbled into a small clearing, mud sucking at my boots, the fog swirling around my knees. That's when I saw it. Barely at first. A shape crouched behind a fallen tree just at the edge of the fog. I froze, unable to breathe. It was thin, too thin, with long limbs that seemed to bend in ways human bones shouldn't allow. Its head lifted slowly, tilting to one side as it regarded me, and then I saw its eyes, dark, glinting, unblinking. They weren't human. They didn't reflect light like a deer or a coyote. They just stared, empty and endless. I ran. Every instinct screamed at me to run, and I didn't stop until my lungs burned, my legs felt like they were on fire, and my backpack slipped from my shoulders. I barely dared to look back, but when I did, I thought I saw it moving, gliding between the trees, following me with ease. It wasn't chasing in the way a predator hunts its prey. It was patient, methodical, keeping its distance, making sure I couldn't escape. I tried to call 911, but no signal. My phone showed nothing but the spinning circle of hopelessness. My only option was to find my way out, follow the faint trail marks I knew existed, and hope for the best. My flashlight battery was low, but I had to keep it on. The darkness was too complete without it. The fog made everything look alien. Trees twisted into grotesque shapes, branches like grasping hands. Hours passed. I lost all sense of direction. Every turn looked the same. I slipped on wet leaves and fell more than once, scraping my hands and knees, but I couldn't stop. The figure was always there, or I could always sense it, just out of reach, watching, waiting. My mind began to fray. I whispered to myself, trying to stay sane, trying to remember the trail, trying not to imagine it closing in on me. At one point, I stumbled into a ravine. My flashlight illuminated the steep drop, the muddy bottom slick with water, and there it was again. The figure stood across the ravine, tall and grotesque, limbs unnaturally long, staring at me. I could feel its gaze like a weight pressing down on me, and then it moved. Not toward me, not away, but along the edge, keeping pace, never breaking eye contact. I felt paralyzed with terror. I forced myself to climb out of the ravine, fingers digging into roots, pulling myself up. The forest seemed endless, but I couldn't stop. Every sound was magnified. The snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant howl of an animal that sounded wrong. Sometimes I thought I heard whispering, low voices just beyond comprehension. My mind raced. Was I losing it? Was it real? Or was it just exhaustion, fear, and isolation, twisting everything into something monstrous? Eventually, after what felt like hours, I stumbled into a stream. I knew from the map it led to a ranger station, or at least a main trail. My spirits lifted for a moment, and I ran along the banks, water splashing over my boots. But then I froze. In the reflection of the water, I thought I saw it, standing behind me, barely a shadow, unmoving, just watching. I spun around, flashlight swinging. Nothing. Only the dense, unyielding forest. The stream led me to a dirt road. I ran along it until I saw the faint glow of headlights. A car was coming toward me, and I ran into the middle of the road, waving my arms. The driver slammed on the brakes, eyes wide. I collapsed into the ditch, shaking, sobbing, exhausted beyond words. I tried to explain, but I could barely form coherent sentences. They called the ranger station for me. When the ranger arrived, I tried to point out where I had been, but the fog had lifted. The woods looked normal, almost mundane. There was no sign of the figure, no unusual footprints, nothing to indicate I wasn't imagining it. The ranger looked at me with concern, but skepticism. "You got scared out there," he said gently. "It's easy to get turned around in these woods, especially alone. I know what I saw. I felt it. I know it followed me, patient and relentless. I've hiked those woods many times since, but never alone. Daylight only. Always someone with me. And sometimes late at night, I swear I can hear a snap. A branch breaking, faint and deliberate, like it's reminding me it's still there, waiting. I've never told anyone the full story. People would think I was crazy, but I know the truth. I was alone in the woods, and something watched me, studied me, and could have ended me if it wanted. The memory hasn't left me. Even now, I can feel it lurking at the edges of my mind, waiting for the moment I forget to be afraid. Story the end. The forest was quiet, too quiet, as if it were holding its breath the moment I stepped onto the trail. It was early November in the Adirondacks, a crisp morning with frost clinging to the fallen leaves and the smell of wet pine lingering in the air. I had decided to take a solo hike, something I'd done plenty of times before, but there was an edge to this trip I couldn't shake. A feeling that I was walking into something bigger than just a walk in the woods. My backpack was light, filled with essentials: water, a small stove, a first aid kit, and my emergency whistle. I had a phone, but I knew coverage would be spotty at best. Alone meant alone. The first few hours were peaceful. Sunlight filtered through the skeletal branches, and every now and then a squirrel or a flock of birds would startle from the brush. I breathed in the cold air, enjoying the solitude. The trail was well worn, and I had been on it once before, though it had been years. Still, I felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity, as if the forest had shifted since my last visit, grown a little darker, a little more ominous. I shrugged it off. Old trails feel different each year, I told myself. By midday, I reached a creek that cut across the path. I paused to refill my water bottle, watching the water swirl around rocks and fallen logs. As I knelt, I noticed footprints in the mud along the edge. Human footprints, but they were larger than mine, and they didn't look entirely human. They were uneven, almost misshapen in spots. I shook my head. Maybe someone had been hiking barefoot. Maybe it was a hunter. The thought made me uneasy, but I told myself I was being paranoid. I pressed on, and that's when the first sound came. A low, almost guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the ground itself. I froze, straining to hear. The forest was silent aside from the creek and the wind rattling the branches. I called out, "Hello?" My voice felt tiny, swallowed by the trees. Nothing responded. I debated whether I should turn back, but pride and stubbornness pushed me onward. I was an experienced hiker. I could handle a bear, a wolf, or any wild animal the forest could throw at me. An hour later, the trail began to narrow, twisting between thick clusters of spruce and hemlock. The canopy blocked most of the sunlight, making the path dim. That's when I realized I hadn't heard any birds or squirrels for some time. Total silence, aside from the crunch of my boots on the frozen leaves. My pulse quickened. I felt watched. I scanned the trees, but all I saw were shadows, branches swaying unnaturally in the cold wind. Then I heard it again, a branch snapping, lightly, almost like someone was following me. I spun around, but the forest appeared empty. Still, the sensation of eyes on me grew stronger with every step. By late afternoon, I reached a small clearing. The sunlight here was weak, filtered through a haze of mist that had started to rise from the forest floor. That's when I saw movement, a shape at the far edge of the clearing. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it stood unnaturally still. Then I saw the eyes, reflecting faintly in the dim light, large and yellow, watching me. My stomach clenched. I forced myself to step forward, flashlight in hand, but the figure vanished. A trick of light, I told myself. My heart wouldn't listen. As evening approached, the temperature dropped, and I realized I needed to set up camp. I found a small depression between two trees and started collecting branches for a fire. Every snap of a twig sounded like a gunshot in the silent forest. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting the shape to return, and every shadow looked like it could be moving toward me. When the first fire sparks caught, I felt a fleeting sense of safety. The flames made the darkness more manageable, more familiar. But the comfort was short-lived. Around nightfall, I heard the footsteps again. Slow, deliberate, circling my campsite. My stomach dropped, and I gripped the bear spray I had packed. I stayed as still as I could, shining my flashlight into the surrounding darkness. The beam caught glimpses of something moving between the trees, too fast to be human, too deliberate to be an animal. It paused and then vanished. The silence returned, heavier than before, pressing down on me from all sides. I could barely breathe. Hours passed, though it might have been minutes, and I didn't dare sleep. I whispered to myself, trying to stay calm, telling myself it was probably a hunter or some trick of the shadows. But deep down, I knew better. The night stretched endlessly. Every small noise, the snap of a branch, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, made me jump. I kept my flashlight trained on the surrounding trees, scanning for the eyes, the shape, the thing that had been stalking me. At some point, I started to hear a low humming or growling, something that seemed too rhythmic, too intentional to be a natural sound. It made my skin crawl. I wanted to run, but I knew if I left the safety of the fire, I would be completely exposed. When the first hint of dawn touched the forest floor, I moved cautiously, following what I hoped was the trail back. My body was exhausted, my legs stiff, my mind in overdrive. Every tree looked like it was hiding something, every shadow a potential threat. After hours of careful walking, I stumbled onto a wider path, the kind logging trucks might use. Relief hit me like a wave. I didn't stop until I reached a ranger station an hour later, shaking and pale. The rangers listened as I recounted my story. They were polite, asking if I had seen a bear or other wildlife, but they didn't press further. No one had reported anything unusual in that area. They gave me a map and directions back to my truck. I didn't linger. I never went back alone. Months later, I returned with friends, trying to retrace my steps in daylight. The forest seemed normal, peaceful, almost friendly, but I never forgot that first night. The eyes in the shadows, the footsteps circling my fire, the hum that made my hair stand on end. The forest had shown me something primal, something I couldn't name. It was the kind of fear that gnaws at your bones, the kind that leaves a mark long after you leave the woods. I still hike, but never alone, and I always carry my phone fully charged. Every time I walk into a forest, I remember the way the air felt that night, the way silence can press on you like a weight. And the realization that being completely alone in the woods is not just an adventure, it's a confrontation with something you can't control, something older and sharper than any fear you've known. That night stayed with me, a reminder that some things in the forest are patient, watching, and that sometimes survival isn't about skill or preparation, it's about being lucky enough to see the dawn. Story, the end. I grew up in northern Michigan, just a few miles from the edge of a state forest so big and tangled that most locals joked it had swallowed more people than lakes had fish. My dad taught me to hunt and hike there. By the time I was 15, I knew the bends of the old logging roads, the smell of cedar swamps after rain, and the way the forest went quiet when a storm crawled up from the west. I never feared the woods. They were home to me, familiar, predictable, until the night they weren't. It started in early October a few years ago. I had just turned 26 and was struggling with a brutal stretch at work, so I decided to take a weekend alone to decompress. I packed lightly, my tent, a cheap sleeping bag, 2 days worth of food, a map, a compass, and my old hunting knife. My phone barely held a signal in the forest, but that was part of the appeal. The first day went smoothly. The sky was a clear, cloudless blue, and the air smelled like dried leaves and distant wood smoke. I followed an old trail that had once been used for logging. Most of it was overgrown now, but I liked that. It felt like I was walking into a part of the past that had forgotten everyone else. By mid-afternoon, I reached my favorite overlook, a small ridge that dropped off into a valley filled with thick pines. I had camped there with my dad as a kid. I remembered him teaching me how to spot deer trails, how to tell the difference between a raccoon's chatter and a fox's bark, how to read the wind. Standing there again, I felt that familiar sense of belonging. The forest stretched in every direction, vast and quiet, and for a moment life felt simple again. I set up camp as the sunlight started to thin. The quiet thickened around me. No cars, no voices, no humming electric lines, just the forest breathing. As the sun dipped below the tree line, the temperature dropped sharply and the forest sounds shifted. The daytime birds quieted. The night insects picked up. An owl hooted somewhere far off. I cooked a small meal over a tiny stove and settled into my tent with a book. Everything felt normal. Safe. I must have fallen asleep around 10. At some point deep in the night, I woke up. Not abruptly, not gasping, just awake, like someone had nudged me from sleep. I listened. The forest was silent, completely, unnervingly silent. No crickets, no owls, no distant rustling. The kind of silence that makes your ears strain just to confirm you're not going deaf. I checked my watch, 2:14 a.m. I adjusted my sleeping bag, assuming maybe the cold had woken me. But then I heard it, a sound so faint I thought at first it was my imagination. Footsteps, not the scurrying of a raccoon or the soft patter of a deer. Human footsteps. Slow, deliberate, moving through the brush somewhere behind my tent. I held my breath. The steps stopped. Silence crept back in, pressing against the tent walls like a physical weight. I told myself it had to be an animal. I was deep enough in the woods that even a bear might sound deceptively like a person. But something about the rhythm of the steps, methodical even, felt wrong. Minutes dragged by. Eventually, the forest noises returned, soft and hesitant. Crickets. A far-off owl. A breeze through the leaves. I didn't sleep again until dawn. The morning felt normal enough to make me doubt myself. Sunlight warmed the ridge, and nothing looked disturbed around my sight. No footprints, no broken branches. I tried to brush off the uneasy feeling, chalking it up to being overtired. I boiled water, made coffee, and packed up for a longer hike deeper into the valley. By noon, I had gone several miles off the old trail. The trees grew taller here, older, their trunks wide and gnarled. The forest floor was soft with fallen needles. It was peaceful, or at least it should have been. But every so often, I'd get the unsettling feeling that someone was behind me. Not close, just far enough that I never caught movement when I turned. I'd stop, listen, wait. The woods would go still. Then I'd keep moving, telling myself I was being paranoid. Around mid-afternoon, I found a clearing that looked like a good place to camp for the night. A narrow stream cut through it, and the ground was flat and soft. I pitched my tent again, collected some water, and ate early. I didn't want to be cooking after dark. When the sun finally slipped away, an odd heaviness settled over the forest. It wasn't just the darkness, it was a feeling, thick and creeping, like the woods were holding their breath. Even the insects seemed muted. I sat inside my tent, listening. And then it happened again. A snap of a branch, a soft, dragging shuffle. Footsteps, this time closer than the night before. Much closer. Circling slowly around the campsite, I grabbed my flashlight and shone it through the thin tent walls. The light diffused uselessly, casting strange shadows. Something moved outside the beam's reach, tall, slow, deliberate. I forced myself to speak. "Who's there?" The footsteps stopped. Silence. I felt exposed, like the thin nylon of the tent was Nothing more than a sheet between me and the unknown. My breathing grew shallow. Every instinct screamed to get out, to run, but where would I go? The darkness outside was absolute. Then something brushed against the side of my tent, a long, slow drag like fingers trailing across the fabric. I recoiled so hard I slammed my back into my backpack. I fumbled for the knife in my pocket. My hand shook violently around the handle. I didn't sleep. I sat with my knife drawn, flashlight in my lap, listening to every rustle and snap until the world finally started to gray with dawn. When morning came, I stumbled out of the tent, stiff and exhausted. There on the ground around my tent were footprints. Not boot prints, bare footprints. Large, broad, deep. Too deep for someone just walking. The stride was long, the tracks circling my tent in a slow, deliberate loop. Whoever had been out there had stood inches from me while I slept. I felt sick. My first instinct was to get out immediately, but I was at least 8 or 9 miles from my car. I packed frantically and started moving. My nerves shot, every sound making me jump. I didn't stop for water or food. I just wanted out. By mid-morning, the forest felt wrong, too quiet, too watchful. At one point, I heard soft movement behind me. When I turned, I caught the faintest hint of a shape slipping between the trees. Tall, pale, barefoot. I didn't stay to investigate. I started running. Branches whipped my arms. Roots caught my feet. I didn't care. My lungs burned, but the adrenaline kept me moving. At some point, I lost the trail entirely. Panic rose in my throat like bile. Then I heard it. Not footsteps this time. Breathing. Heavy, steady breathing just beyond the trees behind me. I froze, chest heaving. The breathing grew louder, closer. I forced my legs to move again. I didn't stop. Not even when the underbrush clawed my clothes. Not even when I slipped on wet leaves and crashed against a fallen log. I pushed myself up and ran again. Eventually, after what felt like hours, I saw something through the trees, a hint of dirt road. The old logging road. I nearly cried. I stumbled toward it, bursting out of the woods like a wild animal. My legs were shaking so badly I could barely stand. And then the breathing stopped. I turned back toward the tree line. Something stood there, half hidden in the shadows, tall, too tall to be human, emaciated, its skin pale against the dark trees, its arms hung too long at its sides, its head cocked in an unnatural angle, watching me with stillness that made my stomach twist. No eyes reflected the light, just black pits. It didn't move toward me. It didn't retreat. It just watched. I backed down the logging road, never taking my eyes off it. When I finally turned and ran, I didn't hear it follow. I didn't look back again. I reached my Jeep sometime near dusk, slammed the door shut, and drove faster than I ever have in my life. When I finally reached cell service, I called my dad. I didn't tell him everything, just that someone had been stalking me out there. He wanted to call the sheriff, but I begged him not to. I didn't want to explain footprints or the figure of me. For weeks afterward, I dreamed of the woods, of that thing watching me, of footsteps in the dark. I didn't go hiking again for nearly a year. Even now, I still think about those woods. I think about the silence that fell before the footsteps. I think about the footprints circling my tent. I think about the figure standing among the trees like it had always been there, like it belonged there. And sometimes, late at night when my house is still, I swear I can hear that same steady breathing. Soft, slow, watching. Story. The end. The first time I ever decided to hike alone in the White Mountains of New Hampshire, I thought I was prepared. I had the right boots, the right backpack, a map, a compass, and enough food and water to last a full day. I told my parents I'd be back by evening, though I knew the trail I chose would take me farther and longer than they expected. I wanted solitude, to be swallowed by the forest without interruption, to see the world stripped down to the sound of wind in trees and my own footsteps. The morning was bright and crisp, the kind of early fall day where the air smells like wet pine and decaying leaves. I started out with confidence, following the trail markers and listening to the soft echo of my own boots crunching over the ground littered with leaves and broken twigs. The first few miles passed without incident. The forest was quiet, peaceful even, the occasional crow cawing somewhere overhead, squirrels darting through the underbrush. I felt a thrill of independence. After about 3 hours, I reached a ridge that offered a view of the valley below. I stopped to rest and eat some granola bars, the wind tugging at my jacket and carrying the scent of damp soil and moss. I noticed a few small footprints near the edge of the trail. At first, I didn't think much of them. Maybe another hiker had passed by recently. But as I traced the prints with my eyes, I realized they didn't resemble any human shoe I knew. The toes were elongated, the print almost unnaturally large, like something taller than a man had stepped there. I shrugged it off. I was alone, my imagination running wild. That's what I told myself. But the feeling of being watched crept in slowly, almost imperceptibly. It was subtle at first. A branch snapping far in the distance, a rustle that didn't belong to the wind. I tried to ignore it and pressed on, descending a narrow, twisting trail. The sun was high overhead when I reached a stream cutting through a small clearing. I knelt to drink, cupping water in my hands, and that's when I heard it. A soft, deliberate snap of a twig from behind me. I froze. The sound came again, closer this time. I stood up, scanning the trees, my breath coming fast. Nothing. Just shadows, dense trunks, and leaves trembling in the breeze. I told myself it was an animal. Maybe a deer. But something in the rhythm of the noise didn't feel right. It was deliberate, measured, like someone or something was keeping pace with me. I tried to laugh it off and continued, my pace quickening. Every step I took seemed to echo unnaturally, and I caught myself glancing over my shoulder far too often. By late afternoon, the forest had grown darker, the trees more tightly packed, blotting out the sun. The trail narrowed and twisted back on itself, and I began to realize I had lost my bearings. Landmarks that had seemed clear earlier now felt foreign. I pulled out my map and compass, but the trees all looked the same, and shadows made it impossible to judge distance. My stomach tightened. It started with the whispering. Faint at first, like the wind rustling through dry leaves. I stopped, straining to listen. It was a voice, low, almost indecipherable. It sounded like words, but not English, or perhaps English twisted by something else. My heart pounded. I called out, asking if anyone was there, my voice breaking in the quiet forest. No answer, just the wind. I began moving faster, trying to find the main trail. That's when I noticed the footprints again, fresh and unnaturally large. They weren't human. They couldn't have been. The deeper I went, the more I saw them. Some crossing my path deliberately, others following in the exact spots I had just passed. I broke into a run, my chest tight, lungs burning, branches slapping my face. Night fell suddenly. The forest transformed. What had seemed serene now felt suffocating, oppressive. Every sound was amplified. Leaves rustling, twigs snapping under unseen feet, the distant howl of a coyote, or something else. I couldn't see more than a few feet, and the beam of my flashlight made the shadows dance in ways that played tricks on my eyes. I heard it then, a whisper directly behind me, cold and guttural, almost human. "You shouldn't be here." My blood ran ice cold. I spun around, swinging the flashlight wildly. Nothing. The beam fell on twisted branches, roots, and the darkness beyond. I ran blindly, convinced that if I stopped, whatever was following me would catch up. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, it was impossible to tell. My legs ached, my mouth was dry, and panic clawed at my mind. Then I saw movement in the corner of my eye. A figure, tall and unnaturally thin, moving between the trees. Its limbs were long, awkward, almost spider-like, and its skin pale, reflective in the faint light of my flashlight. I couldn't stop. I couldn't think. I could only run. I stumbled into a ravine, nearly falling, rolling down a slope covered in loose leaves and rocks. My flashlight went out, pitch black. I scrambled to get it back on, fumbling, my hands bleeding from scratches. That's when I heard it, breathing close, wet, ragged. Not a human breath, something else. Something that moved silently when it wanted to. I made it back to the trail, or what I hoped was the trail, and continued running, listening to the sound of pursuit, or maybe the sound of my own imagination echoing in the darkness. Eventually, I stumbled into a small clearing lit by moonlight. For a moment, I thought I was safe, and then I saw it. A shadow detaching itself from a cluster of trees, tall, impossibly thin, watching me with eyes that reflected the moonlight. It didn't move quickly, didn't charge. It just stared, patient, measuring. I froze, terrified beyond reason. I don't know what compelled me to run, but I did. Down the trail, blindly, until I emerged onto a dirt road. Relief hit me like a wave, almost physically. A passing car stopped when I waved frantically, and the driver called the police. My hands shook so badly I could barely speak. Search teams went back into the forest the next day. They found no footprints other than my own, no sign of anything unusual, no traces of the figure I had seen, no evidence of someone else being there. The police suggested stress, dehydration, exhaustion, maybe a mild hallucination brought on by being alone in the forest too long. Maybe they were right. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. Even now, years later, the forest leaves me uneasy. I've hiked in other places, sometimes with friends, sometimes alone, but the White Mountains and that stretch of trail remain etched in my memory as a place where the woods aren't just quiet. They're watching. Waiting. And if you're alone, they might be patient enough to let you feel every second of it. I can still hear the whisper sometimes, late at night, in dreams that feel more like memories. The soft, deliberate cracking of twigs behind me, the unnatural figure, tall and thin, stepping silently, observing, patient, and the knowledge that being alone in the woods is not the same as being safe in them. Alone, the forest isn't just a forest. It's something else, something alive in ways I hope I never fully understand. Story the end. I was 29. The fall, I decided to backpack alone through a stretch of forest in northern Idaho that my cousin Will and I used to hike as teenagers. It wasn't an official trail, more of a series of old game paths and forgotten logging roads. But we'd grown up wandering those woods, and I'd convinced myself a long solo trip would clear my head. My relationship had just ended, my job felt like a weight around my neck, and I wanted to feel capable again. 3 days alone in the woods sounded like the right kind of challenge. I parked my truck at the edge of an old access road around mid-afternoon. The air felt colder than I'd expected for early October, sharp enough that it stung when I inhaled. The sky was gray, low, and heavy. The forest felt quiet the second I stepped out, too quiet. No birds, no wind, just the dead stillness of early cold creeping in. I tried shaking the uneasy feeling off as nerves. By the time I hiked the 2 miles to my first planned campsite near a small creek, the sun was dipping behind the ridge. I set up my tent, collected enough fallen branches for a small fire, and sat on a log eating beef jerky while the sky darkened. I'd grown up outdoor camping. Darkness didn't bother me, but the silence did. I realized I couldn't hear the creek unless I concentrated. No insects, no night birds, just air, heavy and unmoving. Around 9 p.m., I crawled into my tent and lay there reading by headlamp. I eventually dozed off. Sometime deep in the night, a loud snap jolted me awake. It was unmistakable, like someone stepping on a dry branch. Close. Too close. I held my breath, listening. The forest was still, empty, dead. I told myself it was an elk or deer. But then came a second sound, one that tied ice around my spine. Footsteps. Slow, heavy, just outside the thin nylon wall of my tent. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The steps circled the tent, deliberate and slow, crushing leaves with each motion. Whatever it was wasn't small, and it wasn't moving like an animal. No snuffling, no quick scuttle, no cautious tread. It sounded like a person taking their time. A faint scrape followed, something brushing the fabric of the tent. My entire body went rigid. I gripped the pocket knife I kept under my sleeping bag, though I knew it would be useless if someone or something decided to slash into the tent. The scrape moved along the side, then stopped near my head. I could hear breathing, not deep breathing, not the kind of snort an animal makes. This was low, slow, controlled, human. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for the zipper to move, for the tent to collapse, for hands to reach inside. But none of that happened. The breathing continued for maybe 10 seconds. Then the footsteps retreated. Still slow, still deliberate. Branches cracked, leaves shuffled, the sounds faded into the trees, and then nothing. I didn't sleep again. I stayed frozen, waiting for the sun. When morning finally came, I unzipped my tent and stepped out into the cold light. My breath fogged instantly. The campsite looked undisturbed at first. No footprints I could see, just my own tracks and normal animal imprints. I told myself I'd imagined it because the alternative felt too dangerous to accept. Still, I packed quickly and moved on. The plan had been to hike another 6 miles to a ridge where I used to camp with Will, but I felt a tug in my gut telling me not to stay another night this deep in the woods. I decided I'd cut the trip short and loop back toward the truck by late evening if I pushed hard. But the woods felt wrong that second day. I kept hearing things behind me, small snaps, movement too faint to pinpoint, but every time I stopped and turned, there was nothing. The air felt heavier, like it didn't want sound to travel. Around noon, fog rolled in between the trees, creeping low across the ground. It gave everything a muffled, dreamlike feeling that made it even harder to shake my unease. Around 2 miles from the truck, I noticed something ahead on the trail. It was a tree, or rather, a tree marked by something. Deep gouges slashed across the bark, 5 long vertical marks carved with such force the wood beneath was splintered and pale. They weren't claw marks. They were too evenly spaced, too straight, too intentional. They looked like someone had taken a long blade or tool to the trunk, but what made my stomach twist was what was carved beside them. A symbol. A rough circle with a single vertical slash through the middle. Old, but not that old. The exposed wood looked maybe a few months fresh. I'd seen similar symbols growing up, left by trappers or hunters sometimes, territory marks, but never this pattern, never in this part of the forest, and never carved with such furious force. The wind, or what should have been wind, didn't blow. The forest remained unnaturally quiet. I kept walking, faster now. By late afternoon, the fog thinned enough that I could see more trail in front of me, and I felt a flicker of relief. The truck was maybe an hour away. Then I heard it. A knock. Far behind me. Sharp, echoing, like wood hitting wood. I stopped dead. I remembered the footsteps from the night before, slow and measured, the breathing, the circling of the tent, and I felt the sudden certainty that whoever or whatever had stood outside my tent was following me now. I didn't run. Running in the woods is a good way to break an ankle and die blind. But I walked faster, heart beating so hard I could hear it in my ears. A second knock came. Closer. I turned, scanning the trees. Fog swirled between trunks like smoke. I could barely see 10 yards. That was when I saw the shape. Not a clear figure, just a darker blot of shadow standing between 2 pines, tall and wrong in its outline. Not a bear, not a person. Something too elongated, too still. Watching. My breath lodged in my throat. I forced myself to keep walking. I didn't look back for minutes. When I finally did, the shadow was gone. I walked for what felt like hours, though it was probably 20 minutes. I kept checking behind me, seeing hints of movement, something slipping behind a tree, a patch of darkness that wasn't there a second before, always just out of focus, always too far to identify. Then the smell hit me. Rot. Heavy, wet, metallic rot like something dead for weeks. It came from ahead, carried low across the trail by a breeze I hadn't felt all day. I slowed, covering my nose with my sleeve. The smell got stronger, nauseatingly strong, until I finally saw the source. A deer. Or what was left of one. The carcass lay 5 feet off the trail, torn open from ribcage to hindquarters. But this was no mountain lion kill. The cuts were wrong, too clean, too straight, and too deep. As if something had sliced it open with deliberate precision. The head was missing entirely, not torn but removed, the neck bone smooth. Flies should have been everywhere. There were none. Not a sound, not a buzz, just the smell and the silence. My fear spiked into panic. I backed away and nearly tripped as I turned. I walked fast, no longer caring about caution, only about getting back to the truck. The woods felt closer now, pressing in, watching. I don't remember most of the last mile, just flashes, the symbol carved into another tree, the sound of soft movement behind me, the thickening smell of rot reappearing and fading, the fog curling around my legs. When I finally reached the clearing where I'd parked, the sky was almost dark. My truck sat exactly where I left it. But something was wrong. The driver's side door was open, wide open. My stomach dropped. I knew I'd closed it, locked it. I always lock my vehicle in the woods. I approached slowly, knife shaking in my hand. Nothing moved inside the cab. I leaned in enough to see the seats, the floor, the dashboard. Everything was undisturbed. Except for one thing. On the inside of the windshield, drawn with what looked like mud or something darker, was the same symbol carved into the trees. A circle. A vertical slash. I stumbled back so fast I almost fell. I slammed the door, jumped inside, jammed the keys into the ignition. My hands shook so violently I nearly dropped them. The truck started on the first turn. I reversed so fast, gravel shot behind me. I didn't look at the tree line. I didn't look at the mirror. I just drove. The fog swallowed my taillights almost immediately, but through the rear view I caught one final glimpse. Just a second, but enough to root itself into my nightmares. A tall figure stepped into the road behind me, not running, not chasing, just standing there, watching me leave. Its outline was thin, too thin for any human. Its limbs hung at wrong angles, as if joints bent where they shouldn't. The head cocked slightly to one side, as though studying me. Its skin looked pale in the fading light, almost gray, and it didn't move. Not when I sped away. Not when the truck bounced over potholes. Not when the forest swallowed it in my mirror. I drove straight through the night without stopping once, gripping the wheel until my hands cramped. I didn't go back for my gear. I didn't report anything. I didn't tell my family the truth. They wouldn't believe it anyway. But I didn't imagine it. I know I didn't. The woods hold things we pretend aren't there. Things that watch from behind trees. Things that mark territory. Things that follow. Sometimes I still dream of that knocking. One knock. A pause. Another. And sometimes when I'm alone at night, I swear I hear footsteps in the leaves behind my house. Slow. Heavy. Deliberate. Deliberate. I don't look anymore. I'm afraid I'll see something standing there. I'm more afraid I won't. Story. The end. The coldest night of my life didn't happen in winter. It wasn't even close. It was the middle of July, humid and thick with the smell of pine sap and wet soil, the kind of night that should have felt heavy and warm. But when I think about it now, all I remember is how cold it felt inside my chest, like the air around me was thinning, like the darkness itself had teeth. I was 19 when it happened, old enough to think I had the world figured out, young enough to not realize how fast things can go wrong in the woods. I'd driven up from Pittsburgh to spend 2 days hiking through a remote section of the Monongahela Forest in West Virginia. I wanted quiet. I wanted to prove to myself that I could handle being alone out there. And I'd always liked the feeling of being swallowed by the trees, where the rest of the world couldn't find me. That first afternoon was normal. The trail was narrow but well-worn, weaving through tall spruce and red oak. Every so often, sunlight spilled through the branches like gold dust. I saw deer, a fox, more chipmunks than I could count. Nothing unusual. It wasn't until around 7 p.m., after I'd set up camp near a ridge overlooking a valley, that the unease settled in. I'd chosen a clearing maybe 40 yards off the trail, far enough to be away from people, close enough that I could find my way back in low light. I pitched my tent under a cluster of hemlocks, filtered water from a nearby stream, and cooked a quick dinner over my little stove. When the light started to fade, a fog rolled in. Not heavy, not even thick, just a faint, low mist hanging close to the ground. It gave the woods a muted, washed-out look, like the world was losing color. But the air stayed warm, thick enough to feel on the skin. I remember sitting on a fallen log, turning a stick in the dirt, listening to the distant chirp of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. Everything felt peaceful, ordinary. Then the woods went silent, not gradually, not with warning, just silent. No insects, no birds, not even the faint trickle of the stream. I lifted my head and immediately felt like something was watching me. Like the trees weren't just trees anymore, but 100 pairs of eyes staring back. I told myself it was nothing, just the forest settling for the night. I forced myself to stand, get ready to sleep, and crawl inside the tent. But every move felt slower than it should have been, as if the air had thickened. I checked my phone. No service, of course. I turned on my small battery lantern, its dim yellow light filling the tent. I set my knife beside my sleeping bag, a nervous habit more than anything. The silence didn't break. Around midnight, I finally started drifting off. I'd roll toward sleep, then jerk awake at nothing. Close my eyes, then snap them open again. I couldn't settle. Then it happened. A soft crunch. Leaves. Footsteps. I froze. My heartbeat pounded so loud I could feel it in my throat. Another crunch and another. Slow, steady, getting closer. My first thought was a deer. My second, a bear. But the steps were too light for a bear, too deliberate for a deer, too measured, human. I strained to hear anything else, any breath, any shift of clothing. Nothing. Just those footsteps. They stopped maybe 10 feet from my tent. Silence. Then the unmistakable sound of someone exhaling. Long. Controlled. I reached for my knife, gripping it tight enough to hurt. My entire body went rigid. "Hello?" I whispered before I could stop myself. Big mistake, because whatever was out there answered, but not in words. It whistled. A low, shaky whistle that wavered at the end, like whoever made it had dry, cracked lips. The kind of whistle a person makes when their mouth is barely open. I felt sick, frozen. My hand shook against the knife handle. The whistle came again, this time closer. I didn't know what to do. Couldn't run, couldn't see, couldn't fight. didn't know what I was fighting, so I stayed perfectly still. Minutes passed, or maybe it was seconds. It felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, the footsteps moved again, circling my tent, each footfall soft, careful, like they were studying the shape of the tent, mapping it out. I pressed my palm to the inside wall, trying not to shake. The nylon pushed outward slightly. Something pressed back. A fingertip. Just one. Dragging slowly across the fabric. I yanked my hand away and clamped my teeth together to keep from making a sound. My lungs burned with the effort of not breathing loudly. The finger traced along the tent, scraping the nylon with a dry, raspy sound. Then another finger joined it, then a whole hand. 5 long lines slid across the side of my tent, deliberate and steady. I scrambled backward in my sleeping bag, my breath coming in shaky bursts. The hand kept moving until it reached the zipper door. The pressure stopped. Silence. Then the zipper twitched, not opened, just nudged as if someone was testing how easily it moved. I almost passed out. I didn't think. I acted. I lunged forward and slapped my hand over the zipper from the inside, holding it in place. Whatever grasped the other side froze. We stayed like that, me with my palms sweating against cold metal, it holding the same zipper from the outside. A dead, terrifying stillness filled the space between us. Then slowly, its grip loosened. The footsteps moved away, one soft crunch at a time, farther, farther still, until I couldn't hear anything anymore. I stayed awake until dawn, knife in hand, lantern flickering. Every muscle in my body tensed so tight I could barely move. When the sky finally lightened to gray, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, expecting to see someone standing there waiting for me. But the woods were empty, or so I thought. Around my campsite were footprints, human footprints, bare feet, long, wide, the toes strangely spaced apart, the impressions deep like whoever made them was heavy or walking with purpose. They circled my tent twice, then disappeared into the tree line. I packed faster than I ever have in my life. I didn't eat, didn't drink, didn't stop to think. I just shoved everything into my pack and started hiking back toward the trailhead. Every few minutes I'd hear something behind me, a snap of a branch, a rustle that was too close, a faint whistle from somewhere deep in the trees. I didn't run, though I wanted to. Running felt like the kind of thing that would draw attention, and I had the horrible, sinking feeling that whoever or whatever had visited me wasn't finished. About 3 miles into my hike out, I found something that stopped me cold. In the middle of the trail lay a smooth, oval river stone. On its surface, carved deep, were 5 long lines, just like the ones the hand had made on my tent. Fresh, sharp-edged, recent. I left it there. I didn't touch it. I didn't look around. I kept moving. I reached my car in record time. But even when I locked the doors and sped down the forest road, I half expected to see someone step out of the trees. I didn't feel safe until I hit cell service and called my brother, my voice shaking so badly he thought I'd been in an accident. I didn't return to the Monongahela for years. And when I finally did, I went with 4 friends, all armed, all aware. I'll never camp alone there again. People always ask what I think it was. A man, some backwoods hermit, a drifter living off-grid, or something else entirely. But the truth is the woods are big, bigger than people realize, big enough to hide things that don't want to be found. And I know this for certain. That night I was not alone. Something walked barefoot through the trees, something came to my tent, something tried to open the zipper, something whistled when it realized I was awake. And whatever it was, it knew exactly where I was. Story the end. I was 19 the summer I agreed to watch my uncle's cabin in western Montana. A place so far off the grid that even locals gave you a look when you mentioned heading out that way alone. I'd grown up around thick woods and long nights, but Montana felt different, wilder, deeper, like the trees carried old memories and the mountains never stopped watching you. My uncle had taken a job out of state for a few months and needed someone to keep an eye on the place. I didn't have much going on, so I said yes. I arrived in early July with a duffel bag, a box of groceries, and the kind of confidence you have when you've never had a real reason to be afraid of nature. The cabin stood beside a narrow creek, surrounded by dense evergreens that rose like walls. A single dirt road wound up to it and ended there. No neighbors, no passing traffic, no cell service, just the cabin, the woods, and endless silence. The first week was peaceful. I chopped wood, went fishing, read books on the porch, and hiked small trails behind the cabin. It felt almost therapeutic, being cut off from everything. At night, the sky filled with stars brighter than any I'd ever seen, and the forest hummed with crickets and night birds. I slept with the windows open and fell asleep to the sound of the creek. The second week, things shifted. It started with the feeling of being watched. Anyone who spent time alone in the wild knows that sensation, like eyes are on you, like something is tracking your movements. Usually it fades. This didn't. I'd step outside in the morning and immediately feel a weight in the air, a tension I couldn't explain. The woods seemed quieter too. Even the creek sounded muffled, as if something was absorbing the noise. One afternoon, I hiked about 2 miles up a seldom-used trail. The sun was bright, the air warm, and the trees cast long shadows across the path. I'd almost reached a rocky overlook when I noticed something odd. Boot prints. Fresh ones. I hadn't seen a person in days, and these weren't my tracks. They were larger, deeper, spaced farther apart, as if whoever made them moved fast or took unnaturally long strides. I followed them for about 30 feet before they vanished. Not faded or distorted. Gone, as though the person had stepped off the earth and disappeared into thin air. The ground was soft with pine needles and dirt. There should have been some sign of direction. But the forest floor after that point was untouched. No broken twigs, no footprints, nothing. An uneasy feeling crawled up my spine. I turned around and headed back. That night, I kept the windows closed. The next day, I found something hanging on my porch. A small bundle of twigs, tightly wound together with strips of bark. At first, I thought it was a bird's nest, until I picked it up. It wasn't hollow. It was tied intentionally with knots that didn't look random. Something about it felt wrong, like it wasn't meant to be touched. I tossed it into the fire pit and burned it. I didn't go hiking that day. Every time I approached the tree line, my body tensed on instinct. I spent the day inside, listening to the woods shift and creak around the cabin. By dusk, the silence felt suffocating. That night, something woke me. A sound outside. Slow, heavy, footsteps. Not an animal, the weight was wrong. Too deliberate, too pacing. I lay frozen in bed, barely breathing. The footsteps circled the cabin, crunching the gravel, moving with a dragging rhythm. Step. Drag. Step. Drag. They paused by the front door. Then the porch creaked under the weight of something climbing onto it. My heart hammered so loudly I could hear it in my ears. The doorknob rattled. Not forcefully. Gently. Almost testing it. I reached for the rifle my uncle kept by the dresser and held it, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The knob rattled again, harder this time. Then there was silence. I sat awake the rest of the night, rifle across my lap, staring at the front door until the first pale light of morning crept through the curtains. When I finally worked up the courage to open the door, I saw fresh footprints in the dirt. Large ones. Too large. They circled the cabin and led into the woods. They weren't shaped exactly right either. The heels sank deep, but the toe area was oddly narrow, like the front of the foot didn't hit the ground correctly. I called my uncle on the landline he kept for emergencies and told him someone might be trespassing. He didn't dismiss my fear, but he didn't sound alarmed either. He told me it was probably a loner or hunter passing through. Sometimes guys wander out there trying to stay off the map, he said. Just keep the doors locked. That didn't make me feel better. 2 nights later, things escalated. I had just laid down to sleep when I heard movement outside. This time, the pacing was faster, circling the cabin in tight, rapid loops, gravel kicking up, footsteps shuffling, then tapping. On the walls, on the windows, on the corners of the house. I sat up, gripping the rifle again. The tapping stopped. Then something scraped across the window beside my bed. The glass rattled. I couldn't see anything through the curtains, but the sound was unmistakable, fingers dragging across the surface. I forced myself not to move. Then from the front porch I heard breathing, slow, wet, heavy. It lasted for minutes, just breathing. Then the doorknob turned, slowly, deliberately, as though whoever was outside had all the time in the world. I pulled the curtains back just enough to peek outside. At first, I saw nothing but darkness. Then something shifted at the edge of the tree line. A figure. Tall. Motionless. Almost blending into the shadows. It stood completely still facing the cabin as though examining it. Examining me. I shut the curtain so fast it snapped against the window frame. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I packed my bags. I called my uncle again, voice shaking, and told him I had to leave. He didn't argue this time. He just told me to lock up and head out as soon as I felt safe. I loaded the car quickly, checking the woods between every item I carried. The trees felt closer, like they were leaning in. The forest was silent again. No birds, no wind, no insects. I slammed the trunk shut. That's when I heard it. A voice, coming from the trees. Not a clear voice. More like a hoarse whisper, broken and uneven, calling something that almost sounded like my name. But wrong. Stretched. Distorted. I froze. Another whisper. Closer this time. I fumbled for my keys, stumbled into the driver's seat, and slammed the locks down. The whispering grew louder, surrounding the cabin, echoing between the trees, overlapping into a sickening chorus of half-formed sounds. I started the engine and floored the gas, tearing down the dirt road so fast the car fishtailed. I didn't look back. Not once. The whispers followed me, faint at first, then fading completely as I reached the main road. When I made it back into town, I stopped at a gas station and sat in the car for what felt like an hour, hands shaking, breath unsteady. I told myself I'd imagined things, that paranoia had gotten the best of me. But the next day, my uncle called. He'd returned to the cabin to check things out. He didn't want to scare me, but he said something odd had happened. Someone, or something, had scratched long marks into the cabin's wooden siding, not with a tool, with something sharper, harder. The marks ran the entire length of the wall, deep enough to gouge the wood. Inside the cabin, he found small bundles of tied twigs like the one I'd burned. 3 of them, placed neatly on the kitchen table. He asked me if I'd gone back there after leaving. I told him no. He didn't mention it again, and I didn't ask. It's been 8 years since that summer. I've camped plenty of times since then, but never alone, never without cell service, and never in Montana again. Sometimes late at night, I still hear it. The dragging footsteps circling the cabin, the tapping, the whisper that twisted my name into something unrecognizable. And sometimes I wonder if leaving was enough, if whatever watched me in those woods was finished with me, or if it's still waiting somewhere in the dark, patient and silent for me to be alone again. Story the end. I had always thought I knew the woods. I grew up in northern Michigan, just far enough from the city to feel like the forests behind my house were untamed. My dad used to take me hiking, teach me to read animal tracks, how to find edible plants, how to respect the silence. But nothing could have prepared me for the night I spent completely alone, miles from the nearest road, surrounded by trees that suddenly felt like they were watching me. It was the last week of August, still hot during the day, but cooler at night. I was 18, full of the kind of reckless confidence that makes you think you're invincible. I had packed lightly, a tent, a small stove, some water, and a backpack full of trail food. I told my parents I was just going to do a 2-day hike and that I'd stick to the marked trails. I didn't tell them that my real goal was to push deeper, to see if I could find the old abandoned logging cabin I'd read about in a forest blog. The cabin was supposed to be hidden somewhere off the northern ridge, long since overgrown and deserted. I arrived at the trailhead around noon. The parking lot was empty except for one older couple who waved as I started walking. The trail at first was easy, shaded and cool, with sunlight breaking through the canopy in streaks. Birds darted back and forth, and the smell of pine sap was strong. I followed the map I had printed, moving deeper and deeper into the forest, past streams that gurgled clear water and mossy boulders that glowed green in the sun. By the time I reached the ridge near the cabin's supposed location, the sky had turned a burnt orange. I found a small clearing, just wide enough to set up my tent near a fallen log that could serve as a seat. I filtered water from a nearby stream, ate a simple dinner, and tried to settle in for the night. Everything seemed normal, the kind of normal that feels safe until it doesn't. Around 8 o'clock, the wind picked up. Not enough to move the treetops, but enough to make the leaves rustle softly, and then I heard it, a branch snapping off in the distance. At first, I brushed it off. Deer, raccoon, nothing unusual, but then another snap, closer, and then another, just a little to the left of my clearing. I froze. I was still holding my knife loosely in my hand, pretending I hadn't heard anything. The footsteps, or whatever it was, were deliberate, slow, careful. They weren't random, like an animal breaking brush. And then I heard it. A voice. It was just a whisper at first, almost blending with the wind. My name. Clear, calm, precise. Danny. I jerked my head around, scanning the trees. There was no one. No figure, no shadow, nothing. The air suddenly felt heavier, thicker. My stomach dropped. I told myself it was the wind or my imagination. But then the voice came again, closer this time, repeating my name, dragging it out almost lazily. Da-ni. My heart was pounding. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam across the clearing. Nothing. Just trees. Just fog that was beginning to settle along the forest floor. I tried calling back, but my voice sounded weak and small. Hello, I said. Silence. Then a whisper again, right behind me, almost brushing my ear. Don't move. I spun around. Empty. My flashlight beam flicked over twisted branches, fallen logs, the thin mist curling along the ground. I backed toward my tent. I had to get inside, had to lock myself away. As I reached the tent, I realized I wasn't alone. There was something there in the clearing with me. I could feel it. The hairs on my neck were standing straight up. A pressure, like the air itself was being watched, shifted, molded. Something crouched just beyond the reach of my flashlight, silent, waiting. I zipped the tent door as quickly as I could, leaving a small crack for the light. My hands shook violently. I clutched my knife, heart hammering, staring at the nylon wall of my tent, and then I heard it. The sound of breathing. Heavy. Slow. Just outside the tent, right against it. I could feel the warmth of someone pressing toward me through the thin fabric. Then, without warning, a hand dragged across the side of my tent. Long, thin fingers, deliberate, testing the material. I held my breath, praying it was just a branch. But it wasn't. The pressure moved toward the zipper. I could hear it lightly scrape along the teeth of the zipper. I grabbed my knife and shoved the zipper closed, holding it tight. The pressure on the other side stopped. Seconds passed, then I heard a faint, low whistle. Sharp, dry, deliberate. My stomach dropped. Whoever, or whatever it was, knew I was awake. I stayed in the tent all night, not sleeping, barely breathing. Every little sound, the wind, the creak, the branches, felt like it was hiding something. I imagined the hand returning, the zipper tugged again, felt it every time the wind moved a branch against the tent. The night dragged endlessly. Morning didn't feel like salvation. The fog had thickened, and the forest felt colder somehow. I slowly unzipped the tent and shined my flashlight outside. Nothing, no figure, no footprints, nothing, except the ground. There were marks pressed into the soil. Human footprints. Bare feet, long, wide toes, spaced oddly. They circled the tent twice before vanishing into the trees. I didn't stay to investigate. I packed everything and started hiking back down the ridge, flashlight in one hand, knife in the other. Every few minutes, I thought I heard branches snapping behind me. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. Every shift of wind sounded like a whisper. I reached the main trail and started moving faster. The forest behind me seemed alive, following, waiting. I didn't stop until I was back at my car. Cell phone service returned. I called my mom, voice shaking so badly she thought I'd been hurt. I didn't tell her everything. Some things I realized aren't easy to explain without sounding insane. Years later, I still think about that night. I've hiked alone many times since, but I've never gone back to that ridge. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I hear it, the soft whistling, the slow dragging of fingers across a tent. The forest has a memory, and I'm certain that night it remembered me. I don't know if it was a person, a hermit, some creature living in the woods. I don't know how long it had been watching before I arrived or what it wanted. I only know that for one night I was not alone, and whatever it was, it made sure I knew it. Story the end. The first time I realized I might be in serious trouble, the sun had already dipped behind the jagged peaks, casting long, black shadows across the trail. I was alone, miles from the nearest road, somewhere in the dense wilderness of northern Maine. I had grown up hiking, camping, spending countless summers in the woods with friends and family, so I thought I knew what to expect. But that night, the forest felt alive in a way I had never experienced, a silent, oppressive presence that pressed against me from all sides. I had set out that morning with a plan to hike a loop trail that would take me past an old logging road, along a small creek, and up to a ridge that overlooked the valley. It was early December. The first heavy snow of the season had fallen, covering the fallen leaves and broken branches with a soft white blanket. I liked hiking in the snow. It muffled the sounds of the forest, made the air crisp and clean, and offered a kind of solitude that was impossible in summer. I knew I would be cold, and I had packed appropriately: a thick parka, insulated boots, thermal layers, extra socks, food, and a small stove for emergencies. I even brought a small hatchet, more for reassurance than necessity. For the first few hours, everything was normal. The snow crunched under my boots, birds chirped faintly in the distance, and the occasional squirrel darted across the trail. But as the afternoon wore on, the trail became less distinct. Snow had already started to drift, erasing the markers I relied on. I thought I could still manage. I had my compass and map, after all. But as the sun sank lower, the forest seemed to stretch further than it should, the familiar landmarks disappearing as if swallowed by the deepening shadows. By the time I reached a small clearing near the creek, I realized I was behind schedule. The ridge I wanted to reach would require another hour of hiking, and the last sunlight was barely enough to see the trail. I decided to stop and set up a small camp for the night. I chose a spot under a large pine tree, its branches heavy with snow, and quickly pitched my tent. While I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I told myself it was just my imagination. I had hiked alone plenty of times and never felt this way. But the sensation persisted, prickling at the back of my neck, making me glance into the forest more often than necessary. After getting my tent secure, I boiled some water and made a cup of tea. The forest was quiet now, almost unnaturally so. The only sounds were the occasional drip of melting snow from the trees and the distant rush of the creek. I thought I had settled into a rhythm, accepted the silence until I heard it, a branch snapping somewhere behind my camp. It was faint, but deliberate, not the random crack of snow falling from a tree. I froze, straining to hear any other sound, my heart beginning to race. Nothing followed. No rustle of leaves, no movement. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer or a fox, passing through. But it wasn't the right rhythm. I knew the difference. I crawled into my sleeping bag early, trying to ignore the sensation that I wasn't alone. The first hours passed slowly. The wind had picked up, shaking the pine branches above my tent. I tried to relax, telling myself I would sleep soon, but just as I began to drift off, I heard it again, a footstep in the snow outside my tent. Slow, heavy, careful. Then another. Then another. They didn't crunch like normal snow under a boot. They were deliberate, almost rhythmic, circling my tent. I froze. My breathing became shallow. Whoever or whatever it was knew I was there. I couldn't see through the tent's nylon walls, but I could hear the movement. Slow circles. Pause. A faint shuffle closer. Then silence. I didn't sleep again that night. By the first light of dawn, I cautiously unzipped my tent and looked out. The snow had drifted lightly, enough to soften some of the prints around my tent, but not all. There were human footprints, at least 2 sets, large, deep. They circled the tent and then stopped abruptly a few yards away, facing into the trees. No continuation, no exit path, just gone. Panic began to rise. I packed quickly, eating nothing. My compass and map guided me, but each step felt wrong. Every movement of the trees, every whisper of wind across the snow sounded like someone or something following me. The footprints didn't reappear along the path as I retraced my steps, but the oppressive feeling didn't fade. Something had been there overnight, something human, maybe larger, maybe stronger, and it was still out there. Around mid-morning, I came across the old logging road. It should have been a relief, an easy trail leading back toward civilization, but the feeling only intensified. I kept hearing faint sounds behind me, branches breaking, snow crunching, but when I stopped and turned, there was nothing. I tried to convince myself it was exhaustion, the nervous energy of being alone in the woods. But the unease wouldn't leave. Every tree looked like it could conceal someone. Every shadow seemed to shift toward me. By early afternoon, snow started falling again, light at first, then steadily heavier. My pace slowed. The logging road twisted and turned, and soon I realized I had lost sight of my own tracks. It was impossible. I had been following the same road. Panic set in. I checked my compass and tried to orient myself, but the snow had blurred the landmarks. I was disoriented, lost, and utterly alone. That's when I heard it. Laughter. Faint, almost a whisper, like the wind carrying voices. But it wasn't wind. I froze. My stomach turned to ice. The sound came again, low and deliberate, coming from deeper in the woods to my left. I spun around, trying to locate it. Nothing. The snow fell steadily, muffling the forest sounds, but I knew what I had heard. Someone, or something, was nearby. I started moving faster, my eyes scanning for any sign of a person. The footprints I had seen earlier could not have disappeared. Yet the forest appeared empty. The laughter came again, closer this time, just beyond the tree line. My pulse pounded in my ears. I considered running, but there was nowhere to run, no safe path back through the dense forest except the road, and I couldn't risk sprinting blindly. I walked for what felt like hours, snow soaking through my boots, hands numb, body shaking. The laughter had stopped, but the feeling of being followed never faded. Every now and then, I would catch movement at the edge of my vision, a dark figure stepping between trees, then gone when I looked directly. I forced myself to keep moving, one step at a time, refusing to stop until I found a clearing or a sign of civilization. By late afternoon, the forest finally thinned. I stumbled onto a small trailhead, a clearing that led to a maintained road. Relief surged through me. I ran the final few hundred yards to my truck, shoving the door open and collapsing inside. My hands were shaking uncontrollably. I locked the doors, started the engine, and didn't look back until I had driven several miles. Weeks later, I returned to the area with friends to hike the same loop in daylight. Everything looked normal, serene, and empty, but I could still see it. The places where the snow had drifted, where footprints might appear and vanish again. The forest seemed calm now, but I knew what I had felt. The eyes, the presence, the footsteps circling me in the dark. Even now, when I close my eyes at night, I hear faint sounds of snow crunching. Not in my driveway or outside my house, but somewhere far away in a forest blanketed in white. And sometimes I wonder, if I had stopped, if I had turned around too slowly, would those footsteps have come closer? Would I have ever left that clearing alive? I never hike alone in the woods again. Story, the end. The end. The snow had already begun to fall by the time I left my truck at the trailhead, soft flakes drifting through the early evening light, settling on my shoulders, clinging to my hair. I tightened the straps on my pack and pulled my scarf up higher against the cold. The woods of Central Oregon looked peaceful, quiet in a way that made the rest of the world feel impossibly far behind me. That's why I'd come. To get away, to spend a few nights alone in a place where the only sound was wind moving through pines. I'd hiked out here plenty of times in the summer and once in the fall, but never in winter. I knew it would be colder, lonelier, but that was what I wanted. A couple of nights without cell service, without noise, without people. I had no way of knowing that I wasn't as alone as I thought. By the time I reached the tree line, the snow had thickened into a faint curtain. The trail was easy to follow at first, packed earth covered by a light dusting, but the deeper I went, the harder it became to see where the path ended and the wilderness began. I didn't mind. I had a map, a compass, and hours of daylight left. The woods grew darker quickly, the dense canopy blocking out what little sunlight remained. I kept walking, savoring the stillness, stopping only once to take a drink and steady my breathing. That was when I first heard it. A branch snapping behind me. Not close, maybe 50 or 60 yards back, but loud enough that it cut through the hush of falling snow. I turned. The woods looked the same as they had all day, unmoving, blanketed in white, quiet. Probably a deer, I thought. But something about the sound lingered with me. Animals move lightly in winter, cautious, efficient. This snap had been sharp, abrupt, like a boot crushing a dead limb. I shook it off and kept walking. An hour later, the snow deepened to the point that my boots left clean impressions behind me, dark holes punched into the white crust. I checked my map, found the frozen creek the ranger had mentioned, and followed it north until I reached the clearing I'd marked as my camp. In summer, it was a small meadow. Now, it was a broad expanse of pale, untouched snow that glittered faintly in the twilight. As soon as I stepped into the clearing, a strange feeling settled over me, like crossing an invisible threshold. The air felt colder, heavier. The hairs on my arms lifted despite the layers I wore. I ignored it and set up camp. By the time I had my tent up and my sleeping bag rolled out, night had swallowed the forest. The wind rose and fell in low sighs, brushing snow off high branches. I lit my small stove, huddled over it for warmth, and ate in silence. My breathing formed twin clouds that drifted upward and vanished into the dark. Later, as I crawled into my sleeping bag and zipped the tent door shut, the woods had again gone too quiet. Even the wind had died down, leaving a thick, almost suffocating stillness. I listened for a long time, waiting for an owl or distant movement, anything to break it. Nothing did. Eventually, I fell asleep. I woke to footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps circling just outside my tent. My eyes snapped open. My heart slammed once, twice, then pounded so hard it felt like it might break through my ribs. The footsteps were unmistakably human, too heavy, too measured to be an animal. I stayed completely still, barely breathing. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They moved around me in a slow arc, then stopped. Silence. I waited, my muscles tight, listening so hard it hurt. Minutes crawled by. Finally, I forced myself to move. I unzipped the tent door as quietly as I could and peeked out. Nothing. The clearing was empty. The snowfall had stopped. My footprints were visible from setting up camp, but now there were others. A second set of prints circled the tent. Large prints. Deep. Longer stride than mine. I spun around, scanning the tree line, my breath sharp and fast. No movement. No sound. I followed the footprints with my eyes. They led away from my tent, toward the creek, and then simply vanished. Not like they trailed off. Vanished. The snow was undisturbed beyond that point, smooth as glass. Whoever had walked around my tent had disappeared into the dark without leaving any trace. I didn't sleep again. I sat in the tent, wide awake, clutching my flashlight until the batteries warmed in my hand, listening to every shift of the wind, every creak of ice forming on branches. When daylight finally came, a dull gray morning that barely pushed back the dark, I stepped outside again. Fresh snow had fallen lightly during the early morning, not enough to cover the tracks around my tent, but just enough to mark any new disturbances. And there was something else now. At the edge of the clearing, near the first line of trees, stood a shape, a figure, motionless, watching me. I froze. The figure was too far to make out clearly, but I could tell it wasn't an animal. Tall, upright, still as a statue. Snow clung to its shoulders and hood as if it had been standing there a very long time. Then it stepped back, not forward, back, into the trees, and vanished. I packed in minutes. My hands shook so hard I dropped my stove twice. The map crumpled between my fingers as I shoved it into my jacket. Every instinct screamed at me to run. I started back down the trail, glancing behind me every few seconds, half expecting that figure to reappear, closer than before. The woods were different now. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt oppressive, like sound itself was being held back. I walked faster. The snow fell harder. Soon, visibility dropped to only a few yards. That was when I heard it again. Footsteps. Behind me. Matching my pace. I walked faster. The footsteps grew quicker. I began to jog. So did they. I broke into a run so sudden the strap on my pack slipped off my shoulder. Branches whipped my arms. My lungs burned. But the footsteps stayed behind me, close enough that I could hear the crunch of snow, the snap of twigs, no longer cautious or slow, but loud, urgent, fast. I didn't look back. Not until the forest thinned and I saw a sliver of the trailhead parking lot through the trees. Only then did I glance over my shoulder. No one was there. No movement. No figure. No last-second flash of dark clothing disappearing behind a tree. Just woods. Empty. I didn't stop. I sprinted the last few yards to my truck, ripped open the door, and practically threw myself inside. I locked it, hands shaking so hard I could barely turn the key. The engine roared to life. Only when the tires hit the paved road did I finally breathe. A few miles down the highway, I passed a ranger station. I pulled over and stumbled inside, nearly shouting over the counter that someone had followed me in the woods. The ranger listened quietly. When I finished, he took a slow breath. No one else was permitted out there. You're the only one for the week. I told him that was impossible. He stepped toward a bulletin board by the door and pointed to a laminated sheet. That creek you camped near, he said. We get reports about it every winter. People feeling watched, hearing footsteps, seeing someone. I stared at him, confused. So what is it? He shook his head. We don't know. Tracks show up sometimes. Big ones, human-looking. But they never lead anywhere. We sent teams out before. Dogs won't follow the trail. He paused. Most folks who see something, whatever it is, don't come back alone. I left the station without another word. For weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep without thinking about that figure at the edge of the clearing, about the footprints that circled my tent. about the running steps behind me in the snow. Sometimes late at night when the house is quiet, I swear I still hear footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving across the yard outside my window. Crunch, crunch, crunch. And each morning before the sun fully rises, I check the fresh snow, just to be sure it's undisturbed, just to be sure there aren't two sets of footprints, one leading away and one leading toward the house. Story the end. I had always loved the idea of being completely alone in the woods, not for survival, not for thrill-seeking, just for the quiet. It was early November, the edges of fall bleeding into winter, and I decided to take a solo camping trip in the Shawnee National Forest in southern Illinois. I'd driven out after work, loaded up my old Ford Ranger with a small backpack, a sleeping bag, canned food, and a thermos of coffee. The plan was simple: hike in a few miles, set up camp, and spend 2 nights in the silence I craved. The forest was beautiful in that brittle, dying way. Leaves, brittle and brown, crunched underfoot. The trail was mostly deserted. I passed a few other hikers early in the day, but soon left them behind. By mid-afternoon, I found a clearing near a small creek, flat enough to pitch my tent with a smattering of dry leaves for a soft ground cover. I built a small fire, boiled water, and ate cold beans straight from the can because I didn't feel like cooking. The air was crisp, clean, and intoxicating in a way city air could never be. As dusk approached, the forest seemed to hold its breath. It was the kind of silence that fills your ears with your own heartbeat. I rolled into my sleeping bag early, tired from the hike, thinking I'd fall asleep fast. But as night deepened, the forest transformed. Sounds became sharper. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, the distant cry of an owl. It all felt amplified. I thought I was imagining it when I first heard a faint footstep crunch in the leaves. It was outside my tent. I froze. I told myself it had to be an animal. Raccoons, deer, maybe a stray coyote. But the sound was deliberate, steady, moving closer. Something heavy. I gripped the small knife I always carried, trying to convince myself I wasn't afraid, but my hands were shaking. Then I heard breathing. Not the kind animals make. This was shallow, slow, labored, almost human. But it didn't belong to anyone I knew. It came from just beyond the tent wall, low and deliberate, as if whatever it was watching me. I lay perfectly still, heart hammering, willing it to leave. Minutes passed, the breathing stopped. I exhaled slowly, almost audibly, and tried to convince myself it was over. I didn't sleep after that. I stayed in my bag, listening. Around 2 a.m., the noise returned, but louder. This time it circled the tent. Every few steps there was a long, dragging sound, like something was shifting its weight unnaturally. Then came a soft whisper, unintelligible at first, but I froze when I recognized my name. Not shouted, whispered, stretching across the cold night like a thread. I had never spoken to anyone about this trip, and no one else knew my name. Panic gripped me. I sat up slowly, keeping my eyes on the tent fabric. Something pressed lightly against it, moving in a way that didn't feel right. I could hear the subtle shifting of weight, a strange rhythm that didn't match human gait. My mind screamed at me to bolt, but I was frozen, paralyzed by fear and disbelief. Then the steps faded. The whispering stopped. Silence returned, heavier this time. I lay back down, staring at the ceiling of the tent, cold sweat covering my body, listening to the creak and the distant wind, pretending that everything was normal. By sunrise, I was trembling. The campsite looked unchanged, but the pine needles near the tent were flattened in long, uneven marks. Nothing human. Too wide, too irregular for any animal I knew. My stomach churned as I packed quickly, wanting only to leave, but every shadow of the trees felt alive. My boots crunched against the leaves as I stumbled back to the trailhead, glancing constantly behind me. The forest was still. The birds had not returned. The wind had not picked up. It felt as if the woods were holding their breath, watching me retreat. About a mile from the car, I heard it again, a step behind me, soft but deliberate. I risked a glance and caught a shadow moving between the trees. Too tall, too thin, and its limbs bent at odd angles. My heart leapt into my throat. I didn't wait to process it. I ran, stumbling, nearly falling several times over roots and rocks. The sound of footfalls followed me, slightly behind, never catching up, always there. I kept running until the trail flattened out, until the forest finally thinned, and I could see the parking area. The sound stopped abruptly as if whatever it was had vanished. I slammed the door of the truck and locked it, hands shaking, knuckles white. The warmth of the engine didn't reach me. I drove away without even starting the heater, eyes scanning every shadow along the road, expecting to see it in the tree line. By the time I reached the highway, I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps someone had been out there, a hunter maybe. But there had been no gunshots, no light, and the whispering of my name that could not have been human. My voice caught in my throat every time I tried to imagine an explanation. I called the ranger station later that day, hesitant and trying to sound calm. Has anyone reported strange activity in the forest recently? I asked vaguely. The ranger hesitated. Then he said quietly, "Sometimes people go deep into Shawnee alone and hear things. We don't get many reports, but every few years someone mentions voices, footsteps, shapes. Best advice is to stay on marked trails and never go alone this time of year. The woods have a way of remembering people who wander too far." I didn't tell anyone else. Friends would have laughed. Family would have worried. I didn't want anyone to think I was losing my mind. But I knew what I had experienced was real. And in the weeks after, every time I drove home late at night, every time I walked past dark wooded patches, I felt the same eyes on me, watching, waiting. The memory of that whisper, stretched and unnatural, echoed in my head. Years later, I still avoid the woods. I hike occasionally, always with a group, always on popular trails. But every once in a while, especially on quiet nights when the wind stirs the leaves just right, I can still hear it, the soft, uneven dragging of steps, the whisper of a name I only recognize because it's mine. And I know that somewhere out there in those dense, forgotten parts of the forest, whatever it was is still waiting, still watching, still remembering me. Story the end. The day started like any other solo hike I had done before. I left my apartment in Missouri early, before the sun had fully risen, driving out to a remote section of the Mark Twain National Forest. I had done this hike a few times in the past, well, parts of it, but today I wanted to explore a trail I hadn't ventured down before. I packed lightly: water, a small snack, a flashlight, my phone, and a compact first aid kit. The forest had always been my refuge. Quiet, peaceful, a place to think. But that morning, it already felt different. The trailhead was almost empty, and the air was crisp, tinged with the smell of wet pine and decaying leaves. I started walking, enjoying the crunch of the forest floor beneath my boots. The sun slowly rose, dappling the path with light through the thick canopy. For the first hour, everything felt normal, almost idyllic. Birds called from the treetops, a soft breeze whispered through the leaves. But the deeper I went, the quieter the forest became. Birds disappeared. The wind stopped. Even the usual rustling of squirrels seemed absent. By late morning, I was deep in a section of the trail I had never seen before. The path narrowed, the trees growing thick and twisted, their shadows long and dark even under the mid-morning sun. I paused at a creek to refill my water and snack on a granola bar. That's when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. It was subtle at first. The crack of a twig somewhere off the trail. I froze, trying to locate it. Another snap, closer this time. I called out, my voice trembling slightly. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Nothing. Just the echo of my own words bouncing between the trees. I told myself it was probably a deer or maybe some other animal. I tried to keep moving, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger. The woods felt alive in a way I had never experienced, like the trees themselves were leaning in, watching. About 30 minutes later, I started hearing footsteps. Not distant, like a normal hiker, but matching my pace, slow, deliberate. I turned my head constantly, trying to catch a glimpse of whoever or whatever was behind me. Nothing, yet the sound remained, always there, always just out of sight. My chest tightened. I sped up, telling myself I was overreacting. Then I heard a voice, low, barely above a whisper, coming from somewhere just beyond the trees. "You shouldn't be here." I froze. My rational mind told me it had to be another hiker, maybe someone trying to scare me, but the voice had a tone that felt wrong, guttural, almost unnatural. It was human, but not. Panic surged. I started moving again, faster this time, branches snapping under my boots. The forest seemed endless, stretching out in every direction with no clear path back. I pulled out my phone to check my GPS. No signal. My heart sank. I was off the marked trail, somewhere deeper than I had intended. Every instinct screamed to turn back, but the forest seemed to twist around me, confusing me, making it impossible to find the way I had come. I heard it again, the whisper, closer this time. "You shouldn't be here." I ran. The sound followed, echoing from all directions, never quite behind me, never in front, just around. My flashlight was in my pack, but I didn't dare stop. Branches clawed at my face and arms. Roots tangled my feet. I stumbled, falling into a shallow ditch, scraping my hands and knees. The whispering seemed to grow louder, now joined by faint footsteps circling me. Scrambling to my feet, I kept moving, praying to find a clearing, a road, anything familiar. But the forest refused to give up its secrets. Every tree looked the same. Every shadow seemed to move. My chest burned, my lungs ached, but I couldn't stop. Then I saw them. Figures. At first, I thought it was a trick of the fading light, shapes blending with the trees. But they moved, slowly, unnaturally, gliding more than walking. Human-shaped, impossibly thin, hunched, with dark clothing that merged with the shadows. Their heads tilted in ways no human neck should tilt. They were watching me. I screamed, and the sounds seemed to trigger more of them. I couldn't see how many there were, but the forest suddenly felt full of them. They didn't run, didn't shout, they just glided silently, surrounding me, always keeping their distance, but advancing steadily. I ran blindly, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping my face and arms. My flashlight finally came out, its beam cutting a narrow path through the darkness. Nothing, but I knew they were there. I could hear the faint, almost imperceptible crunch of leaves under their feet, the soft whispers trailing me wherever I went. Hours seemed to pass. I don't know how long I ran. At some point, my legs burned so much I could barely lift them, but stopping was unthinkable. The forest seemed alive, closing in, twisting paths, creating loops. Every clearing I reached turned out to be a trap, forcing me deeper into the heart of this nightmare. At one point, I stumbled into a stream, face first into the cold water. The shock of it revived me enough to scramble out and continue. I finally recognized a ridge, a familiar slope that I knew led toward a main trail. Relief surged, but it was short-lived. The figures were still there, not chasing me in a normal way, but stationed at intervals along the path, their glowing eyes catching the beam of my flashlight. They weren't human. Nothing I had ever seen was human. I ran the last stretch to my car, keys fumbling in my shaking hands. I slammed the door, locked it, and sat there, trying to calm myself. The forest outside was quiet again, but the memory of what I had seen burned into my mind. I drove home the long way, refusing to glance back, feeling their presence behind every tree I passed. That night, sleep eluded me. Every sound, the creak of the floorboards, the wind against the windows, made my heart race. I convinced myself it was my imagination, that fear had made me see things, hear things that weren't real. But then my phone buzzed, a message from an unknown number. "We saw you. You shouldn't have been there." I deleted it immediately, telling myself it was a prank, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Even now, weeks later, I avoid the woods entirely. I can't get the image out of my mind, the hunched figures gliding silently between the trees, whispering my name. Sometimes late at night, I hear faint whispers outside my window, low and deliberate, and I know they're still out there, waiting, always watching. Story the end. I was 19 the summer it happened, working part-time at a grocery store near Montpelier, Vermont, and spending most of my free days hiking. I'd grown up around woods, real woods, not city parks, and I trusted them more than I trusted most people. I knew the trails, the unmarked paths, the places tourists didn't know existed. I loved the quiet, the solitude, the feeling that the earth could swallow sound whole. I never imagined that same silence could turn into something that felt like a living threat. It was late July when I decided to take a 3-day solo hike into a remote part of the forest I'd been exploring since I was 15. No campgrounds, no rangers, no cell service, just miles of old logging roads, overgrown trails, and thick pines that closed in like walls. I wasn't stupid. I left a location note for my mom, packed my gear properly, planned my route. I'd done this sort of trip more times than I could count. The first day was uneventful. I hiked almost 8 miles in good weather, found a flat spot near a narrow creek, and made camp. Everything felt as familiar as breathing. The forest was alive with insects, birds, and distant animal calls. I got a fire going before the sun dipped. Ate, read, slept. But sometime deep into the night, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up, wide awake, heart pounding so fast it hurt. No dream woke me, no sound, nothing, just that sudden electric awareness of being observed. The woods had gone silent. not night quiet, dead silent. Every insect, every owl, every rustle had vanished. Even the creek sounded muted, like something heavy sat over the world and smothered the natural noise. I strained to listen. At first, all I heard was my heartbeat. Then, faint but unmistakable, came a soft crunch of leaves. Not far, not close, just there. A single step, then another, slow, careful, like someone trying very hard not to be heard. I held my breath, staring at the dim outline of my tent wall. Whoever or whatever was out there stopped walking. But I could still feel it. You know that sensation you get when someone stands behind you? A pressure on your skin? That's what it felt like, but from every direction at once. I waited. Minutes passed, or maybe an hour, I couldn't tell. Eventually the night noises slowly returned. A cricket here. Something moving in the underbrush. An owl far off. I didn't sleep again. In the morning, I scanned the area around my campsite. Nothing looked disturbed. No prints, no broken branches, no sign that anyone else had passed through. It was almost worse that way. I packed up early and kept moving. The trail that second day felt heavier, the air thicker. I kept hearing things behind me, a shift of dirt, a branch snapping, but every time I looked back, the forest was still. Perfectly still. That unnatural quiet from the night before kept returning in short bursts, like the forest was inhaling and holding its breath. I tried telling myself it was a cougar, maybe a bear. They were common enough in the area, but I'd grown up around them. This didn't feel like an animal tracking prey. It felt like a person keeping distance, watching. Around late afternoon, I reached a clearing I recognized from years back. An old, sun-bleached hunting blind perched in a tree, rotting but still standing. I remembered climbing it when I was younger, before it had gotten too brittle. I figured it made a good place to rest before setting camp again, so I dropped my pack and sat at the base of the trunk. That's when I noticed the carving. Not initials or old graffiti, deep, deliberate gouges in the wood. At first, I thought they were scratch marks from an animal, but they were too straight, too evenly spaced. 5 lines, each about a foot long, carved vertically. I ran my fingers over them and felt splinters that hadn't worn down from age. They were recent. Something clattered on the ground nearby. I spun toward the sound. A small pebble lay in the dirt, still rolling slightly. Something had thrown it, or dropped it. I backed up toward my pack, pulse roaring in my ears. My eyes scanned the tree line, looking for a shape, a movement, anything. That's when I saw it. A figure. Tall, thin, standing between 2 pines about 50 yards away. I couldn't make out the face. They were too far and the shadows were too thick. But the thing that froze me wasn't the figure itself. It was how still it was. Unnaturally still, like it wasn't breathing. I blinked, and in that split second, it was gone. Not walked away, gone, like it hadn't been there at all. I grabbed my pack and started moving. I didn't care where, I just needed distance. The trees felt tighter around me. The light seemed to thin out, and every instinct I had screamed to keep going. By the time the sun started to set, I was exhausted, but too afraid to stop. I found a spot tucked between boulders and set up a minimal camp. No fire. I didn't want anything that made light or noise. I ate jerky, drank water, and sat there in the half-dark listening to the forest breathe around me. The silence returned just after midnight. Not slowly. All at once. 1 second I heard crickets. The next, nothing. Then came the breathing. Not mine, not close, not distant. Just somewhere in the dark, steady and slow. Too loud, too controlled, too human. I gripped my knife, knuckles white, and pressed myself against the boulder behind me. The breathing grew louder, still unseen, still out of reach, but unmistakably directed at me. Then something scraped along the rock above my head, long, sharp, metal or bone dragging across granite. I dropped down, heart slamming. The scraping stopped immediately. The breathing didn't. I don't remember falling asleep. I must have passed out because the next thing I knew, the sky was gray with dawn. My body felt like it had been clenched for hours. I didn't even bother cooking breakfast. I just packed my things, ready to get out of the woods entirely. That's when I noticed the marks on the boulder. 5 long, deep scratches carved into the rock behind where I'd been sitting. The same pattern I'd seen on the tree. A cold weight settled in my gut. Whatever had been there didn't just watch me, it had gotten close. Close enough to carve stone inches from my skull. I moved fast after that. No breaks. Barely drinking, barely thinking. My only focus was getting back to the trailhead. Halfway there, the forest shifted again. The quiet hit like a wall. The air felt colder, heavier. Something was following me. I heard it, steps that matched mine. When I stopped, it stopped. When I moved, it moved, always just out of sight. Then came a whisper. My name, not shouted, not spoken loudly, just breathed between the trees, drawn out. Wrong. I ran. Branches tore at my arms and face. My pack slammed into my back with every desperate step. I could hear movement behind me. Faster, closer, matching my pace with terrifying ease. I didn't dare look. When I finally saw the roof of the ranger's cabin through the trees, my knees nearly buckled with relief. I sprinted the last stretch, stumbling onto the gravel lot. And the moment I broke through the tree line, everything stopped. The footsteps, the whispering, the oppressive silence. The forest went back to normal like nothing had happened. I pounded on the cabin door until the ranger opened it, bleary-eyed and confused. I must have looked insane, sweaty, shaking, covered in scratches, eyes wide like an animal. I told him someone had followed me, stalked me, watched me. He searched the area with me once the sun was fully up. No footprints, no broken branches, no scratch marks, no evidence anyone but me had been out there at all. 2 days later, my mom found 5 long scratch marks on the outside of her house, right next to my bedroom window. Deep. Fresh. I didn't tell her what they meant. I moved to a different room that same night, too afraid to sleep near the glass. Every now and then, I still wake up with that same electric jolt, that same sense of being watched. Sometimes when I walk near the woods behind our property, the birds go silent all at once, and sometimes I swear I see a tall, thin shadow between the trees, standing too still to be anything human. Always watching, always waiting. Story the end. The first time I went alone into the woods, I thought it would be freeing. I didn't want to hear the sound of traffic or the constant hum of people. I wanted silence. The kind that presses against your ears and makes you feel like the world has stopped spinning. I chose a stretch of forest along the Blue Ridge Mountains in North Carolina. I'd heard there was an old logging trail that ran deep into the hills, far beyond where most hikers went. No marked paths, no cabins, nothing but trees and the occasional creek. Perfect for someone like me who wanted to vanish for a few days. I left my truck at a small gravel pull-off, just as the sun was dropping behind the ridge. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. I adjusted my pack and started down the trail, listening to the crunch of leaves under my boots. The first couple of miles were easy. The road was wide enough to walk comfortably, and there were occasional breaks in the trees where the fading light painted the ground in gold. Birds chirped lazily, a squirrel scampered up a tree, and everything felt peaceful. I kept telling myself this was exactly what I needed: alone, untouched, safe. By late afternoon, I found a small clearing beside a shallow creek. The area was perfect: flat ground for my tent, easy access to water, and enough tree cover to block the wind. I set up camp, gathered wood for a fire, and started to feel the tension in my shoulders ease. The forest seemed to swallow all other noise. I ate a simple meal, stared into the fire, and for the first time in weeks, I felt at peace. But night has a way of turning even familiar places into something unknown. After dark, the woods became thicker, heavier. The trees loomed like silent sentinels. The fire crackled softly, and at first, the only sounds were those I expected: the creek gurgling, the wind in the branches, the occasional call of an owl. Then I heard it, a snapping twig. It was faint but deliberate. I froze, straining to listen. Another snap, closer this time. My mind immediately leapt to the usual suspects: deer, raccoon, or a lost hiker. But the sound had a rhythm, almost like steps. I swallowed hard and called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded thin and small in the vastness of the forest. Nothing. I waited, listening. Another snap, then silence. I told myself I was imagining things. I tried to relax, telling myself the forest had its own way of playing tricks. I went back to the fire, poking at it, pretending everything was normal. But the uneasy feeling in my stomach refused to go away. Around midnight, I woke to the sound again. Footsteps. Barefoot. Close. Slow. Deliberate. I didn't dare unzip the tent. I just listened, my heart hammering in my chest. The footsteps circled the clearing, paused, then retreated toward the tree line. I held my breath for what felt like an eternity. The night was silent again, but I couldn't sleep. At first light, I crawled out of the tent. My fire had burned down to embers. That's when I saw them. Footprints. Bare, human footprints leading from the trees to the edge of my campsite, circling the tent in a wide arc. My stomach knotted. Whoever had been there had walked barefoot through the forest in the dark, right past me, and no one had disturbed the scene. No stolen gear, no sign of struggle, just the presence. I packed quickly and decided to move further down the trail, deeper into the woods. The idea was simple: get away from whoever or whatever had been out there. My nerves were frayed, but I was stubborn. I wanted to prove to myself that I could do this, that I could handle being alone. Hours passed. The trail became less defined, overgrown with saplings and underbrush. I forced my way forward, ignoring the snapping twigs and rustling leaves that seemed to follow me with every step. Every now and then I would stop and look over my shoulder, expecting to see someone. But there was nothing, just shadows shifting in the underbrush. By late afternoon, I reached a small ridge overlooking a valley. The sun was low, casting long, eerie shadows. I set up camp again, this time closer to the ridge, thinking the elevation would give me a better view. I built a fire, ate, and tried to relax, but the unease from the previous night had not left me. It hovered, a weight pressing down on my shoulders. Sometime after dark, I heard it again. This time a soft, deliberate breathing. Human breathing. Close. Too close. I froze, clutching my knife. The sound moved around the camp, brushing past the edge of my tent. I didn't dare unzip the flap. Whoever it was, they were circling, watching, waiting. Minutes passed like hours. The breathing stopped. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat upright in my sleeping bag, knife in hand, listening to the silence that followed. Every rustle, every snap of a twig made me flinch. Every shadow looked like a person standing just beyond the light of my fire. When dawn finally came, I emerged cautiously. Footprints, again. Bare, larger than mine. They circled my camp, led to the ridge, and then disappeared into the trees. But the trail didn't lead away from me. It ran parallel to where I had walked, like whoever had been following me had paced me all night. I decided to leave immediately. I packed my gear, shoved it into my backpack, and started down the trail. My steps were hurried, almost frantic. Every now and then I thought I heard something behind me, a snap, a whisper of movement. My imagination tried to rationalize it, but deep down I knew I wasn't imagining the presence. An hour or so into the hike, I saw something that froze me in place. A tree off the trail had its bark peeled back in a long vertical strip, fresh, deep grooves carved into it in the same pattern. 3 vertical lines crossed by a single horizontal one. I scanned the surrounding trees and saw the symbol again, etched repeatedly, all facing the trail, all facing me. Panic set in. I ran. My pack bounced painfully against my back. I didn't care about tripping or twisting an ankle. I just wanted to get out. When I finally reached the gravel pull-off where my truck was parked, I thought I could finally breathe. But the door was ajar. I had locked it before leaving. My stomach twisted into knots. I approached slowly. The interior smelled faintly of damp earth. My glove compartment was open, the papers inside scattered, and on the driver's seat, pressed into the leather, was a single barefoot imprint. Large, heavy, unmistakable. I threw my pack in the back, slammed the door, and sped down the road. Gravel sprayed behind my tires as my hands shook uncontrollably. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station 30 miles away. A week later, I went through my gear, trying to convince myself it had all been in my head. That's when I found it. A small scrap of bark wedged in my backpack, carved with the same symbol. 3 vertical lines crossed by a single horizontal one, the same one I had seen on the trees. I haven't gone back into the woods alone since. I still get chills when I think about it, still double-check my locks when I drive at night, still wake up at times convinced I hear the same soft breathing circling just outside the tent. The woods behind me, but I know in some dark, quiet corner of them that presence is still out there. Waiting, watching, story the end. I had always thought I knew the woods around northern Minnesota. I'd grown up in Duluth, spending summers with my grandfather at his cabin near the Boundary Waters. But that summer, when I decided to go camping alone for a long weekend, I realized how little I actually knew. The trees I thought were familiar became strangers. The quiet became oppressive, and the dark had a weight I had never felt before. I parked my car at a small trailhead near Lake Winnebagoshish, grabbed my pack, and started the 2-mile trek to a site I'd scouted months before. It was an isolated spot I remembered from previous canoe trips, a small clearing near the water's edge, surrounded by pine and birch. The trail was overgrown in parts, and the mosquitoes were relentless, but I kept moving, excited for solitude. When I reached the clearing, the lake stretched before me like glass, reflecting the cloudy sky. I set up my small tent, gathered firewood, and built a modest fire pit with stones I found nearby. The day was warm, but the wind off the water carried a chill, so I kept the fire going longer than necessary. I cooked dinner on a portable stove, washed up in the lake, and settled onto a log to watch the sunset. The water turned gold, the pines became shadows, and I felt a peaceful isolation that I had craved. Night came quickly, bringing a velvet darkness I wasn't entirely comfortable with. I lay in my tent with my sleeping bag zipped tightly, listening to the familiar sounds of the lake, frogs croaking, water lapping gently on the shore, the occasional splash of a fish jumping. But after a while, I noticed something different. The quiet between these sounds had grown. It was too quiet. There were no owls, no insects, no rustling of small animals. The forest seemed to hold its breath. That's when I heard it, a low, deliberate snap of a branch. My first thought was a deer, or maybe a raccoon, but the snap was too heavy, too precise. Then another. Someone or something was moving slowly toward my campsite. My heart began to pound. I sat upright in my sleeping bag, straining to see through the thin walls of the tent. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. Pause. It moved along the edge of the clearing, not coming straight toward the tent, but close enough that I felt its presence. I whispered, "Hello?" The sound of my own voice felt foreign, loud, almost foolish. The footsteps stopped, then moved again, circling the clearing. Every movement was calculated, deliberate, and terrifyingly human. I stayed frozen for what felt like an eternity, gripping the flashlight I had stashed in my tent. When the sound moved farther into the trees, I exhaled slowly, convincing myself it was just a hiker or a hunter who had wandered too close. But there was no mistaking it. These were not animal steps. Morning didn't bring relief. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I decided to explore the area around the clearing, hoping that daylight would make things feel safer. I walked along the edge of the water, keeping my pack close and my eyes scanning for movement. Everything seemed normal. Birds chirped faintly, the lake's surface shimmered, and the forest looked untouched. Then I saw it. Prints. Large, irregular footprints pressed into the soft, damp soil near the water's edge. They weren't like any human prints I'd seen. They were too long, too wide, with an odd arrangement of toes, almost claw-like. They started at the tree line and led directly to the spot where I had slept. My stomach sank. Someone, or something, had been there last night, close enough to touch my tent. I turned to follow the trail, curious despite my fear, and noticed the footprints didn't just stop. They circled the clearing, weaving between trees as if tracing an invisible pattern. Panic started to rise in my chest. I realized then that whatever had made the tracks wasn't just nearby, it had been observing me. I returned to camp quickly, packed my gear, and tried to keep calm. I decided to hike out, back to my car, instead of staying another night. The trail seemed different on the way back. Shadows fell strangely under the trees, branches reached out like hands, and every snapping twig made me jump. I kept reminding myself of the sun and the familiar path, but the feeling of being followed never left. About halfway back, I heard it again, a soft crunch behind me, careful and measured. My pace quickened. The sound matched my steps. I dared a glance over my shoulder and saw nothing. My mind tried to rationalize it, maybe the wind, maybe my imagination. But instinct screamed otherwise. The footsteps continued for almost a mile, always just behind, never catching up, never getting further away. My breathing came in ragged bursts. I stumbled several times over roots and rocks, cursing under my breath, too terrified to stop. Then the sound changed. Instead of walking, it was a dragging noise, heavy and deliberate, moving parallel to the trail, but just out of sight. My heart raced. Whatever it was following me, and it was close. I broke into a run. The trees blurred around me. My lungs burned. I tripped over a fallen log, scraped my hands and knees, and barely noticed. All I could think about was reaching my car, escaping the woods. The sound followed me, moving faster now, matching my sprint. Finally, I burst out of the dense forest onto the dirt road where my car was parked. I yanked the door open, shoved my pack inside, and jumped in, locking the doors. I sat there, gasping for air, scanning the tree line. The sounds stopped the moment I reached the road. I couldn't see anything, but I knew it had been there. The tracks, the breathing, the way the forest had been silent when it moved. I started the car and drove off, never looking back. Years later, I've tried to make sense of that night. I've read about predators, about people who live off the grid, about cryptids in the northern forests. Nothing explains the footprints, the dragging noise, or the sense of deliberate observation. The worst part is the memory of it, feeling eyes on me, knowing that someone or something had been close enough to touch the tent while I slept. I haven't camped alone since. I stick to busy, popular sites where there are other people around, where I can hear laughter and voices and know that I'm not the only human in the woods. But sometimes, when the wind is quiet and the night is still, I swear I can hear the soft crunch of footsteps just beyond the edge of the clearing, moving slowly, deliberately, waiting. Story, the end. The first time I told anyone what happened to me in the woods behind Lake Arrowhead, they looked at me the way you look at someone who's been awake too long or drank too much. They nodded, pretended to listen, and then politely suggested it must have been an animal or the wind or my imagination. I stopped talking about it eventually, but the memory still sits with me, thick and heavy, the way fog settles in the pines after a long night of rain. I was 24 when it happened. I just quit a job I hated, broken up with someone I'd been with for 3 years, and convinced myself the only thing I needed was a few days alone. The kind of alone where you hear your own footsteps and feel your thoughts loosen from the noise of daily life. I packed up my tent, a cooler, a borrowed hunting knife from my cousin, and drove into Northern California where the pine forests stretch for miles and the GPS dies long before you reach your destination. I parked at a trailhead so small even locals didn't bother with it. A thin wooden sign, half-eaten by rot and moss, warned hikers to travel in pairs. I didn't think twice about it. I locked my car and started the 3-mile hike to a lake that barely showed up on maps, one of those places people visit once and then defend like a secret. The woods felt normal at first, quiet but not unnatural. The kind of quiet where you hear everything clearly, the echo of your steps, the distant trill of birds, the wind rolling through the needles above like soft waves. The deeper I hiked, the more the temperature dropped until the air felt sharper, almost metallic in my lungs. The lake was beautiful. Dark water reflecting dark trees, uninterrupted by anything man-made. I set my tent near the shore, built a small fire, and sat for a long time watching the light fade into a navy blue that hid the distant peaks. I remember thinking it was exactly what I needed. I remember wishing I'd stayed home. That night, something woke me up before midnight. At first, it was just a feeling, some instinct that pried open my eyes without sound or movement. I blinked into the darkness, waiting for the usual noises of the forest, insects, owls, the soft groan of trees shifting in the wind. Nothing came. The silence wasn't peaceful, it was total, like the woods were holding their breath. Then came the crunch. It wasn't loud, but in the stillness, it felt like a crack of thunder, the distinct sound of pine needles and dead leaves being stepped on, not crushed by something low to the ground, but flattened under real weight. A person. I froze, listening so hard my ears hurt. Another step. Closer this time. I quietly reached for my flashlight. My hand trembled so badly I almost dropped it. I didn't turn it on yet. I didn't want the beam to give away exactly where I was inside the tent. A third step. Slow, deliberate, not wandering, not unsure. Then the breathing started. At first it sounded like wind forcing its way through a tight gap, but there was no wind. The air was still. The breathing was strained, wet at the edges like something deep in the person's chest was broken. The footsteps stopped right outside my tent. Every hair on my body lifted. I held my breath, knife clutched in one hand, flashlight in the other. Then fingers dragged across the nylon, slow, exploring, like someone tracing the outline of what was inside. I snapped the flashlight on and jabbed the beam toward the sound, expecting to see a silhouette through the tent wall. Nothing. The fingers stopped. The breathing stopped. Even the forest seemed to brace itself. Then everything exploded at once. Something slammed into the side of the tent so hard it knocked me onto my back. The entire structure bent inward, fabric scraping my face, metal poles groaning. I scrambled up, slashed blindly with the knife, slicing through nylon. I didn't hit anything solid, but whatever was out there recoiled with a guttural sound that made my stomach twist. It wasn't human, not quite. It had the roughness of a man's voice, but warped, ragged, ruined. I crawled through the tear I'd made and stumbled into the dirt. The flashlight beam shook wildly as I pointed it in every direction. The woods were empty. No running footsteps, no branches snapping, no rustling. Nothing moved. The night swallowed the light as fast as I cast it. My tent lay half collapsed. The entire rear side caved in as if something had thrown its weight into it. I backed away slowly, my breath fogging in front of me. I wasn't cold, but the air felt suddenly frigid. I should have run right then. I should have taken the flashlight and knife and followed the trail back down the mountain. But fear does strange things. It freezes you. It convinces you to hold still and hope the danger passes. I dragged my sleeping bag out, built the fire as high as I safely could, and sat with my back against a tree until dawn. And the entire time I felt watched. Not constantly, just in waves. Like something drifted close for a few minutes, then pulled back. Close, then back. Never approaching the circle of firelight, but never leaving entirely. When the sun finally rose, I packed up in minutes. My tent was torn beyond repair. My hands shook as I stuffed what was salvageable into my backpack. I kept looking around for footprints, drag marks, anything, but the forest floor was too thick with needles and old leaves to show anything clearly. I found only one sign something had been there. One of the metal tent pegs was bent nearly in half, like someone had twisted it between their fingers. I left fast, but the trail felt different. Narrower, darker, as if the trees leaned closer than before. Halfway back to the car, I caught a flash of movement behind me, something skinny and pale slipping between two pines. I spun around and shined my flashlight, but again, there was nothing. Still, I didn't feel alone. I didn't let myself stop until the parking area came into view. Relief washed through me, warm and dizzying, but the feeling didn't last. On the trunk of my car, smeared into the dust, were 4 long streaks, thin, uneven, like someone had dragged their fingers across it. But the spacing was wrong, too wide for a human hand. The lines carved deeper in some places, as if nails or claws had pressed harder. I wiped them off, got in the car, and drove until the mountains disappeared in my rearview mirror. I didn't go back into the woods for almost 2 years. Eventually, though, I convinced myself I had overreacted, that it was probably some injured animal, desperate or territorial, behaving in ways that didn't match what I expected. The mind fills gaps when you're scared. It imagines things. Maybe that's all it had been. At least that's what I told myself. But then last summer I learned something I can't shake. My cousin, same one who lent me the knife, works with local search and rescue teams. He mentioned casually that a hiker went missing near Lake Arrowhead. A 40-year-old guy, experienced camper, good health. He'd been out there before, knew the area. They found his backpack torn open, clothes slashed, tent flattened like something had dropped onto it. No sign of the man. Searchers said it looked like a bear attack, but no bear tracks were found. No blood either. Just destroyed gear and a tent pole bent almost 90 degrees. They never found him. My cousin didn't know where exactly it happened. But when he pulled up the GPS coordinates, something inside me went cold. It was less than a mile from where I had camped. Now I live in town, far from those woods, but sometimes I still wake up at night with that same instinctive jolt I felt before the first crunch of leaves. I lie still, listening for breathing that isn't mine. And some nights, especially when the air is cold and the wind isn't moving, I swear I hear it. A strained inhale, a wet exhale, like something ruined is trying to breathe through broken lungs, like it followed me home. Story the end. The first time I ever spent a night completely alone in the woods, I was 23, fresh out of college, and convinced that solitude made me tougher. Back then, I lived in western Montana, in a small town where people left their doors unlocked and thought danger was something that happened in other states. I'd grown up hunting, fishing, hiking. Being in the woods felt like home, familiar as the inside of my own bedroom. That's why I didn't think twice when I decided to spend a long weekend solo in the Kootenai National Forest in late September. I chose a spot I'd visited once with friends, deep enough that most casual hikers wouldn't bother with it, but not so remote I thought it could be dangerous. It was a 3-hour hike from the logging road where I parked, following an overgrown trail that wound through birch, ponderosa pine, and dense underbrush. The air smelled like cold earth and fading pine sap. Leaves were already scattered across the forest floor, soft and damp under my boots. I remember feeling peaceful, confident, like I belonged there. About an hour before dusk, I reached the clearing where a small glass-still pond sat tucked between two ridges. That was where I planned to set up camp. The water reflected the pale sky like a mirror, undisturbed except for the occasional ripple from a fish. I pitched my tent under a cluster of lodgepole pines, started a small fire, and cooked a simple dinner. Everything felt right. But around the time the sun dipped low enough to stain the trees orange, I felt the first hint of something off. It wasn't a sound. It wasn't something I saw. It was a feeling, sharp and sudden, like walking into a room where someone had been arguing moments earlier. A pressure in the air, a tightness beneath the ribs. I remember pausing with my spoon halfway to my mouth, turning slowly to look across the tree line. Nothing moved. The woods weren't silent, exactly. I could still hear distant birds and the soft lap of water at the pond's edge, but something in those sounds felt muted, like they were performing normalcy instead of being natural. I tried to shake it off. I'd been alone less than 2 hours. It was normal to feel jumpy. My mind was probably adjusting to the quiet. But as darkness fell, the uneasiness stayed. I banked the fire low, crawled into my tent, and lay there listening to the wind moving through pine needles. Every now and then, I'd hear a distant crack of a branch, but I told myself it was animals. A deer. A fox. Nothing unusual. At some point, I drifted into a light sleep. What woke me was nothing dramatic, no loud noise or sudden movement, just the sensation that someone was close. You know that feeling, even if you don't want to admit it. That instinct, the one that hums beneath your skin and whispers you're not alone. I opened my eyes, heart already pounding. My tent was nearly pitch black, except for the faint orange glow from the dying embers of my fire outside. I held my breath and listened. At first, I heard nothing. Then slowly I became aware of a soft sound, so faint I thought I might be imagining it. Breathing. Not mine. This breathing was slower, heavier, and came from somewhere near the backside of my tent. I stayed perfectly still. I remember thinking, maybe it's a bear. The idea should have terrified me more, but for a moment I clung to it. A bear made sense. A bear was an animal, a creature I could understand. But the breathing wasn't right. It wasn't the deep, snuffling huffs bears make. It sounded almost human. Not quite, but close enough that the hair on my arms rose. The breathing moved slightly, closer, then still again. I saw the fabric of my tent shift inward just barely, as if someone pressed their face close to listen. A cold sweat slid down my spine. I didn't move, didn't blink. I wasn't sure I was capable of moving. The breathing stayed there, steady, patient. Minutes passed. Then, with no warning, the breathing stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I strained to hear footsteps, movement, anything, but there was nothing. Not even the usual rustle of leaves. Eventually, after maybe 15 minutes, I don't know, it felt like hours, I realized I couldn't stay there waiting for something to happen. Slowly, silently, I reached for the small hatchet I kept near the tent door. My hand trembled so badly I had to grip the handle twice. I unzipped the door just enough to peek out. The fire was nearly out completely. The woods were still. Too still. I listened. Nothing. Step by step, I crawled out and stood, forcing my eyes to adjust. My legs were shaking. I circled the tent in slow, tense steps. Nothing there. No tracks I could see, no movement, no sign of an animal or a person. But I knew what I had heard. I wasn't imagining it. Still gripping the hatchet, I added more wood to the fire until it blazed bright and hot, pushing the shadows back. Then I sat with my back to a tree and waited for dawn. I didn't go back in the tent. I didn't even blink for more than a second. Around 4 a.m, when the fire had burned down again, the woods finally made a sound I recognized. A distant owl hooting, normal, familiar. A sound that meant the world was turning again. But right after that hoot, something else answered. Something low, uneven, almost like a person trying to mimic an owl without knowing how. Whatever it was, it came from the direction of the pond. I kept the fire going until the sky began to pale. I didn't pack up neatly the way I normally would. I shoved everything into my backpack, ripped down my tent without folding it, and left the campsite as fast as I could without outright running. The first mile felt like walking underwater. Every sound too close, every shadow suspicious. I kept checking behind me, convinced I'd see someone or something following. 2 miles from where I'd camped, the trail bent through a narrow section lined with thick, tangled brush. As I walked through it, I caught a whiff of something strange, a smell like wet soil mixed with something sour. I slowed down. There, in the mud between the bushes, was a footprint, human, bare, elongated, with toes spread wider than normal, almost splayed like something used to walking without shoes for years. But what chilled me more was that it pointed uphill, toward the direction I had come from, toward the campsite. And directly beside that footprint was another, smaller, as if whatever made it had stepped lightly. Carefully, I looked around, heart slamming against my ribs. The woods were silent again, that unnatural, oppressive quiet. I didn't linger. I started walking faster, my pack pounding against my back. But the woods didn't feel empty anymore. They felt like they were watching. Every few minutes, I thought I heard something behind me, a faint step, a brush of branches, the slightest shift of weight. Every time I turned, nothing was there, but the feeling persisted. The sense of being followed, tracked, studied. By the last mile, I was almost jogging. When I finally reached my car, I didn't look around, didn't check the trees, didn't scan the brush. I threw everything into the back seat, got in, locked the doors, and tore out down that rough dirt road faster than was safe. Only when I reached the highway did I finally let myself cry. Later that evening, when I'd calmed down enough to think clearly, I convinced myself I needed to go back for one reason only: my tent stakes. I'd left them hammered into the ground. They were titanium, expensive, and I didn't want to waste money replacing them. I waited until the next afternoon, broad daylight, and drove back to the trailhead. Even then, every part of me screamed not to go. But I told myself I was being ridiculous. I hiked fast, ignoring the way the woods felt heavier than usual. When I reached the clearing, my stomach dropped. My tent stakes were lined up in a perfect row at the edge of the pond. Someone had pulled them out. Someone had placed them there. And next to them, pressed deep into the soft earth of the shore, was a single bare footprint, long, narrow, and fresh. I didn't stay to look at anything else. I ran. I left Montana 6 months later. I still hike, but I don't camp alone anymore. Not anywhere. Not ever. I've never been able to explain what happened that night. I don't know if it was a person. I don't know if it was something that only looks like a person. I don't know if I was lucky or just unnoticed. But sometimes, late at night, I think about that breathing outside my tent. Slow, heavy, almost human. And I wonder how close it came to opening the zipper. Story the end. The first time I told this story out loud, my friends didn't believe me. A few laughed, one clapped me on the shoulder and told me I should write horror for a living. But there was nothing fictional about what happened. Even now, years later, when I close my eyes, I can still hear the sound that followed me through the trees that night. I can still feel the cold panic in my chest, the kind that makes your ribs ache. I was 26, fresh off a breakup and a job transition, trying to clear my head. I'd always loved the woods, especially the old-growth patches of western Montana, where the air smelled like sap and cold stone. My uncle owned a small piece of land near Lolo National Forest where he kept a dilapidated hunting cabin. When he heard I wanted space to breathe, he told me I could go there anytime. Just bring extra water, he warned, and don't expect cell service. The place was simple. One room, a rusty wood stove, a single cot, and a sagging porch. No electricity, no road except a barely passable dirt track that people rarely used unless they were hunters or loggers. The nearest town was 20 miles away. I left my truck by the gate 2 miles down the trail. Fallen trees made it impossible to drive the rest of the way, and hiked in with a full pack. The forest was quiet, too quiet for mid-afternoon. Birds weren't calling, and even the underbrush seemed still. I chalked it up to the season. Early November meant the animals were either migrating or preparing for winter. Inside the cabin, dust layered everything like a second skin. I opened the windows, swept the floor, checked the corners. Nesting mice had chewed through one of the blankets, and something with long claws had left faint scratches along the inside of the door. That made me pause. Bears sometimes wandered this far, but the marks were too narrow, too close together. Still, I didn't let myself dwell on it. The place had been sitting empty for months. Rodents could make strange marks if they were determined enough. I spent the afternoon gathering firewood, splitting logs, heating a pot of soup on the stove. As the sun went down, a deep cold settled around the cabin. The sort of cold that made the boards creak sharply, like footsteps crossing the floor. Even bundled in layers, I could feel the air seeping in through cracks between the planks. I went outside once more to brush my teeth. Frost clung to the grasses around the porch. My breath floated in thick clouds. The woods stood motionless, except for the faint groan of trees shifting in the wind. Then I heard it. A branch snapping directly ahead of me. Loud, deliberate, close. I froze. Breath held, toothbrush still in my mouth. Another snap. Then a slow rustle, as though something was brushing against the low branches of the firs. "Hello?" I called out. My voice echoed strangely. "Anyone out there?" The woods answered with silence so heavy it felt like pressure on my ears. I scanned with my headlamp. Nothing. Just trees, black and tall, pressing in from all sides. The rustling stopped. I waited. The cold made my hands shake. Eventually, after hearing nothing else, I convinced myself it was a deer or maybe an elk. They wandered close to structures, sometimes curious or hungry. Inside, I latched the door and added more wood to the stove. I sat on the cot, unable to shake the feeling I'd been watched. It took a long time for sleep to come. At around 2 in the morning, something pulled me abruptly from a dream. A scraping sound. Long, slow, steady. It was coming from outside. My eyes shot open. A heart began to thud against my ribs. I listened, barely breathing, the heat from the stove doing nothing to ease the cold building inside my chest. Scrape. 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 It was moving across the outer wall. Not claws exactly, more like something hard dragging along the wood. I swung my legs off the cot and reached for the flashlight. The beam cut across the room, catching dust floating in the air. I tiptoed toward the window, but stayed low. Something told me not to stand in full view. Another scrape, this time just beneath the window. I lowered myself to the floor and crawled to the far side of the room. I extinguished the lantern so only the dull glow of the stove lit the walls. Then I heard breathing. Not animal, not the huffing of a bear or the sharp exhale of a deer. This breathing sounded wrong. Slow, heavy, wet, as if each inhale strained against lungs that didn't work properly. The sound rose and fell in irregular waves. It was inches from the cabin wall. My hands began to sweat despite the cold. I backed away from the window, my heart hammering so loudly I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. Then, 3 knocks, firm, intentional, on the cabin door. I nearly dropped the flashlight. Someone was out there. Or something. 3 more knocks. Slower, harder. "Who's there?" I yelled, my voice cracking. "I'm armed." I wasn't, not really. There was an axe for splitting wood and a pocket knife, but nothing that would help if a person decided to break in. The door had no deadbolt, just a simple latch. The breathing outside grew louder, then it stopped. For 30 seconds I heard nothing but the hiss of the stove, then soft, dragging footsteps moved away from the door. I waited, muscles locked, barely able to breathe. The footsteps receded into the woods. The silence that followed was worse than the sounds had been. I didn't sleep again. I sat with my back against the wall, gripping the flashlight until my fingers went numb. By sunrise, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. Whatever was out there wasn't an animal. I didn't want to know anything more about it. I stuffed my gear into my pack, barely pausing to eat. As I stepped onto the porch, icy air hit my face, and I immediately saw something in the dirt. Tracks. Large ones. At first I thought they were boot prints, but they were too long, too wide, the shape too irregular. 5 distinct impressions at the front, almost like toes but much larger. The stride was long, closer to a man running than walking. They circled the cabin, and they passed by my bedroom window. The realization made my stomach twist painfully. Something had stood just feet from my head while I slept. I didn't follow the prints. I didn't want to know where they led. I took the trail back toward my truck. The forest felt wrong again, wrong in a way that made the air heavy, like something unseen was pressing against my skin. Every few minutes, I turned around, certain I'd see something following. About a mile down the trail, I heard the first sound behind me. A crunch. Then another. Slow. Purposeful. I tightened my grip on my pack straps and walked faster. The footsteps matched my pace. staying just out of sight. I didn't dare run yet. Running felt like it would trigger something in whatever was following me. The trees creaked overhead, crows cawed in warning. I could see my breath puffing out in sharp bursts. Another crunch behind me. Closer now. I turned my head slightly, hoping to catch a glimpse without stopping. That's when I saw it. A shape. Tall. Too tall. It stood half hidden behind a cluster of trees, its outline blending with the bark. I didn't see a face, just a suggestion of a head too high up, a shoulder too broad, a form too still. I froze. The shape shifted. Not stepping out, not moving forward, but leaning slightly as though trying to see me better. Something inside me snapped. I ran. Branches whipped my arms, roots threatened to trip me. The forest blurred around me, breath tearing from my lungs. I didn't hear the footsteps anymore. Didn't hear anything except the blood pounding in my ears. When I reached the final bend before the clearing where my truck was parked, I risked one glance back. The thing had moved onto the trail. It wasn't running. It wasn't even struggling to keep up. It just stood there, tall and terrible and silent, as if it knew I had seen enough. I stumbled the last 20 feet to my truck, nearly dropping the keys. My hands shook violently as I unlocked the door, threw myself inside, and slammed the locks down. I kept my eyes focused forward as I started the engine. Gravel spun beneath the tires as I reversed too fast, nearly hitting a sapling. Only when I reached the main road did I look in the rearview mirror. Nothing. No figure. No movement. Just empty forest. I drove straight to town, shaking so hard I had to pull over twice to breathe. At a gas station, an older man asked if I was all right. I told him I'd startled a bear. He gave me a long look and said, "No bear makes a man look like that." He wasn't wrong. I never went back to my uncle's cabin. A few months later, he sold the property. He said the maintenance wasn't worth the trouble, but I saw something in his eyes when he told me, like maybe he had his own reasons for letting the land go. I don't know what followed me through the woods that night. I don't want to guess. I just know it wasn't human, and it wasn't animal. And sometimes, when I wake in the middle of the night to a sound I can't place, it takes me a moment to remember I'm no longer in that cabin. Even then, I lie awake for hours, listening to the dark. Story the end. I was 23 the first time I spent a night alone in the woods. I'd camped plenty growing up. Family trips, Boy Scouts, weekends with friends up along the Adirondacks. But I had never gone out by myself. Back then, the idea felt peaceful. I had just gotten laid off from a warehouse job in western Pennsylvania, and the noise of life felt too loud, too crushing, like every small thing was pressing in on me. So I packed my old external frame backpack, filled 2 Nalgene's, tossed in instant oatmeal packets, a cheap flashlight, and a folding knife that couldn't have defended me from anything more dangerous than a stubborn package label. I drove north into the Allegheny National Forest, taking the forest roads deeper than I ever had before. It was late September, that time of year when the mornings bite at your skin and the afternoons trick you into forgetting winter is coming. The sky was a pale sheet, sun muted behind clouds, the kind of thin daylight that makes it hard to tell what time it is. I parked at a pull-off where the trailhead kiosk had a laminated map stapled crookedly to the wood. Someone had carved initials into the post, half scraped away by weather. No cars were parked nearby, no hikers, no noise except the wind sliding over the treetops. Exactly what I thought I wanted. I hiked in about 4 miles before settling on a spot near a shallow creek that murmured softly over smooth stones. The water was clear enough to see my reflection bending with the ripples. Ferns grew thick along the banks, and the ground had a mat of pine needles that felt soft underfoot. The air smelled earthy, old in a comforting way. I pitched my little one-person tent and hung my food bag from a tree branch the Boy Scout way, at least 12 feet up, 4 feet out, and tried to wander around without thinking too much about how alone I really was. There's something that happens when the last human voice fades. The forest grows around you differently, like it notices, like it listens. I boiled water, ate instant mac and cheese from a pouch, then sat on a fallen log while dusk gathered between the trees. The more the light drained out, the quieter everything became. No birds, no insects. Even the creek seemed to soften, as if trying not to draw attention. I rolled into my sleeping bag around 9, but I didn't fall asleep fast. Every time a twig snapped or leaf shifted, my eyes opened. I kept telling myself it was deer or raccoons or the normal settling of the forest at night, but something about the silence between those sounds, those long, empty stretches, felt wrong. Sometime after midnight, I woke up suddenly, though I didn't know why. My heart was already hammering. The tent was lit only by the faint moonlight seeping through the nylon fabric, and everything felt cold despite my layered clothes. Then I heard it. A voice. Faint. Broken, like someone whispering from far off through a torn throat. Hello? It stretched out strangely, almost musical, but off-key in a way that made something deep inside me twist. A person calling for help should sound desperate, panicked. This didn't. It sounded like someone practicing the shape of the word without understanding it. I froze completely. I thought maybe I was dreaming. Maybe it was the creek. Maybe the wind. Hello? Closer this time. Too close. I didn't breathe. Didn't move. Every instinct I had screamed at me to stay absolutely silent. My hands searched slowly for the knife I'd shoved into the corner of the tent before sleeping. My fingers brushed the handle just as a soft crack came from outside. One footstep, slow, heavy enough to compress the pine needles. Then another, deliberate, coming toward my tent. A third step, almost dragging like the weight wasn't evenly distributed. Something, or someone, stopped just feet from my tent door. My pulse thundered in my ears. Then it said my name. Not shouted, not spoken normally. Whispered, stretched, as if pushed through a throat that had to relearn how to form sounds. My blood ran cold. I had not told a soul where I was going. I'd left no note. My phone, useless without signal, was powered off in my pack. No one should have known my name out here. No one should have known I was even alive, much less alone in a forest in the middle of the night. Pine needles crunched softly like someone shifting their stance. I stared at the tent wall, half expecting a hand or a face to press against it. What came instead was worse. A slow exhale, long and trembling, like the thing outside had no lungs but was trying to imitate the sound of breathing. It went on too long, far too long for any person. The air inside the tent felt tight, like it was being sucked away. I shut my eyes tight, gripping the knife so hard the handle dug into my palm. I don't know how long the thing lingered there. Could have been seconds. Could have been minutes. The silence stretched so thin it felt like it might tear. Finally, the footsteps started again, moving away. Slow. Dragging. Not in a straight line, either. It circled my campsite once, twice. Maybe 3 times. I lay there, barely swallowing, barely blinking, until the sounds faded into the forest. I waited another hour before unzipping the tent just enough to peek outside. The moon had dipped behind clouds, and the woods were a smear of shapes and shadows. I saw nothing, heard nothing, but I felt something watching. The sensation crawled up my spine. I didn't sleep again. At dawn, the forest looked normal enough, pale gold sunlight dripping through branches, dew coating everything. But the ground in front of my tent was disturbed. The pine needles had been flattened in 2 large patches like someone had stood there for a long time. Only they weren't footprints. They were too wide, too long, and the spacing between them implied a stride that didn't make sense for any human. My stomach tightened so hard I thought I'd throw up. I packed in under 10 minutes, shoving everything into my bag without any attempt at order. My hands shook so badly I almost dropped the tent poles twice. I kept glancing around, convinced I'd see a figure half hidden between the trees. The forest remained dead silent. I started the hike back fast, adrenaline pushing me harder than my legs wanted to go. Every few minutes I paused, listening. But there were no birds, no insects, no breeze, just the thud of my heart and the soft crunch of my boots on the trail. Halfway to the car, the feeling returned, the sensation of being watched. I whipped around once, twice, 3 times. Nothing. But I knew I wasn't alone. A quarter-mile from the trailhead, the woods shifted. A branch snapped loudly off to my right. I spun. For a split second, I saw something move between the trees. A tall shape. Taller than any person. Wrongly tall. Its silhouette was stretched, thin, its arms too long, its head tilted as though studying me from a distance that suddenly felt too small. I didn't see a face, just the outline of something that shouldn't have been there. Then it melted backward into the trees, slipping away without a sound. I ran. When I reached the car, I nearly dropped the keys trying to unlock the door. My chest burned, my breath shaking uncontrollably. Once inside, I locked the doors and stared at the tree line. Nothing moved. But I swear, even with the windows up, engine running, and radio blasting static, I heard it. My name. So faint it barely existed. I didn't look back after that. I drove until the forest disappeared in the rearview mirror, until I reached a diner off the highway where the neon lights buzzed comfortingly and the world felt solid again. I never reported it. What would I say? That something in the woods said my name? That something with a voice that didn't sound human stood outside my tent in the middle of the night? People would have assumed I'd been drinking or imagining things or gone out there already halfway unhinged from stress. But I know what I heard, what I saw. And ever since that night, sometimes when I'm walking home late or standing near a dark window, I get that same feeling that I'm not entirely alone. And once, a few months after the trip, around 2 or 3 in the morning, I swear I heard something outside my apartment building. A voice, soft, dragged, practicing the shape of a word, practicing the shape of my name. Story the end. The first time I told anyone what happened to me in the woods near Redding, California, they thought I was leaving things out, leaving out the part where I drank too much or took something or fell and hit my head. I didn't. I remember every second of what happened. I remember the smell of the trees, the way the cold crawled under my jacket, the sound of branches snapping just out of sight. I remember the way the woods seemed to pull me deeper, even when I tried to turn back. I'd gone out there alone in late November, just before Thanksgiving. I was 26 and working nights at a hardware store. I'd been dealing with a breakup I didn't want to think about anymore, and the woods had always been the one place I felt like I could breathe again. I picked a familiar area, Shasta Trinity, a few miles off any marked trail but not totally remote. I'd camped there a few times before, never had any trouble. When I hiked in that afternoon, the sun was already low, glowing orange behind the pines. Everything smelled like sap and cold earth. I set up camp quickly beside a small rise in the ground that gave me some shelter from the wind. I ate a quick dinner, read for a bit, and crawled into my sleeping bag just after 9. At first it was peaceful, just the sound of distant wind brushing the tops of the trees. But sometime after midnight, I woke up without knowing why. The kind of sudden waking your body does when something's wrong before your brain catches up. The woods were too quiet, not silent. Quiet, still, like something was out there and every animal knew it. I lay there listening, barely breathing. Then, from somewhere in the dark, a branch snapped. Not a brittle twig, a thick branch stepped on by something heavy. I froze, telling myself it was a deer. Then came another snap, closer. I unzipped my sleeping bag as quietly as I could and reached for the small hatchet I kept inside my pack. My heart was pounding so hard I felt it in my teeth. Whatever was walking out there wasn't rushing. The steps were slow, deliberate. I finally worked up the nerve to peek outside the tent. The air was colder than it had been earlier. My breath fogged instantly. And the trees felt wrong, like they were leaning in, listening. I didn't see anything at first, just darkness and tall trunks fading into black. I waited, staring, willing my eyes to adjust. Then something moved behind one of the trees. A shape, tall human shape, but too still. It didn't sway or shift like a person trying to balance on uneven ground. I ducked back inside the tent, heart hammering in my throat. I was shaking so hard the hatchet nearly slipped from my hand. I tried to convince myself I was imagining things. People camp in the woods all the time. People see shadows, their mind fills in the rest. But then I heard the steps again, and this time they were circling my tent. Slow, measured. I held my breath. The steps stopped right beside the tent wall, inches away from me. I could hear breathing. Slow, steady breathing that didn't sound like an animal. Too quiet, too controlled. I waited for a hand to press against the nylon, for a knife to slash through, for something to happen, but nothing did. Instead, after what felt like a full minute, the steps moved away, smooth, almost gliding, until they vanished completely. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat up, gripping the hatchet, watching the tent's entrance like something was going to rip it open any second. When the first gray light seeped through the fabric, I crawled out, exhausted and freezing. There were no tracks around the tent, not even mine from the night before. The pine needles were undisturbed, like nothing had walked there in weeks. That was the first thing that made me feel like I was losing my mind. I forced myself to break down camp quickly. The woods felt too open, too quiet. My instinct was screaming at me to leave. So I stuffed everything into my pack and started hiking back earlier than planned. I made it a mile before I felt it, the sense of being watched. It crawled across my skin like static. I kept checking over my shoulder, convinced I'd see someone following. The trees behind me seemed darker, like shadows were gathering where they shouldn't be. I kept moving faster. About halfway to where I'd parked, I found something odd. A piece of blue fabric hanging from a branch. It was torn, frayed on the edges, the kind of tear that comes from something being ripped off someone's clothing. I didn't recognize it. I wasn't wearing blue. The branch it hung from was nearly 8 feet high. Someone tall had put it there. As I stared at it, the woods went silent again. No wind, no birds, nothing. Just that thick, heavy quiet I'd heard the night before. Then I heard breathing. Not mine. Not close, but not far either. Maybe 30 yards behind me, hidden by the trees. Slow, controlled. Like someone didn't want to be heard, but wasn't afraid if they were. I didn't turn around. I just kept walking, forcing myself not to break into a run. Running felt like a mistake, like movement would trigger something. But when I finally reached the hill where the terrain opened up and I could see down toward my car, I realized I should have run. Someone was standing beside my vehicle. A tall figure, same height as the one I'd glimpsed the night before, dressed in dark clothing from head to toe. They weren't wearing a ski mask or anything obvious, but something about them felt wrong. Their posture, their stillness, the way their head was tilted, like they were listening. I ducked behind a boulder, heart slamming in my chest. My hands went numb and my throat tightened until I could barely breathe. I peeked again. The figure was gone. Not walking away. Gone. 1 second there, the next not. The kind of disappearance that made no physical sense. I stayed crouched there for at least 5 minutes, trying to calm down, trying to convince myself I hadn't imagined it. When I finally stood and crept toward my car, the hair on the back of my neck rose. I felt watched again, watched so intensely it felt like heat between my shoulder blades. Halfway to the car, I found footprints. Human footprints. Bare feet. They were long, wide, and deep, deeper than mine would have been with boots on. The stride was longer too, unnaturally long. There were at least a dozen prints circling the area around my car, but none leading to or away from it. Just circling. My body locked up with fear. Something moved behind me. Maybe 20 yards away. A crunch of pine needles. A shift of weight, too heavy for a deer. Too intentional for an animal. I didn't look. I bolted for the car, practically throwing myself inside. I slammed the lock down and turned the engine so fast the keys nearly snapped. The woods behind me thrashed like something huge was moving through them. I floored the gas, fishtailing slightly on the forest road before catching traction. When I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw nothing. Not the trees. Not the hill. Nothing. The mirror was black, like fog had poured into it. I jerked my eyes back to the road, pulse racing. When I looked again a second later, the view was back to normal. Trees, dirt road, sunlight through branches. I drove until I reached the nearest gas station. I sat there in the parking lot for almost an hour, shaking, trying to convince myself nothing supernatural had happened. That it was just someone messing with me. Someone who lived out there, maybe. Or some drifter. But that breathing, those tracks, the way the figure moved or didn't move, nothing about it felt human. I tried the police. They were polite, but confused. They found nothing when they went to check. No footprints, no disturbed ground, no fabric scrap. Nothing. The ranger I spoke with asked me if I might have been tired or dehydrated. When I insisted I wasn't, he gave me a look I'll never forget, one that said he wanted to believe me, but couldn't. For weeks afterward, I had nightmares. Sometimes I still do. Dreams where I'm standing in the woods and everything is quiet. Too quiet. I turn and there's something tall behind a tree watching me without moving. Sometimes in the dreams it steps out. Sometimes it doesn't. The really bad dreams are the ones where I hear breathing behind me, warm and slow, where it knows I feel it and it's waiting. I haven't gone camping alone since. I moved 2 states away. But even now, late at night, I swear I hear something outside if I leave the windows open. Just faint breathing, slow and patient, like something learned the sound of mine and is waiting to hear it again. And every once in a while, in the corner of the yard or between the trees near the fence line, I see something that doesn't move right. Something tall. something still, something watching. Story the end. I had always loved the idea of being alone in the woods. Um, Growing up in rural Oregon, I spent countless hours exploring the forests near my hometown, often by myself, and it always felt safe. I was confident, experienced enough to know how to handle myself, and foolish enough to think that nothing could catch me off guard. But in the fall of 2016, I learned that the woods can hide things you'll never be able to explain, things that aren't animal, and things that don't follow the rules you think you understand. I set out one Friday morning, early, parking my truck at a small gravel trailhead off Highway 26. My plan was to hike a section of forest I'd never explored, a remote stretch that ran along the Clackamas River. The trail was faint, almost overgrown, winding through stands of fir and cedar, with occasional clearings that revealed deep ravines or sparkling pools. The air was crisp, just chilly enough to make the smell of wet leaves and pine needles sharp and biting. I hiked all morning, following the trail as it twisted between hills and crossed narrow creeks. The solitude was soothing at first, the kind of quiet that makes every sound stand out. The snapping of a twig underfoot, the rustle of a squirrel, the distant splash of water. By late afternoon, I reached a small clearing beside a creek, perfect for camping. The sunlight was beginning to filter through the trees at an angle that made the shadows long and dark. I pitched my tent, gathered wood for a fire, and settled in. The first hours passed uneventfully. I cooked a small dinner, smoked a cigarette, and watched the water ripple as the wind moved through the trees. But just as the sun dipped below the horizon, I felt it, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. I froze, listening to the woods around me. At first, I told myself it was just the imagination, the quiet amplifying every sound. But then I heard it, a faint snap of a branch, deliberate, from deeper in the trees. I stood and listened. Nothing moved except the wind through the leaves. I told myself to calm down. Maybe it was a deer or a stray raccoon. But my stomach nodded when I noticed that the usual background noises of the forest, the distant calls of birds, the rustle of leaves, even the flow of the creek had gone unnaturally quiet. As darkness fell, I tried to settle into my tent, hoping that sleep would come quickly. But sleep didn't come. Around 11 p.m., I woke to a sound I could not explain. Soft, deliberate footsteps circling the clearing. My blood froze. They weren't the light patter of a raccoon or the skittering of a squirrel. They were heavy, slow, and calculated. I couldn't see anything through the thick blackness, but I could hear the crunch of leaves and twigs in a way that made my heart hammer in my chest. I didn't move. I didn't breathe too loudly. I listened as the footsteps stopped suddenly, somewhere right at the edge of my tent. I could hear the faint brushing of fabric, just enough to make me certain someone or something was there. I thought about screaming, but some deep, primal instinct told me not to. Just stay still, I told myself. Maybe it would leave. The silence stretched, unbearable. Minutes passed, or maybe an hour. I couldn't tell. Then the footsteps moved again, retreating slowly back into the trees. I didn't dare move until the first gray light of dawn crept through the tent. My fire had died during the night. I stepped outside, freezing in the chill, scanning the surrounding trees. There was nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign that anyone had been there at all. I packed up quickly and started hiking back toward my truck. The trail, which had felt familiar the day before, now seemed hostile, each rustle of leaves and snap of a twig sending my pulse racing. I kept my eyes on every shadow, every movement in the corner of my vision. The morning was eerily quiet, almost oppressive, but nothing followed me, or so I thought. About halfway back, I came across something that made my stomach turn. There, pressed into the soft mud along a narrow section of the trail, were footprints, bare, human, and elongated like they didn't belong to anyone I knew. The strange thing was there was only one set of prints leading toward me. No others led away. Whoever, or whatever, made them hadn't walked back the way I did. I froze, my mind racing. I wanted to turn around, run, anything to get away, but the trail was narrow and panic made every movement slow and awkward. I gripped the hatchet I carried for protection and started moving faster, careful not to slip in the mud. Every few seconds, I thought I heard another step, just behind me. Every time I stopped to listen, nothing moved, but the feeling of being followed, of being watched, never went away. By the time I saw the parking lot through the trees, I was almost shaking uncontrollably. I threw my pack into the back of my truck, jumped into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and started the engine. I didn't glance back. I didn't stop until I was back in town, lights blazing, radio on full volume, hoping the noise would drown out the memories of the night. Even after that, I couldn't explain what had happened. The sheriff listened politely but seemed skeptical. I couldn't blame him. There was no physical evidence, nothing tangible except the fear that had gripped me so tightly it made my chest hurt for days. But I knew what I had felt, what I had heard, what I had smelled, the faint, sour tang of someone moving in the dark, watching, waiting. Months later, I returned to the area during the day and hiked the trail again with friends. Everything seemed normal in the sunlight, peaceful, as it had always been. But I never went back alone, never after that night, and I never camped alone in the woods again. Something about those trees, that quiet, the shadows that seemed just a little too deep, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere out there, whatever had been with me that night, was still watching. I still hike forests, rivers, and remote trails, but I bring someone with me now, always. And sometimes when I think about that night, the slow, deliberate footsteps, the faint brushing at the tent, the single bare footprints, I realize how close I came to never leaving the woods at all. Story the end. The first thing I remember is the silence, thick and heavy, the kind that settles on your ears until you start hearing your own blood moving. I'd grown up around woods my whole life in northern Pennsylvania, so the quiet never bothered me. But that silence, it was different. It wasn't the peace of being alone in nature. It felt like the woods themselves were holding their breath, listening. I was 30 when this happened, a few years after my divorce. I'd taken to solo camping on weekends as a way to reset my head. I wasn't reckless, never hiked off trail, never ignored my gut, always carried extra supplies. But I guess the woods don't care how careful you think you are. It was late October, the air cooling enough that your breath showed at night, but not cold enough for snow yet. I parked my truck at a small dirt pull-off near an old logging road that wasn't on most maps anymore. I'd camped in the area before and liked that it stayed mostly empty. That day, I only passed one other vehicle, a beat-up white van, parked just off the tree line. Its windows were tinted, and I never saw anyone inside. It wasn't unusual to see hunters around that time of year, so I dismissed it and kept driving. I hiked in nearly 3 miles before setting up camp beside a small creek. The sun was already sinking when I finished my tent, and shadows bled between the trees like ink. I made myself dinner, beans and rice heated over a small stove, and listened to the creek run. Everything felt normal then. Peaceful. Safe, even. But around midnight, I woke up to footsteps. At first, I told myself it was a deer. Maybe a bear, though I doubted it. Black bears in that region usually made more noise. These steps were slow, deliberate. I held my breath as they circled the tent, crushing leaves softly with a steady rhythm. Whoever or whatever it wasn't moving like an animal. The pacing was too controlled. I reached for the knife I kept beside me when I camped alone. My fingers were shaking, and for a moment I hated how loud my heartbeat felt. The steps stopped just behind my tent. I stared at the thin nylon wall separating me from the dark outside, waiting to see its outline through the fabric. But nothing pressed against the tent. No silhouette. No sound. Then suddenly, the footsteps moved away, fast, almost too fast. Within seconds, the night swallowed them, and the woods were silent again. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I stepped out to check for prints. The ground was damp, soft enough to show impressions, but there was nothing, not even deer tracks. The earth looked untouched, smooth, except for my own boot prints. That was when the first thread of fear wound itself into my stomach. I should have packed up right then. I know that now. At the time, I told myself it must have been an animal stepping carefully. Or maybe the wind played tricks with the tent fabric. It wouldn't be the first time my brain invented meaning out of the night. So, I stayed. That was mistake number 1. Mistake number 2 came that afternoon when I wandered farther down the creek than usual. I found something caught between the rocks in the water. At first, I thought it was trash, a strip of plastic, maybe. But when I pulled it out, I felt the unmistakable texture of fabric. It was a piece of clothing, a torn scrap of dark flannel soaked and frayed around the edges. It looked like it had been ripped clean off something. As I examined it, I suddenly became aware of how quiet the woods were again. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. I stood frozen, listening, and swore I heard movement far upriver, something big enough to break branches. That was when I finally decided to go back to camp and pack up. When I returned, my tent was open, not destroyed, not torn, just unzipped, as if someone had calmly reached down, slid the zipper up, and let themselves inside. Everything looked disturbed but not stolen. My sleeping bag pulled halfway out, my backpack shifted, my food bag tossed near the fire pit. The one thing missing was my flashlight. It wasn't valuable. It wasn't even new. But whoever or whatever had been inside took it. I felt anger first, then dread when I realized what that meant. Someone had been watching me long enough to know exactly when I left camp. There were no other campers in this part of the forest, no trail nearby, no houses closer than a 20-minute drive. I kept scanning the trees, half expecting to see someone standing behind one. My plan then was simple. Pack everything fast, head toward the truck, call the rangers once I got out. I stuffed everything back into my pack with shaking hands, constantly glancing around, certain I'd hear footsteps again. But the woods stayed silent. I'd hiked maybe half a mile back toward the logging road when I noticed movement behind me, just in the corner of my eye. A dark shape slipping behind a tree. When I turned, nothing was there. But the feeling of being followed grew heavier each minute, like the air had thickened behind me. At one point I spun around so fast I nearly lost my footing. Again, nothing, no shape, no figure, just tall pines and heavy shadows. But then, farther away, maybe 30 yards to my right, I caught sight of something. At first I thought it was an animal crouched low, until it straightened. A person, slim, wrapped in dark clothing, standing perfectly still between two trees. They didn't move, they didn't call out, they didn't even look like they were breathing. I stared, frozen, waiting for them to step closer or run away or do anything at all. But they just watched. When I blinked, just one blink, they were gone. Not like they ran. Gone like they'd never been there. I didn't bother being quiet anymore. I ran. Branches whipped at my arms. Roots snagged my boots. I could hear my own ragged breath echoing through the trees. Every few seconds I looked behind me, terrified I'd see someone sprinting after me. I didn't. Not yet. When I reached the logging road, I felt a surge of relief so strong it almost brought me to my knees. My truck was only a few hundred yards away. I could see the glint of its windshield through the trees. But something was wrong. My truck door was open, and parked directly behind it, blocking the narrow road, was that same white van I'd seen earlier. The back doors were open, wide like a mouth. My breath stopped. I backed away slowly, my eyes darting between the trees, waiting to see someone step out from behind the van, but nobody did. I had two choices: keep moving toward the truck or run deeper into the woods. Neither felt safe. That was when I heard it again. The footsteps. Not behind me this time. In front of me. Slow. Heavy. Coming from the tree line to the right of the truck. Something, or someone, walked out of the shadows. At first I thought it was the same figure I'd seen earlier, but as they stepped into the gray daylight, I saw more clearly. They wore dark clothes, a hood pulled low, face hidden behind what looked like a black ski mask. They weren't carrying a gun. Not a knife either. They were holding my flashlight. They clicked it on. Off. On. Like a signal. Then from behind me, deeper in the woods, another light blinked in response. I didn't think. I sprinted in the opposite direction. Off the road, away from the van, away from the person standing like they'd been waiting for me. I ran until my lungs were burning, until my legs felt like they'd snap. I don't know how long I kept running. Minutes? An hour? Time stopped making sense. Finally, I collapsed behind a fallen log, gasping, my vision swimming. I listened. The woods were quiet again. Dead quiet. But then, somewhere far off, a faint clicking. Flashlight on. Off. On. Off. They were still searching for me. I stayed hidden until nightfall, too afraid to move. I could hear footsteps pass by more than once, multiple sets this time. Sometimes close enough that I held my breath and pressed my face into the dirt. When darkness swallowed the woods, I used the last bit of strength I had to keep moving westward, using the stars as a guide. I didn't head for the truck again. I knew they'd be waiting. It took me half the night to reach the forest boundary near a small county road. I flagged down a passing pickup around dawn. The driver, a farmer heading to town, looked like he'd seen a ghost when he saw me. I must have looked wild, scratched, dirty, terrified. The police found my truck later. The van was gone. They found boot prints, but no match to anyone local. My tent had been slashed apart sometime after I fled. All my things were gone, taken or scattered. My flashlight was never recovered. Neither were the people who stalked me. For weeks, I woke up at night thinking I heard footsteps outside my window. For months, I couldn't walk past a tree line without scanning for a dark figure standing between the trunks. I moved apartments, installed cameras, stopped camping entirely. I tell myself the people who followed me that day weren't specifically after me, that I was unlucky enough to cross paths with the wrong strangers at the wrong time. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I think about the way they click my flashlight like a signal. And every now and then, outside my bedroom window, I swear I still see a small blink of light. On, off. Story the end. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, the kind that feels like a forest sleeping, but the kind that presses in on you and makes every rustle of leaves sound loud and threatening. I had been hiking alone in the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania, somewhere deep enough that cell service didn't exist, and the roads were little more than dirt tracks that disappeared into the trees. I'd gone on solo hikes before, plenty of times, and I thought I was prepared. But that day, something felt off from the very beginning. I started around mid-morning, parking my truck at a small trailhead I'd read about online. The area was popular enough in summer for day hikers, but it was late October, and most people had stopped coming. The air was crisp, smelling faintly of wet leaves and pine. I packed light, just water, a small first aid kit, a flashlight, and a granola bar or two. The trail was barely marked, winding between thick groves of pine, hemlock, and oak. The ground was soft with fallen leaves, and the only sounds were the distant calls of birds and the occasional crack of a branch under my boots. At first, the hike was normal. I admired the colors of fall, the way the sunlight filtered through the trees, and the quiet stillness of the forest. But after about an hour, I realized the trail had split in a way I didn't remember from the map. I took the left fork, thinking it would reconnect soon, but after a few minutes, the trail disappeared entirely under a thick layer of leaves. I stopped and tried to orient myself using my compass, but the dense canopy above made it difficult to see the sun, and I began to feel that creeping sense of unease that solo hikers dread. I decided to backtrack, trying to find the main trail again. As I did, I noticed footprints in the mud, large, deep, and oddly wide. At first, I thought maybe it was another hiker, but the prints were spaced strangely, almost too far apart, like the person or thing was moving with long, unnatural strides. My stomach tightened. I scanned the surrounding woods, but there was no one there. I told myself it was nothing, probably just an animal, and kept moving. By late afternoon, the sun was low, and the shadows of the trees stretched long across the ground. I hadn't seen another person all day, and my water was running low. The forest felt different now, almost alive in a menacing way. Every sound made me flinch, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, even the wind brushing through the branches. I was acutely aware of how alone I was. That's when I heard it. A voice. At first, it was faint, almost indistinguishable from the wind, but it was definitely a voice. A low, guttural murmur. I froze, straining my ears. The sound came from somewhere deeper in the woods, and it didn't repeat words I could understand. Just a growling, whispering noise that made my skin crawl. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded weak and swallowed by the trees. Silence followed. Then the whisper again, closer this time. Panic began to set in. I started moving faster, trying to retrace my steps to the trailhead, but the forest had a way of twisting itself, and nothing looked familiar. Every tree looked the same, every shadow seemed alive. That's when I noticed something else. More footprints, now appearing alongside mine, but they were not human. Long, thin, clawed impressions in the soft earth, moving parallel to my path. My heart was hammering. I decided to climb a small ridge to try to get a better view, hoping I could see the trail or even the road. The climb was steep, and branches scraped my arms and face, leaving scratches. I reached the top, gasping, and scanned the forest below. The sun had nearly disappeared, and the trees stretched endlessly, dark and imposing. There was nothing. No trail, no road, nothing familiar. But then I heard it again. The voice, now unmistakably close. It seemed to echo around me, as if whatever it was could move through the forest silently, following me without being seen. I started moving again, more cautiously this time, trying to keep track of landmarks I could recognize. That's when I saw it, something moving between the trees. At first, it was just a dark shape, tall and thin, with jerky, unnatural movements. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't tell if it was human or some animal I didn't recognize. Every instinct told me to run, but the figure didn't approach directly. It stayed hidden, always just out of reach, moving parallel to me through the forest. I ran. My boots slipped on the wet leaves, and I stumbled over roots, scraping my hands and knees. I didn't look back. I just ran, twisting through the trees, hoping to find a clearing or a creek. The voice followed, whispering my name in a distorted, almost mocking tone. My heart felt like it would burst, and every snap of a twig underfoot made me jump. Eventually, I stumbled into a small clearing, the kind of place where the ground was soft and marshy. I paused, gasping for breath, trying to get my bearings. That's when I noticed scratches on the trees, deep, jagged lines carved into the bark, fresh enough that the sap was still bleeding. They formed no pattern I could recognize, just chaotic, violent marks. My stomach turned, and I realized that whatever had been following me wasn't just watching, it had left its mark, its presence, here in this very clearing. Night fell completely. I could barely see, the darkness thick and suffocating. I pulled out my flashlight, but the beam barely penetrated the shadows. I tried to calm myself, telling myself that the forest was empty, that I was imagining things, but I knew better. The growls and whispers were back, circling me now, moving between the trees. I could feel eyes on me, following every step. Desperate, I decided to follow a creek I had spotted earlier, thinking it might lead to a road or campsite. The ground was treacherous, wet and uneven, and I fell several times, scraping myself on rocks and roots. Every time I fell, I swore I could hear movement nearby. Footsteps that didn't belong to me, or rustling that seemed too deliberate to be an animal. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. I couldn't tell. Time felt warped in the forest at night. I was exhausted, soaked, and terrified. Then I saw something that froze me completely. A pair of glowing eyes, reflecting my flashlight from the other side of the creek. They were high off the ground, staring directly at me. I couldn't move. The figure didn't advance, didn't retreat. It just watched, its head tilting slightly, as if assessing me. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. I ran blindly, stumbling through the trees, branches tearing at my clothes and skin. I didn't stop until I hit a dirt road. My flashlight had died, and I could barely see the path ahead, but the sound of my own footsteps on gravel was enough to give me a shred of comfort. I kept running until I reached my truck, fumbling with the keys and collapsing inside, locking the doors. I sat there, shivering, listening to the forest on the other side of the windshield. The silence returned, normal this time, but I knew it wouldn't last. Whatever had been there, following me, watching me, was still in those woods. I called the ranger station the next morning, trying to report what had happened, but they only asked if I had hiked alone. When I said yes, they advised me not to return to that area after dark, but they didn't investigate further. It's been months since that night, but the memory hasn't faded. I can't explain what I saw, what followed me, or why it never made direct contact. But I know it was there, waiting, patient, silent, and terrifying. I've hiked other trails since then, always with someone, always during the day, and I never stray from the path. Sometimes I hear stories of hikers disappearing in the same forest, of strange noises or figures seen in the trees. I don't doubt them, not anymore. The lesson I learned is simple. The woods are not just quiet. They are alive, and sometimes when you are alone, they notice, they follow, they wait, and sometimes they are not entirely of this world. Story the end. The last time I saw the sun that day, it was slipping behind the tree line like it was trying to escape before I could. I remember thinking the light looked bruised, purple and orange smudged together, while the cold crept in through my jacket and settled somewhere beneath my ribs. I'd been hiking alone before. I grew up in northern Maine, and solitude in the woods was something I'd always treated like an old friend. But that day, something felt different. Off. I'd left the trail around 3 in the afternoon. I knew better, but curiosity is a stupid, stubborn thing. I'd spotted what looked like an old logging road, overgrown but still visible, and followed it, thinking I'd loop back before dark. My phone already had no service, and the GPS map had frozen twice. Still, I pushed on, telling myself I'd only be a few minutes. A few minutes turned into an hour. The road narrowed and then completely vanished, swallowed by the forest. I turned around, retraced my steps, or at least tried. Everything looked the same. Pines packed tight, the forest floor sloping downward, the air heavy with that damp winter smell of rot and old needles. I checked my watch. Almost 5. The light was fading fast. When the first sound came, it was faint, a soft snapping of branches somewhere behind me. Too deliberate for wind, too heavy for a squirrel. I froze, listening, every hair on my arms rising. My breath puffed white in front of me, then silence. I told myself it was a deer. Maine woods were full of them, and they could be clumsy as hell. I kept walking, faster now, scanning for anything familiar. An odd-shaped tree, a fallen trunk, anything I'd seen before. Nothing. When the second sound came, it wasn't behind me, it was to my right, closer. A crunch of snow, a slow, dragging sound. I felt heat crawl up my neck despite the dropping temperature. Something was moving out there, pacing or stalking or circling. I couldn't tell which. I tried to steady my breathing. The woods were playing tricks on me, amplifying sounds, turning shadows into figures. But then I heard it again, a long exhale. Not an animal's snort, not a deer's huff, a breath. Human. My legs started moving before my mind caught up. I walked fast at first, then jogged, then broke into a full run, dodging between trees, breath burning in my lungs. The forest blurred. Branches whipped at my arms. I didn't care. I just kept running until I stumbled into a small clearing, a shallow dip of open space surrounded by thick trees. I stopped, doubled over, hands on my knees, gasping. My ears felt like they were pulsing. I turned in a full circle, scanning the tree line. Nothing, just dark trunks, the faint whisper of wind, and the ache of exhaustion. But when I looked down, my stomach dropped. Tracks. Not mine, not animal. Footprints. Bare footprints. Human. Barefoot. In the snow. They led from the trees on the far side of the clearing, walked straight across to where I was now standing, and stopped. The last footprint was less than 5 feet from my boots. I jerked back like the snow had burned me. My mouth went dry. Someone had been here. Recently. The prints were crisp, edges sharp, not yet softened by frost. I spun again, scanning the woods, heart slamming against my ribs so hard it almost hurt. The forest stared back. Nothing moved. I forced myself to keep walking, skirting the edge of the clearing, and heading for the opposite side. I didn't want to follow the footprints, didn't want to know where they led, didn't want to imagine the kind of person who walked barefoot in the snow deep in the woods near dusk. I just wanted to get out. The woods grew darker. The temperature was dropping fast. My fingers felt stiff, my jaw aching from clenching it. I kept listening, every step deliberate. Then I smelled it. Smoke, faint but unmistakable. Wood smoke. Relief washed through me so hard it made my knees weak. Smoke meant people. A campsite. A cabin. Someone who could point me back to the trail, or at least let me warm up and gather my bearings. I hurried toward the smell, weaving between trees until the glow appeared. Orange flicker between branches. A fire. But as I stepped closer, my relief turned to something colder than fear. It wasn't a campsite. It was a fire pit. A makeshift ring of stones, flames low but steady, like someone had just fed it a few pieces of wood. And beside it, a structure. Not a cabin. Not a shelter. A pile of sticks leaned together in a cone shape, maybe 5 feet tall. Not big enough for a person. Decorated, if you could call it that, with feathers, bits of bone, strips of cloth frozen stiff. A totem. A shrine. Something ritualistic and wrong. My skin crawled. Every instinct screamed at me to run. I backed away slowly and step by step, keeping my eyes on the fire. The light flickered across the sticks, casting sharp shadows that looked almost like limbs reaching out. Then I heard it. Behind me. Close. That breath again. Long, slow, deliberate. I didn't turn. I couldn't. Something in the back of my mind, the old primal part, told me not to. Turning around would make it real, would make me see whoever or whatever was standing there. Instead, I bolted. My legs pumped, lungs burning as I tore through the trees, branches snapping against my face. I didn't care where I was going anymore. I just needed distance, space, anything. Behind me, I heard footsteps. Light but fast. Too fast. They didn't run normally. It was uneven, offbeat, like something loping or galloping. I pushed harder. My vision tunneled. Fear sent electricity through my limbs. Then a sound so sharp it cleaved through the woods like an axe. A high, piercing scream. Not human, not animal. Something in between. My legs almost buckled. I kept going. The woods thinned suddenly, and I burst out onto a slope, sliding the last few feet down onto a frozen creek bed. I hit the ice hard, pain shooting up my hip. I scrambled up, slipping before I found footing. Across the creek, illuminated faintly by moonlight, was a trail marker, a faded orange blaze. I almost cried. I ran up the creek bed until I found where the trail crossed over, then followed it, legs shaking violently. The woods were cold and silent. The footsteps had stopped, the breathing had stopped, the scream had dissolved into the night. But I didn't stop, not until I saw headlights. A ranger truck. I stumbled out onto the forest access road, waving my arms like someone drowning. The ranger braked hard, jumped out, caught me before I collapsed. I tried to explain through gasps and shivers. He got me into the truck, cranked the heat, and listened. But when I told him about the footprints, the shrine, the scream, he froze. Not disbelief, recognition, fear. He didn't tell me what he knew. Didn't explain why his face went pale or why he kept glancing back toward the woods as if expecting something to step out of them. But when we got to the ranger station, another ranger pulled him aside. They spoke in low voices, too quiet for me to hear. When he drove me back to my car, he locked the doors, insisted on following me all the way back to the main road, and told me, without smiling, that I should avoid that area of the woods from now on. He didn't need to tell me twice. I never hike alone anymore. Sometimes I still dream of the footprints. Sometimes I still hear that scream, buried somewhere in the back of my skull. And sometimes, especially on cold nights when the wind moves just the right way, I swear I still hear breathing in the trees. Story. The end. The first time I realized something was wrong was when the forest went silent. So silent that even the crunch of snow under my boots sounded muted, swallowed up by the cold. I'd taken winter hikes before, plenty of them, but this one in northern Minnesota felt different from the start. The ranger who issued my backcountry permit gave me a look that lasted a little too long, like he wanted to say something, but didn't. I chalked it up to the storm system moving in. I'd checked the forecast. Light snow, low winds, manageable. But weather wasn't what made that trip memorable. What made it memorable was the feeling that I didn't walk into those woods alone. I started mid-morning from the trailhead, my breath drifting upward like smoke. The woods were thick with pine and birch, branches heavy with last night's snowfall. My plan was simple: a 2-day solo trek to a secluded frozen lake I'd visited once before in summer. Back then, it had been quiet, peaceful, empty. I expected the same in winter, but within an hour, the wind shifted, and with it came the sense, irrational, childish, that someone was watching me from between the trees. I kept scanning my surroundings, telling myself I was tired, stressed, imagining things. I passed no other footprints, no broken twigs, no distant voices, nothing but wilderness. By the time I reached the ridge overlooking the valley, the temperature had dropped sharply. A thin fog settled among the trees below like breath hanging in a giant's lungs. I sat for a second on a fallen log, sipping hot tea from my thermos while my pulse slowed. That was when I heard it, a long, slow creak of wood. Not the wind, not a branch snapping, more like the sound of a door opening somewhere deep in the trees. I told myself it was a tree shifting under snow load, completely normal, but my hand tightened around the thermos anyway. I pressed on. The deeper I hiked, the more I felt the atmosphere change. The forest grew darker, not just from the thickening clouds, but from something else, something harder to define. It felt like the trees were crowding closer, the trail narrowing, even though I knew I was still on the same path. I checked my phone. No service. Expected, but still irritating. Around noon, as I passed a cluster of young pines, I noticed footprints in the snow ahead of me. Human footprints. Fresh ones. They weren't mine. The stride was longer, deeper. Someone tall, someone carrying weight. That didn't bother me at first. Other hikers used the trail, but the prints led in the same direction I was going, toward the remote lake, toward my campsite. And what bothered me most was that the ranger said I was the only permit for that area for the next 3 days. I stopped and knelt down, brushing my glove along one footprint. It hadn't begun to crust with ice. Less than an hour old. My stomach tightened. Still, I followed them. I didn't have much choice. The trail went one direction, and maybe it was just a hunter or someone who didn't bother checking in at the ranger station. It wasn't unheard of. By mid-afternoon, snow began falling harder, fast enough that visibility dropped to maybe 20 yards. The footprints ahead started softening, losing their edges. If the person was still ahead of me, I'd never catch sight of them now. I reached the lake by late afternoon. The surface was a white sheet, smooth and unbroken, except for a single line of disturbance near the far shore. Something had crossed the ice. Could have been the same person. Could have been an animal. The falling snow erased the trail before I could study it. I set up camp near the tree line, a safe distance from the lake's edge. My tarp shelter went up quick. I'd practiced enough that muscle memory did most of the work. Once my stove was lit, producing a thin wisp of steam, I started to feel better. The sense of being watched faded. The forest felt calm again, muffled by snow. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, crunching in the snow behind my tent. I froze mid-stir, spoon halfway to my mouth. The footsteps stopped. I turned my head but saw nothing between the dark trunks. "Hello?" I called out, my breath plumed in the air. No answer. I stood, stepping away from the fire so my eyes could adjust to the darkness. Snowflakes drifted in the beam of my headlamp. The forest stared back with blank silence. Maybe it was an animal, I thought. A deer. A moose. But footsteps, human footsteps, don't sound like hooves, and these were too slow, too careful, like someone trying not to be heard. I moved closer to the edge of the trees. "If someone's out there, I'm camping here tonight," I said loudly. "Just letting you know. I'm not armed, but I have bear spray." Silence again. Heavy. Thick. I waited, watching, listening. Nothing. Eventually, I returned to my fire, though every muscle in my back stayed tight, ready. I ate quickly, packed all scented items into a bag, and hung it from a tree branch. The snowfall softened the world until it looked almost peaceful. But when I crawled into my sleeping bag, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Sleep came in restless fragments. Every time the wind rattled the tarp or a branch released a clump of snow, my eyes shot open. Sometime deep in the night, maybe close to midnight, the forest went quiet again, eerily quiet, just like earlier in the day. That was when I heard another sound. Breathing. Slow. Heavy. Just outside the tarp wall. I didn't move. Didn't even blink. The air grew colder, as if something massive blocked the slight wind that had been coming through camp. The breathing grew louder, slow inhales followed by long, controlled exhales. I couldn't tell if it belonged to an animal or a person, but it wasn't moving around, just standing there. I wanted to call out, but my throat felt sealed shut. After maybe 30 seconds, maybe longer, the breathing stopped. Silence. Then soft, retreating footsteps heading toward the lake. I didn't sleep again that night. At first light, I unzipped the tarp and stepped out, snow crunching under my boots. The storm had eased overnight, leaving a pale blue dawn. I scanned the camp. Footprints circled my shelter, human footprints, and they didn't match the size or tread of my own. They led toward the lake, just like I'd heard. The tracks stopped at the shore where the frozen surface stretched out smooth and white. The footprints continued onto the ice for several yards, then vanished halfway across. Not faded, not snowed over, just gone. Like the person had stopped walking and simply disappeared. I felt cold trickle down my spine, colder than the morning air. I packed up fast. Too fast. My fingers fumbled with straps and knots, but I didn't stop. I didn't bother with breakfast. My only thought was getting back to the trailhead. As soon as I started hiking, I realized the woods felt different again, like something had shifted during the night. The air smelled strange, metallic, like blood on cold iron. I kept moving. Hours passed. The forest seemed endless, stretching farther than I remembered. Landmarks I swore I'd passed the previous day looked unfamiliar. At one point I stopped, turned in a slow circle, and realized the trail behind me looked untouched. My own footprints should have been there. They weren't. Fresh snow wasn't falling. Nothing should have covered them. My chest tightened. I took several slow breaths, trying not to panic. I knew the direction. I had a compass. I wasn't lost, but when I checked the compass, the needle spun, slowly, unsteadily, like it couldn't find north. I stared at it for a long time, disbelief growing in my chest. Then I heard something behind me. A voice, faint, whispering my name. I spun around so fast I slipped on the crusted snow. I hit the ground hard, the cold knocking breath from my lungs. The woods were empty. But the voice had been unmistakable, male, low, drawn out. I got up fast, heart hammering. "Who's there?" I shouted. My voice echoed strangely, bouncing between the trees in delayed fragments. No answer. I began moving again, faster this time, almost running. Branches scraped my jacket. I didn't care. I just needed to get out of those woods. At some point, I don't know how long, the trees thinned. I stumbled onto a section of trail that looked familiar, the snow disturbed in a way that made sense. I followed it, half running, lungs burning. By late afternoon, I reached the ridge. The fog in the valley was gone. The sky had cleared to a brittle blue. Relief washed over me so hard my legs nearly gave out. But as I descended the ridge, I saw something at the bottom of the trail that made me stop cold. Footprints. Not mine. Waiting. Facing toward me as if someone had stood there for a long time, staring up the ridge, anticipating my arrival. I backed away slowly, scanning the trees. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. I forced myself to keep going, stepping wide around the prints. I didn't look at them again. Time blurred after that. All I remember is pushing myself harder than I ever have in my life, ignoring the burning in my legs, the rasp of cold air in my throat. When I finally burst out of the forest into the parking lot, dusk settling behind me, I nearly collapsed with relief. My truck sat where I left it. Another vehicle had joined it, a Ranger SUV. The same ranger stepped out when he saw me, concern etched deep into his face. "You're back early," he said. "Everything okay?" I must have looked wild because his expression changed quickly. I told him someone else had been out there, someone who didn't want to be found. The ranger's face paled. "We haven't had anyone else permitted for over a week," he said, "and no unauthorized vehicles have been reported." I told him about the footprints, about the breathing outside my shelter, about the voice, about the tracks that stopped halfway across the lake. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he took a long breath. "People get turned around out there," he said carefully. "The mind plays tricks in isolation." But he didn't believe his own words. I could see it in his eyes. Before I left, he said, "If you ever hike that area again, don't go alone and don't camp near that lake." I nodded, though I knew I'd never return to those woods. Not alone. Maybe not ever. Back home, even weeks later, I sometimes hear the forest when I close my eyes. The silence, the crunch of unseen footsteps, the slow, cold breathing outside my tent. And every now and then, just before sleep, when the house grows quiet, I swear I hear the same low whisper of my name drifting through the dark. I haven't slept well since. Story the end. The air in the national forest had that late October sharpness, the kind that smells like dying leaves and distant wood smoke. But I'd walked far enough off the marked trail that even those familiar scents felt strange, warped by the stillness of the deeper woods. I hadn't planned on going that far. My original idea had been a quick solo camping trip, just one night, to clear my head after a week of double shifts at the small auto shop where I worked. I'd camped plenty of times, always with friends, but something had been gnawing at me lately, something I couldn't name. I wanted to be away from people, away from the constant noise. Alone felt like the only thing I needed. But in the woods, alone doesn't stay peaceful for long. By the time I found a flat clearing with a soft bed of old pine needles, the sun had dipped enough that I could see my breath. I pitched my tent, lit a small fire, boiled water for a dehydrated meal, and leaned back against my pack. Everything looked normal. Trees crowding in but not threatening, sky turning a quiet purple overhead, the rhythms of the forest shifting into their nighttime cadence. That's when I first heard it. Not an animal call. Not the rustle of something moving through brush. It was a sound that didn't belong to anything I could place. Low, almost like a groaning exhale, too slow and too deliberate to be wind. It came from somewhere deeper than the darkening tree line, rolling like it came from a hollow place in the earth. I sat up fast, the hairs on my arms rising, but after a few seconds, the woods settled again. No repeat, no follow-up. Maybe the wind really had caught in a hollow log. Maybe I was already spooking myself. I forced myself to eat, though my stomach knotted tight with every bite. By full dark, I doused the fire and retreated into my tent, zipped up tight. I left the rainfly open so I could look out through the mesh. The forest was bone still, motionless, like everything was holding its breath. I must have drifted off sometime after midnight, because the next thing I remember was waking to the feeling that someone had run a cold finger straight down my spine. My eyes snapped open. Something was moving outside my tent. The steps were slow, deliberate, crushing twigs and leaves with weight. Heavy, too heavy to be deer, and too rhythmically paced to be a bear. The footfalls circled the tent once, then stopped right behind my head. I didn't breathe, didn't even blink. My heartbeat felt painful, hammering so loud I swore whatever was out there could hear it. Then it exhaled. Not an animal's snort, not the huff of a curious predator. It was the same low, dragging sound I'd heard before dusk, long, strained, as though something was trying to mimic breathing but didn't understand how to do it right. It wasn't human, but it was trying to be. My mouth dried out instantly. Some instinct I didn't know I still had told me not to move, not even a twitch. The thing outside shifted again, slow enough that every inch of movement crunched underfoot. Then it dragged something. Its hand? A limb? Along the side of my tent, tracing the nylon from end to end. I couldn't see a shadow. I couldn't see anything. The night was too dense. I don't know how long it lasted. Maybe minutes. Maybe longer. But eventually the dragging stopped. The footsteps moved away, fading into the trees until the forest swallowed them. I didn't sleep again. I didn't even close my eyes. I just lay there, muscles locked, clutching the hunting knife I'd brought mostly for show. At first light, before the sun even crested the ridge, I unzipped the tent and scanned the campsite. There were tracks, but not footprints. More like deep impressions, wide and uneven, pressed into the earth as if something had shifted its weight from side to side. They were spaced far apart, too far for any animal I knew of, too far for a human. I decided then I wasn't staying another night. I packed fast, barely ate, and broke camp. I was only a couple of miles from where I'd parked, maybe an hour and a half of hiking, if I pushed it. I wanted out. Every moment in the trees felt wrong now, like the forest remembered me and didn't want to let go. Half a mile in, I heard the groaning exhale again. This time it was closer. I froze, listening hard. The noise drifted through the pines in uneven pulses, like something stopping to inhale in between each attempt at sound. My throat tightened. I scanned the woods, nothing but trees and brambles and half-filtered sunlight, but then I heard the crunch of footsteps behind me. Slow. Heavy. Following. I didn't run, not at first. Running from a predator is the worst thing you can do. Every instinct screamed that at me. But when the sound grew louder, moving faster than before, something snapped inside me and I bolted. My boots pounded the trail. Branches slapped my shoulders and arms, scratches flaring hot. The footsteps behind me sped up too. I could hear them, irregular, too loud, gaining on me. And underneath them, that horrible wet groan. Halfway down the ridge, my foot caught on a root and I went down hard, palms skidding across dirt and rock. Pain shot up my wrist. Before I could scramble up, a shape moved between the trees on my left. I only caught a glimpse. It was tall, taller than any person I'd ever seen, and thin in a way that didn't make sense, like something stretched out skin over a frame not meant for it. I didn't see a face, just the outline of a head cocked at an unnatural angle as though it were studying me. The groaning sound pressed out of it again, louder now. Close enough that it vibrated in my chest. I staggered up and ran. I don't remember much of the next stretch, just pure adrenaline, the woods blurring together, the sense that if I looked back even once, I wouldn't make it out. The creature, or whatever it was, followed until I reached the last hill before the trailhead. Then suddenly the sound stopped. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Nothing. The forest stood silent and empty, the way it had the night before, too silent. When I reached my truck and slammed the doors locked, I didn't feel relief. My hands shook on the steering wheel. My shirt clung to cold sweat. For the first several miles back toward town, I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see that elongated silhouette pacing the highway's shoulder. By the time I reached the first gas station, I couldn't breathe normally. The attendant looked at me like I'd come from a crash, bloody knuckles and dirt-stained jeans. I washed up in the restroom, splashed cold water on my face, and stared at my reflection. I looked like someone who had seen something they weren't supposed to. That night, after a scalding shower and hours of sitting awake in my apartment with every light on, I tried to convince myself it had been a hallucination. Sleep deprivation, stress, shadows playing tricks on me. But I knew better. My body knew better. Something had been out there. The next morning, I called the ranger station just to ask casually if anyone had reported anything strange in that area of the national forest. The ranger paused longer than felt normal before answering. "Yeah," he said finally. "We get reports. Not often, but over the years. Weird noises, strange tracks, campers who pack up before sunrise. Best advice, stay on marked trails and don't go too deep alone. People forget how big those woods are." He hesitated, then added quietly, "And how old?" I didn't say anything to that. Just hung up, sat on the edge of my bed, and stared at the wall for a long time. I haven't gone camping since. Not alone. Not with friends. Not anywhere near that forest. Sometimes, though, late at night, when the world outside goes dead quiet and the wind slips through the crack under my apartment window, I swear I hear that same dragging, hollow exhale coming from someplace just out of sight. And every time, it feels like the woods never really let me leave. Story the end. The gravel from the Forest Service road pinged against the underside of my truck as I eased it into the narrow pull-off. The sun was already low, the late autumn light thinning between the tall pines like it was leaking out of a cracked sky. I killed the engine and listened to the sudden quiet. No wind, no insects, no distant traffic, just the deep, unbroken stillness of the Idaho backwoods. I'd driven out there because I needed a break, from work, from people, from everything. A friend had told me about an unmarked trail that led to a ridge overlooking a small lake, the kind of place few people ever bothered to hike to. I had my pack, a cheap tent, and a stubborn idea about clearing my head by spending a night alone in the woods. It didn't take long to realize how alone I really was. The first few miles were peaceful. The forest floor was soft and springy beneath my boots, covered in pine needles and patches of moss. The air smelled like resin and damp earth. As I walked, the weight of my life back home seemed to lift with every step. I didn't meet a single person on the trail. No hikers, no hunters, not even a stray dog or vehicle. Nothing. By the time the sun slipped behind the western ridge, I had reached the lake, a perfect circle of black water surrounded by towering trees. I picked a campsite 20 yards from the shoreline, set up the tent, gathered some deadfall, built a fire. Everything felt normal, good, even, but it didn't last. Sometime after dark, maybe around 9, the woods began to feel wrong. The first thing I noticed was the silence. True wilderness is usually full of little sounds, the creaking of trees, the occasional rustle of small animals, birds calling from somewhere in the distance, but the forest around the lake seemed to smother all of it. Even the breeze had died, as if the air itself was holding its breath. I poked at the fire and tried to shake the unease rising in my chest. I'd camped alone before. Nights were always a little eerie in the woods. That was part of the experience. But something about this silence kept creeping under my skin. It didn't feel natural. Around 10, I heard the first sound, a footstep. It came from behind me, somewhere deeper in the trees. Not a twig snapping from an animal, not a branch falling, a deliberate, heavy step, one that pressed into the soil with weight, human weight. I froze, my hand halfway to my mug. Another step and another, slow, steady, pacing steps. I stood and turned toward the trees, squinting at the wall of darkness. My firelight only reached so far, and beyond it everything was swallowed by black. "Hello?" I called. My voice sounded weirdly small in the stillness. The footsteps stopped. Then nothing. I waited. A minute. 2. 3. Still nothing. After a while, the fire crackling behind me seemed to pull me out of my panic. It was probably an animal, I told myself. I was on edge, so I'd interpreted it wrong. Maybe a deer. Maybe an elk. Maybe a branch falling in exactly the right rhythm to fool me. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I sat back down by the fire, forcing myself to relax. I heated water, made instant coffee I didn't really want. After a while, the tightness in my chest loosened. The woods stayed quiet. The fire warmed my hands. Eventually, I started to think I'd imagined it. Then, right when I started to drift towards sleep inside my tent, the footsteps came again. This time, they approached from the opposite direction, from the lakeside. I held my breath, listening. One step, another. Closer. They stopped maybe 10 feet from my tent. I didn't dare unzip the flap. The fire outside had died down to embers, so whatever was out there would be standing in near darkness. Too dark for me to see it clearly. Too dark to know what it wanted. My heart slammed so hard I felt the thump in my throat. For a long time, long enough that my legs started to cramp, I stayed perfectly still. Then the footsteps slowly retreated, crunching through leaves, moving around the side of my tent, circling. I heard the faint scrape of something dragging across the outside fabric. I whispered to myself, "Don't move. Don't move. Don't move." The scraping stopped, the footsteps faded. Then the woods went dead silent again. I didn't sleep at all after that. I sat upright in my bag, knife in my hand, listening to the silence shift and bend around me. Hours crawled by, each minute stretching like a pulled wire. Around 3 a.m., I finally cracked. I unzipped the tent and stepped out. The cold air stung my face. The fire was nothing but glowing coals. The tall pines loomed like black spires around the lake, their branches blotting out most of the sky. I scanned every direction but saw no one. I crouched, fed a few sticks into the embers, and coaxed the fire back to life. That was when I noticed the footprints. They were in the soft soil leading from the tree line toward my camp. Deep impressions, spaced like someone with a long stride had walked up to my tent and then circled it. Bare footprints. Bare human footprints. No shoes. No boots. The sight of them made my vision tunnel. Whoever had been out there had been walking barefoot in the cold, in the dark, in the middle of nowhere. I kicked dirt over the fire, grabbed my pack, and decided I was leaving right then. I didn't care if it was pitch black. I didn't care if I lost the trail. I just knew I needed to get out of that place. I slung on my gear and started down the path with my flashlight slicing through the trees. Every few minutes I checked behind me, half expecting to see someone following. For the first mile, nothing happened. Then, near a bend in the trail, my light caught something ahead. A shape, humanoid, standing completely still between the trees. I froze, breath trapped somewhere between my lungs and throat. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, didn't step toward me, just stood there. Slowly, I lifted my light higher, trying to see its face. But the moment the beam touched it, the figure stepped behind a tree and disappeared. I didn't run. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My body felt locked and numb, like my instincts couldn't decide whether to flee or collapse. Eventually, my legs obeyed again, and I forced myself forward, keeping the flashlight trained on where the figure had been. Nothing moved. Nothing followed. But I knew I wasn't alone. Half an hour later, the woods began to lighten. Dawn was creeping in, turning the darkness into a dull gray haze. My nerves eased a little. Sunlight meant safety, or at least the illusion of it. When I finally reached the road, I could have cried with relief. Then I saw my truck. The driver's side door was ajar. I knew I had locked it. I distinctly remembered pressing the key fob before heading down the trail. Yet the door was open, just enough to make the dome light glow faintly. My first thought was that an animal had messed with it, but as I approached, I saw something on the window. Smears, streaks, as if someone with wet or dirty hands had been touching the glass. My stomach twisted. Inside, the truck smelled faintly of damp earth and something else. Something metallic. I checked the back seat. Nothing. Glove compartment, nothing missing. Then I looked at the driver's seat. On the leather, perfectly centered, was a single bare footprint, the same size as the ones at my campsite. The keys had been left on the seat beside it. I grabbed them, slammed the door, locked it again, and sped out of there so fast, gravel shot like hail behind my tires. I didn't stop for nearly 40 miles, not until I reached a small diner outside a logging town. I must have looked awful, because the waitress asked if I needed help. I told her no and sat in a booth with my hands shaking. When I finally calmed down enough to speak normally, I asked her if anyone lived near the lake I'd camped by. Her face changed. She told me there used to be a small cabin out there, owned by a man who'd lived alone for decades. A man people in town described as odd, though they never elaborated. Hunters occasionally reported seeing him wandering barefoot through the woods, even in winter. But years ago, maybe 8-10, he had disappeared. No body found. No clues. Just gone. They'd assumed he'd gotten lost in the woods and died. I didn't tell her what I saw. I didn't want to talk about the footprints or the figure or the truck door being open. She already looked uneasy enough. I left the diner, drove home, and didn't go back into the woods for a long time. But the worst part came 2 weeks later. I was cleaning out the back seat when I found something wedged beneath the passenger mat. A scrap of tree bark. On the smooth side, someone had carved a symbol. 3 vertical lines crossed by a single horizontal one. I don't know what it means. I don't want to know. All I know is this. Whatever walked around my tent that night wasn't just lost. It wasn't just curious. It knew exactly where I slept. It knew I was alone. And it followed me all the way back to my truck. Sometimes when I'm driving alone at night, I catch myself checking the back seat in the mirror because the woods are far behind me now, but I still can't shake the feeling that something from that night might not be. Story the end. I grew up in northern Minnesota where the woods seem endless and the silence can feel heavier than snow. When I was younger, I'd camp alone all the time. Never because I was trying to prove something, but because the woods felt like the only place I could breathe. I always thought I understood them, respected them, read them the way some people read traffic signs. But in the fall of 2014, I learned that the woods hold things you can't prepare for, no matter how experienced you think you are. It started as a simple overnight trip. I'd taken time off work and planned to hike a section of the Superior Hiking Trail. October had just begun, the air chilled but not freezing, and the forecast looked clear. The leaves were only just beginning to turn, spreading patches of red and gold through the pines like coals glowing in a dying fire. Perfect weather for solitude. I parked at a small gravel pull-off, shouldered my pack, and headed into the trees. The first miles were easy, steady terrain, bird song, sunlight cutting through leaves. I made good time and reached a clearing by mid-afternoon. The spot overlooked a shallow ravine, perfect for a small tent and sheltered from wind. I'd camped nearby once before years earlier. I'd nearly finished pitching my tent when I first felt it, that prickling sensation, like cold fingers tracing the back of your neck. I wasn't scared yet. Not then. I just felt watched. It wasn't unusual to see deer or even the occasional black bear in those woods, but the silence that followed wasn't normal. The birds stopped. The wind stopped. Even the usual creaking of branches seemed to fade. It was like someone had drained the sound out of the world. I told myself it was nothing and got a fire going. Flames always help. They make the night feel less enormous. But that evening, long before darkness fully settled, I started noticing small things that felt wrong. Twigs snapping just beyond the tree line, a faint shift of shadows even when the wind was still. And once, just once, I thought I saw a pale shape between the trees where no light should have been. I kept telling myself it was tired eyes, imagination, ordinary sounds of wildlife. But the uneasiness didn't fade. It grew heavier like humidity before a storm. By nightfall, the darkness felt thicker than I remembered it ever being in those woods. My fire threw a small circle of trembling orange, barely reaching the nearest trees. Everything outside that glow felt like a wall, something pressing in, waiting for the fire to shrink. I cooked a simple meal, ramen and dried beef, and sat with my back to a boulder so nothing could approach me unseen. The woods remained silent. I had never heard them stay that way for so long. Eventually, I crawled into my tent and zipped it tight. Usually the thin nylon barrier didn't bother me, but that night it felt like hiding inside a paper bag. I lay there for hours, unable to sleep, listening to every tiny shift of fabric or distant pop of the fire. I must have dozed off sometime around midnight, because the next thing I remember is waking up to footsteps, not animal footsteps. Slow, deliberate, measured, human. They crunched through the leaves, coming from the direction of the ravine. At first they were distant, maybe 100 feet away, but they grew closer, steady, unhurried, like whoever it was knew exactly where my tent stood. I froze, barely breathing. My first thought was that it might be a lost hiker, but nobody hikes that trail at night, especially not without a light. And whoever it was used no flashlight. I saw no beam cutting through the darkness, only the faint glow of my dying fire. The footsteps stopped just outside the reach of the light. Then silence. I waited, muscles locked, heart thundering in my chest. I could hear my own pulse in my ears, louder than anything outside. After what felt like a full minute, the footsteps started moving again, but now circling my campsite. I could hear them brushing past undergrowth, crunching dried leaves, carefully avoiding twigs that would snap loudly. Whoever it was trying to stay quiet. A bear doesn't walk in circles around a tent. A wolf doesn't move like that. And no lost hiker sneaks. The steps paused right by the edge of my tent, so close I could hear breathing. Slow, shaky, not quite steady. Something about it felt wrong, like someone trying to mimic breathing and not getting the rhythm right. I thought about calling out, asking who they were, demanding they leave, but something deep inside me, some instinct older than words, told me not to speak. Not to alert them that I was awake. A minute passed. 2. I don't know how long. Finally, slowly, the footsteps retreated, back into the woods, fading until I could no longer hear them over the sound of my own terror. I didn't sleep after that. I sat upright in my sleeping bag, holding the small hatchet I'd brought, staring at the tent door until the first weak light of morning bled through the fabric. When dawn finally came, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The air was cold, my breath visible. My fire had died sometime in the night. Nothing looked disturbed. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing to prove someone had been there. At first, I thought maybe I'd dreamed it, but dreams don't leave the ground quiet and the birds silent even in daylight. I planned to pack up immediately and head back to the car, but before leaving, I wanted to check the area. Maybe I'd find some sign of who or what had walked around the tent. I circled the clearing twice. Nothing. The only prints belonged to me. Then I reached the edge of the ravine. Down in the soft dirt were footprints, bare footprints, human, long, narrow, and facing directly toward my campsite. I stared at them, feeling the cold settle into my spine. The prints were fresh, edges clean, not softened by wind. Whoever made them had been there during the night. But there was something else, something worse. There was only one set of footprints. They approached, but none led away. I backed up slowly, scanning the trees. The woods were still. Too still. I didn't bother making breakfast or properly packing my gear. I shoved everything into my pack and started hiking. Fast. For the first mile, I didn't hear anything except my own footsteps. By the second mile, the woods finally started waking up, birds calling, wind rustling branches, and the more normal everything sounded, the more I began to doubt myself again. Maybe I'd mistaken the direction of the prints. Maybe there were more I just hadn't noticed. Maybe I'd imagined the footsteps entirely. Lack of sleep messes with people. But around midday, as I rounded a bend in the trail, I found something that stopped me cold. A shape hanging from a low branch. At first, I thought it was a piece of bark or some forest debris caught on a limb, but as I got closer, my stomach twisted. It was my campsite's paracord. Someone had tied it into a loop, a near-perfect noose, and underneath, carved into the bark of the tree, were 5 deep scratches. Not letters, not symbols, just marks. Long, uneven, and fresh. I knew then that whatever had been near my tent wasn't just a wanderer. It wasn't someone who happened upon my campsite by chance. Someone had followed me, and they wanted me to know it. The remaining hike felt endless. Every sound made me look over my shoulder. Every shadow looked like something waiting just out of sight. I didn't stop to rest. I barely drank water. I just moved. When I finally saw the parking lot through the trees, I nearly ran. My car was the only one there. I tossed my pack inside, locked the doors, and sat behind the wheel, shaking. It took several minutes before I trusted myself enough to start the engine. I drove straight into town, went to the sheriff's office, and reported everything. The deputy on duty was polite but skeptical. No footprints, no physical evidence, just my story and a noose I'd thrown into the back of my car in a panic. He told me they'd send someone to check the area, but I could see in his eyes he'd already written it off as a tired hiker spooking himself. Maybe he would have believed me if he'd been there that night, if he'd heard footsteps circling him in pitch-black woods, if he'd seen prints that appeared from nowhere. I've gone camping many times since then, but never alone. Not anymore, and I never go back to that section of trail. Sometimes I still dream about it, lying in my tent, listening to those slow footsteps padding around me, and always, always the dream ends the same way, with breathing just outside the thin wall of nylon. Slow, unsteady, wrong. Story, the end. The first time I told anyone this story, I was 28 years old, and still waking up some nights with the same dull pressure in my chest, the same memory of branches scraping across nylon and a voice whispering my name from somewhere that should have been empty. I've hiked alone hundreds of times since then, but nothing has ever come close to what happened that night in the Allegheny National Forest when I was 17, young enough to think nothing bad could really happen to me, old enough to know better. I'd gone out for a solo overnight trip at the tail end of September. It was the kind of fall afternoon that felt gentle and harmless, the sun warm without sweating you out, mosquitoes thinning for the season, the smell of leaves just starting to crisp. I wanted one quiet night before school and responsibilities came crashing down. My dad dropped me at a trailhead he knew well, a spot maybe 30 minutes from Kane, Pennsylvania. The plan wasn't complicated. Hike 5 or 6 miles in, camp by a creek, hike back out the next morning. I'd done it with him before. It felt safe. I remember how loud the woods were when I first started walking. Squirrels cracking through dead branches, blue jays screaming warnings to no one in particular, something small rustling through the underbrush every few minutes. It was busy, alive. By the time I reached the creek around 4:30, everything felt normal, good even. I filtered some water, set my pack down, took in the quiet stretch of running water that was just the right mix of peaceful and isolated. I set up camp maybe 20 yards from the creek on a soft patch of ground between two big white pines. By the time I'd pitched the tent, gathered wood, and eaten something, the sun was sliding down behind the ridge line. I didn't have a fire going yet, but there was enough light to see the orange glow fading through the trees. I remember thinking I should probably start a small fire before it got too dark, but I got distracted listening to the creek and the strange echo it made, like the water was running inside a cave. The first odd thing happened just before dusk fully gave out. I had my back turned toward the woods, tying up my food bag to stash for the night, when I heard footsteps behind me, slow, measured, like someone trying not to break twigs. I turned around immediately, expecting to see a deer. No deer, no person, nothing. I stood there for a minute, holding the rope, looking into a curtain of trees that suddenly looked darker than they should have. I told myself it was probably just the creek playing tricks on my ears. Sound does weird things out in the woods. I finished hanging the bag, then started on a fire. That's when everything changed. The woods went silent, instantly, unnaturally silent. Not a bird, not a bug, not a frog by the water, nothing. The only sound was the crackling of the fire and the creek, still making that weird hollow noise. I tried to brush it off. I'd heard the silence of the woods before, usually right before a storm or when a predator was moving through. But the air didn't feel storm-heavy, and there aren't exactly wolves roaming the Alleghenies anymore. I poked the fire, trying to stay calm. I was sitting on a log, staring into the flames, when I heard something drop into the water across the creek. A splash. Then two more. Not tiny splashes. Heavy ones, like someone stepping in. The opposite bank was maybe 15 feet away. I leaned forward, squinting, trying to see through the growing dark, but the firelight only reached so far, and the creek threw shadows everywhere. "Hello?" I said, though I didn't really expect an answer. I got one. It sounded like someone whispering. Too soft to understand, but definitely a voice. It came from somewhere just past the water. A human voice, low and strained, like they were trying not to be heard, but still speaking directly at me. The hair on my arms stood straight up. I felt the heat from the fire on my face, but the rest of me went cold. "Who's there?" I tried again, louder. No answer this time. Just more splashes, farther upstream now, like whoever, or whatever, had stepped into the water was moving away. I didn't like any of it. I'd seen enough weird things in the woods to know when something felt wrong. I put more wood on the fire, made it brighter, bigger. Fire is protection. That's what my dad always said. By 11, I forced myself to go into the tent. I zipped the door almost closed, leaving it open just a crack so I could see the glow of the fire. It made me feel less alone, like if something happened, I'd be able to see it coming. I lay there listening to the creek for maybe an hour. At some point, I started to drift off. My sleeping bag pulled up under my chin. I might have slept for a few minutes, I'm not sure. What I do remember is waking up with that immediate, suffocating feeling that something was watching me. The fire outside had burned down to embers, casting a weak orange glow across the clearing. The tent was dark, but not pitch black. I could still make out shapes. That's when I heard the breathing. Slow, heavy. Just outside the tent. I froze. My hands went numb. I held my breath without meaning to. The breathing wasn't animal heavy, not the snorting or huffing of a bear. It sounded human, as if someone was crouched over me, inches from the thin nylon wall, listening. A second later, something brushed the side of the tent. Not a paw, not a snout. Fingers. I heard the distinct drag of skin across fabric. Slow, deliberate. My throat went tight. Every instinct in my body started screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. Then the fingers stopped. The breathing stopped. And the woods slipped into an even deeper silence. Minutes passed, maybe 5, maybe 20. I don't know. Time didn't feel real. Then, from right behind my head, a whisper. Come out. Every muscle in my body seized. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. I didn't even swallow. It was a man's voice, dry, raspy, like someone who hadn't spoken in a long time. I don't know how long I stayed frozen like that. The whisper didn't come again. Eventually, I realized that I couldn't just lie there until morning. Whatever was outside could rip the tent open if it wanted to. I slid my hand slowly into my pack until I felt the cold handle of my dad's old hunting knife. Not great protection, but better than nothing. I waited. Listened. Nothing. Finally, I unzipped the tent in one fast motion and lunged out with the knife ready. The clearing was empty. The embers of the fire glowed faintly. The creek whispered in the dark, and the woods were still dead silent. No footprints around the tent except my own. No broken brush, no sign of anyone. But I knew what I'd heard, and I knew something had touched the tent. I kicked dirt onto the embers, grabbed my pack, and decided to hike out right then. My dad always said night hiking was stupid, but staying felt worse. The trail looked different in the dark. Shapes twisted. Every branch looked like a hand reaching out. My flashlight beam bounced around, catching bits of white bark that looked like faces for half a second. I was maybe a mile from the creek when I heard the footsteps behind me. Slow at first, then matching my speed, I walked faster. They walked faster. I ran. They ran. Whatever was following me wasn't trying to hide this time. It crashed through the brush, snapping branches like they were nothing. Heavy, fast, deliberate. I didn't look back. I couldn't. All I could do was run and hope I didn't trip or twist an ankle in the dark. At some point, the footsteps stopped, just cut off completely. I kept running until the sky started to lighten with the first hint of morning. When I finally reached the road and saw my dad's truck pull up, I collapsed. He asked what happened, but I couldn't explain it. Not then. Not in a way that made sense. We went back a week later. Him, me, and 2 rangers from the district office. They checked the campsite, the creek, the woods. No signs of anyone living out there. No footprints, no discarded gear. Nothing. One ranger said it was probably a bear. The other said maybe I'd been dreaming. But the one thing all 3 of us noticed was this. About 50 feet from where my tent had been, carved deep into the trunk of a pine tree, were 5 long marks. Not claw marks, those curve with the hand. These were straight, parallel. The spacing was wide enough to be fingers. I still don't know who or what was out there that night. I don't know how long it watched me before I ever noticed. I don't know how it moved so quietly or why it whispered my name in a voice I'd never heard before. But I know this. I was not alone in those woods. And something out there wanted me to know it. Story. The end. The air was already crisp when I parked my truck at the trailhead, the early October sun just barely pushing through the thick canopy of trees. I had been planning this solo trip for weeks, an overnight hike deep into the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. I liked the solitude, the way the woods forced you to focus, to be present. But as soon as I stepped onto the trail, I noticed how unnaturally quiet it was. No birds, no rustle of small animals, just the faint whisper of wind through the high branches. It was the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I kept telling myself it was normal, that I was overthinking. The trail was familiar enough from maps, but not one I'd ever attempted alone. I moved cautiously, keeping my eyes on the trail markers. The first few hours went smoothly, the forest still beautiful, with sunlight speckling the path. But as I pushed deeper, the trail narrowed, the trees thickened, and the air grew damp and heavy. That's when I started hearing it, a low snapping sound from somewhere off the path. I paused, frozen, straining my ears. Another snap, closer this time. My heart rate spiked. It was too deliberate to be a falling branch. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded small, swallowed by the towering trees. No response. I tried to convince myself it was a deer or some other animal, but the sound didn't match anything I knew. I moved faster, picking up the pace. The snapping continued, keeping rhythm with my steps, but always a little behind. I checked my compass and map, confident I knew my direction, but the trail seemed to twist in ways I didn't remember. It was disorienting, like the woods were shifting around me. By late afternoon, I reached a small clearing near a creek and decided it was time to set up camp. I wanted to get my shelter up before darkness fell completely. The clearing seemed peaceful at first, the water babbling softly, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I looked toward the tree line, I thought I saw a movement, a shadow, a flicker. But whenever I focused, there was nothing there. I brushed it off as nerves and continued pitching my tent. My hands were shaking more than I wanted to admit. As night descended, the forest seemed to change. The quiet that had been so peaceful now felt oppressive. I lit my lantern inside the tent, the soft glow barely cutting through the darkness outside. Every few minutes, I heard the snap of a branch or the rustle of leaves. Sometimes it sounded like footsteps, slow and careful, circling the clearing. I tried to tell myself it was the wind or a small animal, but my mind refused to believe it. I felt exposed, tiny and fragile, in a massive, indifferent forest. Around midnight, the sounds stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the noise. My flashlight beam caught something at the edge of the clearing. A tall, thin figure standing completely still, just beyond the reach of my light. My breath caught in my throat. I blinked, and it was gone. I told myself it had been a trick of the shadows, that I was exhausted and seeing things. But sleep was impossible. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig sent me jerking awake. I could feel something moving just out of sight, patient and deliberate. By 2 a.m., I had abandoned my tent. I needed to find the main trail, to put distance between myself and whatever was out there. I stumbled through the underbrush, branches tearing at my clothes and skin. The moonlight barely illuminated the path, and my headlamp's beam seemed too small to fight back the darkness. Then I heard it. Footsteps, soft and deliberate, mirroring mine but just out of reach. I froze, pressing myself against a tree, heart hammering, and waited. The sound stopped. I held my breath. Then a low growl from deep in the woods made my blood run cold. It was not a dog or a bear. It was something else, something intelligent, patient, and predatory. I ran. Branches whipped across my face, roots snagged my boots, but I didn't stop. The footsteps returned, keeping pace, never closing in completely, just enough to remind me I was being hunted. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but I couldn't risk slowing down. After what felt like hours, I stumbled into another clearing. My flashlight flicked across something that made me scream. A set of enormous footprints, too big to be human, pressed into the muddy earth, leading back toward the trail I had just fled. My rational mind screamed to follow the trail, but instinct told me to turn and keep running. I moved through the trees blindly, relying on memory and intuition. At one point, I almost tripped over a fallen log, and when I looked up, I saw the figure again. It wasn't moving, just standing among the shadows, impossibly still. I don't know how long I stared, frozen by fear. And then, just like that, it was gone. No sound, no trace, as if it had vanished into the night itself. I ran until my legs gave out, until I found a small creek and waded in, letting the cold water numb my fear and my exhaustion. The footsteps never followed me into the water, but the sense of being watched never left. Dawn broke gray and muted. My clothes were torn, my body bruised and scraped, but I was alive. I found a narrow service road that led me back toward the main trailhead. I flagged down a passing hiker who looked at me like I was a ghost and offered me a granola bar and water. When I explained what had happened, she gave me a tight, knowing smile and told me I wasn't the first to hear things in those woods at night. "They wait," she said simply. "Always waiting." I didn't ask for clarification. I just kept walking, desperate for civilization. Even after I made it back to my truck, warm and safe, I felt it, an unshakable awareness that I had not left the woods behind. The forest had a patience I could not comprehend. It had followed me, watched me, and I knew if I returned, even months later, it would still remember me. I drove away slowly, casting anxious glances in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the shadows moving along the tree line. I have no explanation for what I experienced that night. No logical answer. Only the memory of heavy, deliberate footsteps and the feeling that something had been waiting for me, unseen, just beyond the edge of the light. I never went back. I don't hike alone anymore. Even in the daylight, the thought of those trees, those shadows, makes my stomach twist. Sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I swear I hear it. the soft, deliberate snap of a branch, the echo of footsteps that never stop, reminding me that the forest remembers and it waits. Story the end. I had been planning this solo backpacking trip for months. I thought I knew the forest well enough. Decades of camping and hiking had given me confidence, maybe too much. I parked my truck at the trailhead just as dawn was breaking, mist clinging to the trees like a veil. The air was crisp, smelling of wet leaves and pine sap. I hoisted my pack, heavier than I remembered, and started down the trail, enjoying the solitude. The first few hours were serene. Birds called to each other, squirrels darted across the path, and the creek beside me gurgled softly. I let myself relax into the rhythm of walking, my boots crunching on the leaf-strewn trail. But as the morning wore on, I noticed the forest growing strangely silent. No birds, no rustling animals, not even the wind seemed to pass through the trees anymore. It was as if the woods had drawn a deep, expectant breath and were holding it. I shook off the unease and pressed on. By midday, I reached a section of the trail I didn't recognize. The map I had brought wasn't helpful. The trail markers were old and faded, and some paths were completely overgrown. I was still confident I could navigate, but the forest felt different here. Denser. Shadows stretched unnaturally, bending around me, almost moving. A shiver ran down my spine, but I kept walking. Then I heard it. A snap. Like a branch breaking underfoot. I paused, straining to listen. At first, I thought it was me stepping on a hidden twig, but the sound came again, softly, deliberately, somewhere behind me. My heartbeat quickened. I called out, "Hello?" My voice felt loud, intrusive. No reply. I tried to laugh it off as another hiker, but something in the air made me stop. The woods didn't feel shared. It felt personal, almost hostile. I started walking faster, boots crunching over the trail, but the sound followed, keeping pace, always just behind me. I glanced over my shoulder and froze. Between the trees, I thought I saw movement, a shape, tall and thin, standing upright, still. I blinked, and it vanished. My pulse was in my ears. Rational thought told me it was a trick of the light, maybe a deer. But the feeling of being watched clung to me like a second skin. I tried to retrace my steps, hoping to find a familiar marker or clearing, but the forest seemed to shift around me. The trail forked into two paths, neither familiar. I picked one at random, hoping it would lead somewhere recognizable. The woods closed in. The canopy blocked out the sky entirely, and the temperature seemed to drop. My breath fogged in the air. The sounds grew worse. Footsteps? No, not footsteps exactly. More like the whisper of movement, brushing leaves, cracking small branches, always nearby, never revealing itself. I tried to keep calm, telling myself I was imagining things, but the sense of being followed, of unseen eyes tracking me, was unbearable. I tripped over a root and fell hard, scraping my hands and knees. The pain barely registered. My mind was consumed by the realization that I was utterly alone and possibly being hunted. I stumbled into a small clearing by a creek. Water shimmered in the pale light filtering through the trees. I wanted to rest, to drink, but I couldn't stop moving. I scanned the clearing, and my stomach dropped. There was a figure across the creek. Tall, thin, standing perfectly still, eyes, or what I thought were eyes, fixed on me. My chest tightened. I couldn't see a face, only a dark silhouette against the trees. I whispered to myself, "Stay calm, it's just a person, probably lost, like me." Then the figure moved, shifting behind a tree in a way that defied natural motion, just enough to stay partially visible. My legs locked, my throat dry. Panic surged, and I ran. Branches tore at my arms, thorns snagged my clothes, but I didn't care. I had to get out. The trail disappeared. Every direction I tried seemed wrong, leading me deeper into the forest. Shadows now seemed alive, stretching and twisting with each step I took. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. I had no sense of time. Darkness swallowed the woods completely, and the moonlight barely penetrated the canopy. I stopped to catch my breath and heard a sound that made my blood run cold. Soft, deliberate footsteps circling me. Stopping when I stopped, resuming when I moved. I froze. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body was paralyzed with terror. I remembered my emergency whistle. I raised it to my lips and blew. The sound echoed through the trees, sharp and desperate. The footsteps stopped. Silence returned, heavy and expectant. I crouched low, holding my flashlight like a weapon, shining it around. Nothing. I whispered to myself, "It's gone. It's gone." But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I kept moving, crawling over roots. slipping in mud, following a vague sound of running water that I hoped would lead me back to the trail. The forest seemed endless, each step taking me further into a labyrinth I couldn't escape. Every snap of a branch, every rustle of leaves made me jump, convinced the figure was still there, always following, patient, waiting. I stumbled across an old cabin, abandoned, roof sagging, windows boarded. I slipped inside, hoping for shelter. The air was thick with mold and decay, but it was safer than outside. I huddled in a corner trying to calm down, listening. The forest was quiet, too quiet. Then a tapping sound came from the outside wall, soft, rhythmic, deliberate. My stomach churned. The noise moved, circling the cabin, never approaching the door, never leaving. I stayed in that cabin until dawn, too terrified to sleep, too exhausted to move. When the first light broke through the trees, I ran again, following the creek that might lead to the main trail. By mid-morning, I finally stumbled onto a well-marked path where hikers and bikers passed by, oblivious to the terror I had endured. Relief hit me like a wave. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck. When I reported my experience to rangers, they searched the area. They found nothing. No tracks, no evidence of anyone else being there. Nothing to explain the noises, the figure, or the relentless feeling of being followed. It was as if the forest itself had swallowed my pursuer, leaving only the memory of fear behind. I never went back. I don't hike alone anymore. Even now, months later, I feel the weight of those woods pressing in whenever I'm in a forested area. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping branch makes my heart leap. I've told a few friends, and some dismiss it as imagination or adrenaline. But I know what I experienced. The woods are not forgiving. They watch. They wait, and sometimes they let you leave, but never without leaving a part of you behind. I sometimes wake at night, hearing faint rustling outside my window or a soft tap on the roof. My rational mind tells me it's nothing, the wind, maybe a stray animal, but the memory of that night in the woods is sharp, real, and unrelenting. The figure, the footsteps, the feeling of being hunted alone in the dark, it stays with me. And I know, if I ever return to those woods, I won't be alone. Not really. Story the end. I remember the first time I truly felt the kind of fear that eats at your bones, the kind you can't shake for weeks afterward. I had grown up in a small town in northern Maine, the kind of place where the woods stretch for miles and people disappear into them for days without a word. I'd always been cautious, but I liked the woods. I liked the quiet, the smell of pine needles, the way sunlight filtered through the trees. So when I turned 22, I decided to do a solo weekend hike in Baxter State Park. I told my friends I'd be back by Sunday evening, but I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going. I thought it would be fine. I'd done day hikes before, and I had a map, a compass, and my pack loaded with essentials. The first day was perfect. The sun was warm, the sky clear, and I moved along the trails confidently. I stopped occasionally to take pictures, to listen to the wind rustling the leaves, and to enjoy the stillness. I camped near a small stream, built a fire, and settled in for the night. That night, though, was the first time I felt it, the sense that I was being watched. I chalked it up to imagination, to the isolation, to stories I'd heard growing up. I told myself the forest was old and the sounds were just animals. But there was something in the way the wind shifted, the way the branches snapped that didn't feel natural. The next morning, I packed up and continued my hike. I was aiming for a high ridge where the view was supposed to be spectacular. The trail became less defined, more rugged, and I had to navigate through dense undergrowth. Around midday, I realized I had lost the trail. My compass said I was heading roughly the right direction, but I couldn't see any markers or signs. I stopped to rest and pulled out my map, trying to orient myself. That's when I noticed it, footprints in the mud, small, human, and recent. I froze. They weren't mine. I followed the prints cautiously, hoping they would lead to another hiker. But the prints didn't feel normal. They were scattered, almost hesitant, like whoever made them was moving in a rush, then stopping, then moving again. The feeling of being watched returned, stronger than ever. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the snap of a branch, even the distant caw of a crow made me jump. I tried to tell myself it was just another hiker, maybe a local hunter. But something in the air was different. The forest was silent in a way that didn't feel right, as if it were holding its breath. By late afternoon, I realized I had wandered far from the trail. I tried to backtrack, but the forest was confusing, the terrain uneven, and shadows were lengthening. That's when I heard the first voice. It was faint, almost indistinguishable from the wind. I paused, holding my breath. It sounded like someone whispering my name. I called out, "Hello?" No response. My heart pounded. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the wind, but the whisper came again, clearer this time. "Parvez." I froze, realizing my name had not left my lips. The voice wasn't coming from one direction. It seemed to echo around me. I turned slowly, trying to locate it, but all I saw were trees, shadows, and the fading light. Panic started to take hold. I had a flashlight, but I didn't want to use it yet. I thought about the footprints, the whispering, the way the forest seemed alive and hostile. I decided to keep moving, to find a place to camp before darkness fell completely. I stumbled across a small clearing and tried to calm down. I set up my tent quickly, my hands shaking so badly I cut myself on a branch. The fire I managed to build did little to calm my nerves. As night fell, I felt eyes on me. I tried to rationalize it. Animals, the way my mind was playing tricks. But then I saw movement. Just beyond the firelight, something crouched in the shadows. Not a deer, not a bear, something human-like, but twisted. I couldn't make out details, but it was watching me, unmoving. I froze, unable to breathe. The firelight flickered, and when I looked again, it was gone. Sleep didn't come that night. Every sound, every crack of a branch, every whisper of the wind made me jump. I kept my knife close and my flashlight ready. I wanted to leave at first light, but I also knew that the terrain was rough and I might get more lost if I moved in the dark. I stayed as still as possible, eyes straining to catch any movement. Hours passed like this. Every time I thought I heard something moving closer, my stomach dropped. The forest seemed to grow darker, more oppressive, like it was closing in on me. Morning brought little relief. The shadows were shorter, the sun higher, but the fear remained. I packed up as quickly as possible and tried to retrace my steps. I followed a stream, hoping it would lead to a trail, but soon the footprints reappeared, fresh and heading in the same direction as me. I started to run, tripping over roots, tearing my pants on branches, my heart hammering in my chest. The whispers started again, faint at first, then louder, more urgent. "Parvez!" Panic overtook me completely. I screamed, shouted, begged whoever or whatever was there to leave me alone. My voice echoed back at me from the trees, as if the forest itself were mocking me. I ran blindly, finally breaking through the underbrush onto a small dirt road. Relief hit me for a moment, but then I saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees, not moving, just watching. I didn't stop. I ran straight past it, my lungs burning, my legs shaking, until I found the park ranger station. I collapsed there, crying, trembling, and trying to explain what happened. The rangers were skeptical, asking if I had seen anyone, if I had hallucinated, if I had tripped or gotten hurt. I insisted, but I had no proof. They searched the area later, but found nothing. No footprints, no one hiding, nothing that suggested I wasn't alone. I left the park that day, driving home in silence, haunted a feeling of being watched, the whispers calling my name and the shadowy figure I couldn't explain. Weeks later, I couldn't sleep properly. Every little sound made me jump. I found myself checking my windows at night, even though I lived in a quiet neighborhood. Friends said I was imagining it, that the forest had only triggered fear. But I knew better. I knew what I felt in those woods, what I saw in the shadows. I knew the forest had eyes, that something had been following me, and that it had only let me go because it wanted me to leave. I've never gone back to that park, and I never will. Even thinking about it now makes my skin crawl, my heart rate pick up, and my hands shake. Years have passed, but the memory is as vivid as ever. The feeling of being utterly alone, utterly exposed, and utterly hunted is something that can't be described fully in words. I tell people my story cautiously because most don't believe it. They say the mind plays tricks in isolation, that fear amplifies every sound, every shadow. But I know what I experienced. I know the whispering. I know the shadow. I know the terror of being completely alone in the woods with something that watches and waits, patient and silent, for you to make the smallest mistake. I never shared this story publicly, and I rarely even tell friends. It feels wrong to put it into words, as if doing so invites the memory back into my life. But the memory refuses to fade. I still remember the smell of the pine, the cold chill of the night air, the way the shadows moved against the firelight. I remember the voice, soft and coaxing, whispering my name over and over, and I remember the figure at the edge of the clearing, watching, silent, waiting. I have never been so terrified in my life, and I hope I never will be again. Even now, years later, I avoid solitary hikes. I stick to trails where I know other people will be. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the woods or even walking past a grove of trees in my neighborhood, I feel it, the eyes, the waiting, the patient presence of something unseen. And I remember that weekend, the weekend when the forest itself seemed alive, and I realized how small and vulnerable a single human being is in the wilderness, completely alone. I have no answers, I have no proof, but I know what happened. And I know that the fear I felt that weekend is not something you ever truly get over. It's a part of you, a shadow you carry forever, reminding you that sometimes when you're alone in the woods, you are not really alone. Story the end. I had always loved hiking, the kind of love that bordered on obsession. I grew up in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, and by the time I was 20, I thought I knew the woods like the back of my hand. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for what happened that weekend in the Monongahela National Forest in West Virginia. I had planned a solo overnight hike, something simple, a 10-mile loop that started at a trailhead near the Cranberry Wilderness and would end back at my car. I told a friend where I was going, but beyond that, no one knew my exact route. The first few hours were peaceful. The air was crisp and smelled of pine and damp earth. The trail wound up through dense groves, over small streams, and along ridgelines with breathtaking views of the valleys below. I was moving quickly, buoyed by the solitude, by the sense of freedom that comes when you're completely alone in nature. I stopped occasionally to take photos or jot notes in my journal. The sun was warm on my back, and I felt an almost euphoric sense of calm. As afternoon approached, I reached a small clearing and decided to take a break. I sat on a moss-covered rock, sipped water, and watched as a hawk circled high above. That's when I first noticed the quiet. Not just the normal forest quiet, but an unnatural stillness. Birds had stopped singing, insects were eerily silent. It was as if the forest had collectively held its breath. At first, I brushed it off. Maybe it was just late in the day, I told myself, but something in that silence pressed against me, a subtle weight that made my skin crawl. I packed up and continued along the trail, but soon I realized the path was fading. The markers were scarce, and some had been knocked over or obscured by fallen branches. I tried to stay calm, using my compass and map to navigate, but the terrain was rougher than I expected. I kept hearing small snaps of branches behind me, faint but distinct, as if someone or something was following. Each time I turned, there was nothing, just trees and shadows. My pulse quickened. I told myself it was deer or squirrels, maybe even a loose branch falling in the wind. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. By late afternoon, I was officially off the trail. I tried to retrace my steps, but the forest had a disorienting sameness, the trees forming walls that blocked any distant view. Then I noticed the footprints. Small, bare, human, fresh. My stomach dropped. I scanned the undergrowth for signs of a hiker. Nothing. No backpack, no discarded water bottle, no sound of footsteps. Just the prints, scattered and oddly irregular, as if the person had been moving without care, darting and stopping. Fear began to gnaw at me, a sharp, insistent dread. I started moving faster, trying to find a familiar landmark. The sun was sinking, and the shadows grew longer, deeper, darker. That's when I heard it, a whisper. So faint at first I thought I was imagining it. But it grew clearer, closer, like someone calling my name. Alex. I froze. My name had not left my lips, yet it was there, carried on the wind through the trees. I spun around, heart hammering, but there was nothing, no one in sight, only the dense forest and the gathering shadows. I tried to run, but the forest seemed to stretch endlessly. Every path I took looped back into another thicket of trees, another patch of uneven ground. The whispering continued, sometimes faint, sometimes loud, always just out of sight. Alex, Alex. I started shouting, demanding whoever it was to show themselves, but my voice echoed mockingly off the trees, swallowed by the vastness of the wilderness. The fear was no longer rational, it was primal, the kind that seeps into your bones and turns your blood cold. As night fell, I stumbled into a small clearing and forced myself to set up my tent. My hands were shaking so badly I cut myself on the stakes. I built a fire, desperate for light and warmth, but the shadows it cast seemed alive, shifting and crawling along the edges of the clearing. I tried to convince myself it was fatigue, paranoia, but deep down, I knew I wasn't alone. Something watched me from beyond the circle of firelight. I could feel its eyes on me, a silent, patient presence. Sleep didn't come. Every small sound made me flinch. The rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig, the distant howl of a coyote. At some point, I heard movement close to my tent, deliberate, slow, circling. I gripped my flashlight and knife, shining the light into the darkness, but nothing was there. Then I saw it. A shadow, fleeting but unmistakable, human-shaped, standing just beyond the reach of the fire. My breath caught. I wanted to scream, to run, but fear rooted me to the spot. I stayed frozen until the shape disappeared, leaving only the oppressive silence in its wake. I waited until the first hint of dawn, then packed everything as fast as I could. I tried to retrace my steps, using the stream as a guide. But the forest seemed to twist around me. Paths I thought I recognized were gone, replaced by unbroken trees and brambles. The footprints reappeared, fresh and heading in the same direction I was moving. Panic took over. I ran blindly, tripping over roots, tearing my pants on branches, my lungs burning. The whispering returned, closer, louder, echoing, "Alex! Alex!" Finally, after what felt like hours, I broke through the undergrowth onto a dirt road. Relief hit me, but it was short-lived. At the edge of the tree line, I saw a figure. Not moving, not walking, just standing there, watching. I ran past it without looking back, stumbling onto the main trail where a park ranger happened to be checking a signpost. I collapsed in tears, exhausted, shaking, and tried to explain what had happened. The rangers were polite but skeptical. They searched the area later and found nothing. No footprints, no evidence of another person, nothing to confirm my story. They suggested I may have imagined it, that fear and exhaustion can do strange things to the mind. But I knew what I had experienced. I had felt the presence, heard the voice, seen the shadow. I had been completely alone, yet not alone. Weeks passed and I couldn't shake the memory. I started checking over my shoulder everywhere, even in safe, crowded places. Every creak of the floorboards at night made me jump. Friends told me I was imagining it, that fear and adrenaline had created hallucinations. But I know the difference between imagination and reality. I know what I saw, what I heard, and what I felt. Years later, I still avoid solitary hikes. I stick to well-traveled trails, preferably with friends. Sometimes, when I see a dense patch of trees or a darkened forest at the edge of a field, a chill runs down my spine. I remember the Monongahela woods, the shadows, the whispers calling my name, and I know without doubt that some things in the wilderness are patient. They wait, they watch, and if you're alone long enough, they may let you glimpse them, just enough to understand that the forest is not as empty as it seems. Even now, I can't explain it. I have no proof. But I remember the fear, the silence, the way the forest seemed alive. I remember the shadow at the edge of the firelight and the voice that whispered my name in the dark. And I know that for those few hours, I wasn't just alone in the woods. I was being hunted by something that no one else could see. Story the end. The first sign that something wasn't right came just as I passed the old rusted sign marking the entrance to Pine Hollow State Forest. I had planned this solo weekend hike for months, thinking it would be a chance to disconnect from work, from people, from everything. It was mid-October, and the trees were just beginning to turn, casting long, jagged shadows across the trail. The air was crisp, carrying that familiar scent of pine needles and decaying leaves. Normally, that smell calmed me. That day, it felt oppressive, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I parked my car at the small lot near the trailhead. There was no one else there, nothing unusual for a weekday, but the silence seemed heavier than normal. No birds, no wind rustling through the leaves, just the crunch of my boots on the gravel. I hoisted my backpack, a little heavier than I usually carried, because I was planning to camp overnight, and started down the trail. The first few miles were fine. I passed a small creek, the water gurgling over rocks, and I even saw a deer leap across the path ahead of me. I stopped to snap a few photos, trying to shake off a nagging sense of unease that had been growing since I arrived. By mid-afternoon, The sun was low, and I realized I needed to find a good campsite soon. I came across a small clearing, perfect for my tent. It was close to the creek, which would be convenient for water. I set up quickly, eager to get my sleeping bag laid out before the shadows got too long. Once the tent was pitched, I sat down to eat a quick snack and noticed something odd. My phone, which I had checked earlier and still had full service, suddenly had no signal at all. I shrugged it off, figuring the dense trees were interfering with reception. But then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic snapping, like someone stepping on dry branches just beyond the edge of the clearing. Probably a deer. I said to myself, trying to sound confident, though my stomach sank. The snapping continued, slow and deliberate, not random like a deer or small animal would make. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the trees, but there was nothing there. Just shadows and the occasional flash of moonlight bouncing off leaves. I went inside my tent, zipped it up, and tried to calm myself. I told myself I was imagining things, that the forest just sounded louder at night. But then I heard the whispering. Soft, barely audible, like someone speaking just on the edge of hearing. I froze, straining to make out the words. They were indistinct at first, but one phrase stood out. "Why are you here?" My pulse shot up. I had camped alone many times before, but I had never felt this kind of fear. I considered leaving immediately, but I wasn't sure which direction was safe. The trailhead was a mile back, but the forest seemed to twist in ways that made it impossible to tell. I stayed in my tent, trembling, flashlight in hand, listening as the snapping moved closer, circling the clearing. Eventually, I convinced myself I had to move. I crawled out and started along the trail, trying to retrace my steps toward the parking lot. Every step I took, I heard the snapping following me, matching my pace perfectly. I called out, but my voice sounded small, swallowed by the trees. The forest felt alive, watching me, closing in with each step. I stumbled into another clearing and froze. In the pale moonlight, I saw footprints in the mud, large, human-like, barefoot. They were fresh, leading toward me and stopping abruptly at the edge of the clearing. I swallowed hard and started walking again, trying to ignore the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. Then I saw it, a figure between two trees. Tall, thin, unnaturally still. My rational mind told me it was a trick of the light, but the outline didn't waver. It tilted its head, and in the shadow of the trees I thought I saw a smile. Panic surged. I ran. Not carefully, not cautiously, just ran. Branches whipped my face, roots tore at my clothes, mud soaked through my shoes. I didn't know where I was going, just away from the figure. The snapping followed relentlessly, growing louder, more precise. Every time I stumbled, it sounded closer, like whoever or whatever was tracking me knew exactly where I was. After what felt like hours, I broke into a small creek and collapsed, soaked and exhausted. I pressed myself against the bank, shivering, trying to slow my ragged breathing. I told myself I had lost it, that maybe fatigue and fear had created illusions. But then I heard the whisper again, soft and guttural this time, coming from somewhere in the trees. "You shouldn't be here." I scrambled back into the woods, moving as silently as possible, though silence seemed impossible. Every snap of a branch, every rustle of leaves was magnified in the oppressive darkness. The forest seemed to shift around me, trails looping back on themselves, trees forming walls I didn't remember. I felt trapped, like I was running through a labyrinth designed to keep me inside. At one point, I tripped over a root and fell hard, scraping my hands and knees. I stayed down for a moment, listening, but the snapping had stopped. I dared to look around. The figure was gone, but the footprints remained, leading into the denser part of the woods. I wanted to follow them, to see if it was a person who might help, but something deep in my gut told me not to. I moved blindly, eventually reaching a small hill. From the top, I could see the faint glow of my car's headlights reflecting off the distant trees. Relief flooded me, but I knew I wasn't safe yet. I ran downhill, stumbling through underbrush, branches whipping my face, the mud making every step treacherous. As I broke into the parking lot, I glanced back at the tree line. Nothing. Just the dark forest, indifferent and silent. I locked myself in the car, engine running, and finally allowed myself to breathe. I didn't stop driving until I reached a town 20 miles away. At a gas station, I called a friend and told them what had happened. They listened politely, then reminded me that fatigue and stress could play tricks on the mind in the woods. I wanted to believe that, but I knew what I had seen, or at least what I had felt. I haven't camped alone since that night. I avoid forests when I can, and even thinking about Pine Hollow makes my skin crawl. I know some people might dismiss this as imagination, hallucination, or stress, but there are things in the woods, things you can't explain, things that watch you and follow, keeping their distance just enough to terrify. Every night since, I hear a snapping sound in my dreams, precise, deliberate, and accompanied by that whisper, "You shouldn't be here." I wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding, remembering the fear of being alone in the dark, with something watching me just out of sight. It's a memory I will never escape. Story the end. The first thing I noticed when I pulled off the narrow gravel road and into the small parking area was how silent it was. Not just quiet like a forest, but a deep, suffocating silence, like the air itself was holding its breath. I had driven hours from my apartment in New Hampshire to hike a trail I'd read about online, supposedly beautiful, remote, and practically empty on weekdays. I thought I'd enjoy the solitude, the chance to escape everything, to clear my mind. I had no idea how quickly that solitude would turn into something I could barely comprehend. I hoisted my pack onto my shoulders and took my first steps along the trail. The air smelled like pine and damp earth, the kind of scent that makes you feel alive in a way cities never do. The path was narrow but well marked, lined with ferns and moss-covered rocks. At first, everything was peaceful. Birds chirped above me, squirrels darted across the trail, and a gentle wind rustled through the trees. I breathed deeply, feeling the tension in my shoulders melt away. A few hours in, I found a small stream cutting across the path. I crouched to refill my water bottle, the sound of the flowing water strangely calming. That's when I noticed it. Footprints. Human footprints. Large boots. Pressed into the mud along the edge of the stream. I froze, my heart picking up. They weren't mine. They led both ways along the bank, as if someone had passed through earlier and then turned back. I told myself it was normal. Maybe a hiker had gone through before me. But something about the tracks felt off, like they'd been made deliberately, carefully, with purpose. I continued along the trail, trying to ignore the unease settling in my stomach. As the afternoon wore on, the forest seemed to thicken. The trees grew closer together, and the path became uneven, tangled with roots and fallen branches. The sun filtered weakly through the canopy, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward me. I tried to keep my focus on the trail, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, I half expected to see someone, or something, lurking just beyond the trees. Around 4 in the afternoon, I decided to set up camp in a small clearing I found near a bend in the trail. I pitched my tent and started a fire, the smoke curling lazily into the sky. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that there was no one else out here, that I was perfectly safe. But the shadows seemed to move differently than they should. Shapes in the trees didn't quite line up with branches. Every rustle of leaves made me tense. Night fell faster than I expected, and with it came a new layer of fear. The forest, which had seemed so serene during the day, now felt oppressive. The wind whispered through the trees, but it wasn't the wind alone. I swear I heard footsteps crunching over dry leaves, circling my campsite. I froze in my sleeping bag, listening. The sounds stopped as suddenly as they had started, leaving a silence that was heavier than anything I'd ever experienced. I tried to sleep, but every sound was magnified. The snapping of twigs, the distant call of an owl, the rustling of underbrush. Around midnight, I heard it clearly, a voice, soft and almost human, whispering my name. My heart slammed in my chest. I grabbed my flashlight, shining it around the clearing, but there was there. No one. Nothing. Just the trees, the darkness, and me. I stayed up the rest of the night, holding my flashlight like a weapon, my ears straining for any sign of movement. The whispering returned intermittently, always faint, always just out of sight. I didn't know if it was human, some kind of animal, or my imagination. I knew only that I felt utterly alone and utterly vulnerable. By morning, I was exhausted and jittery. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could and decided to leave the trail entirely, taking a smaller path that looked like it led down to the main road. That's when I saw the figure. A man, tall and thin, wearing dark clothing that blended perfectly with the shadows of the forest. He was standing just beyond the tree line, motionless, watching me. I froze, my stomach turning. Then he moved, slowly, deliberately, staying just behind the trees as I tried to figure out what to do. Panic set in. I ran. My legs burned as I scrambled over roots and rocks, branches slapping my face and arms. I didn't look back. The sound of footsteps followed me, quickening as I sprinted. Every instinct told me to keep going, to not stop, to not look back. I finally burst onto a wider trail and kept running until I could see my car. I jumped in, locked the doors, and drove away as fast as I could, my hands shaking uncontrollably on the wheel. I told myself it was over, that I had escaped, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave me. Over the next few days, I kept checking my surroundings obsessively, jumping at every unexpected sound. I tried to rationalize it, maybe a hunter, maybe someone camping nearby, maybe just my imagination, but deep down I knew it wasn't imagination. A week later, I drove back to the trailhead, hoping to rationalize the fear. I spoke with a park ranger, telling him everything. He listened quietly and then said something that made my blood run cold. "You weren't the first to report it," he said. "Some parts of this forest, people just don't go alone. There's something out there, something that watches. It's not human, at least not completely. Just don't go back alone." I haven't returned. I hike with friends now, never alone, always keeping the trailhead in sight. But even now, months later, I can't shake the memory of that night. The whispering voice, the footsteps, the figure in the trees. Sometimes when the wind is right, I swear I can hear it, faint and patient, at the edge of hearing. I don't know what it was, and I don't want to know. I only know that being alone in those woods is something I will never do again. Even typing this, I feel the hairs on my neck rise, the cold tightening in my chest. The forest has a rhythm, a presence, a patience that humbles you, and if you're alone, it will find you. I've learned that the hard way. The sound of a twig snapping, the movement of shadows, they're not just nature. Not always. And sometimes being alone is more dangerous than you could ever imagine. I still carry a small flashlight with me everywhere, even on city walks. I check my surroundings constantly, even when it's daylight. Sometimes, late at night, I hear whispers, almost like a memory of that night. A reminder that the woods never forget. The forest is patient. It waits. And when it finds someone alone, it watches and it waits until it doesn't have to wait anymore. I will never forget it. I will never go back. And I will never, ever be alone in the woods again. Story the end. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not the kind of peaceful quiet you get in a forest in the middle of the day, but a heavy, unnatural silence that pressed against my ears and made me hyper-aware of every small sound. I had driven hours from the city to get away, desperate to be alone, to test myself on a long solo hike. I parked at the trailhead, grabbed my pack, and started down the narrow path that wound into the thick Appalachian woods. The sun was high, filtering through the canopy, but the deeper I went, the darker it became. After the first hour, everything felt normal, almost comforting. Birds called occasionally, a squirrel darted across the path, and the scent of wet pine filled the air. I kept my pace steady, focused on my breathing and the sound of my boots crunching dry leaves. But then I noticed the first oddity. The footprints. I was sure I had been alone since the trailhead had, but the dirt along the trail showed faint human prints. They weren't recent, some looked days old, but they were there, going deeper into the woods, parallel to the trail in places where no one should have walked. I told myself it was probably a hiker from earlier in the week. The rational part of me tried to calm my nerves, but a creeping unease settled in my stomach. The further I went, the denser the forest became. Pine needles carpeted the ground, and the trees were so thick that the sunlight barely reached the trail. That's when I heard it. First a faint snapping of a branch, then a soft rustle from somewhere off the path. I froze. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained my ears. Nothing. I took a deep breath and started walking again, telling myself I was imagining things. Hours passed, and the sun began to dip toward the horizon. Shadows stretched across the forest floor, and the air grew cooler. That's when I realized I had taken a wrong turn somewhere. The trail I had been following disappeared under a tangle of roots and fallen branches. I tried to backtrack, but every direction looked the same. Panic started to bubble under my skin. I was alone, and now I wasn't even sure where I was. I decided to follow a small stream I had passed earlier, hoping it would lead me back to a main trail or road. The sound of running water was comforting, rhythmic, almost hypnotic. But then I heard something else, a low, guttural sound that made my blood run cold. It was a growl, deep and resonant, coming from the woods on the opposite side of the stream. I froze, trying to tell myself it was a bear or some other animal. But there was something off. It wasn't moving like an animal. It was deliberate, controlled. I started walking faster along the bank, keeping my eyes peeled. Then I heard footsteps, not the scuttling of a deer or raccoon, but heavy, purposeful steps behind me. I didn't turn around. My instincts screamed at me to run, and I obeyed, splashing through the water, stumbling over roots, barely keeping my balance. The growl came again, closer this time, and I realized I had no idea what was following me, or if it was even human. Night fell fast, faster than I expected. My flashlight barely cut through the darkness, illuminating twisted roots and dark pools of water. Every sound was amplified. A branch snapping in the distance, the rustle of leaves, my own ragged breathing. I tried to call out, hoping for another hiker or a ranger, but my voice sounded small, swallowed by the oppressive forest. And then I heard it again, unmistakable. Breathing. Slow, deliberate, right behind me. I froze. My body was paralyzed with fear. I forced myself to move, taking careful, measured steps along the stream. I could feel eyes on me, watching, calculating. The forest was alive in a way that was terrifying, as if it had become a predator itself. Then I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow darting between the trees, too fast to be human. I spun around, but there was nothing there. My heart was racing so hard I thought it might burst. I ran, tripping over roots, tearing my clothes on branches, but I didn't stop. Hours seemed to pass, though I have no idea how long I had been moving. I stumbled upon an abandoned cabin, the wood rotting, the windows dark and hollow. Desperate, I knocked, shouting, hoping someone was inside. Silence. I edged around the side, peering in through a cracked window. The interior was empty, but the floor was littered with footprints, bare, smeared, like someone had walked through dirt and then dragged it across the floor. I felt my stomach drop. This wasn't just a random hiker. Someone, or something, was here. I decided I couldn't stay. I left the cabin and tried to find the trail again, but every direction looked wrong. My flashlight flickered, and the shadows seemed to twist and move with me. I could hear whispers, faint at first, then growing clearer. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like someone was calling my name, taunting me. Panic overtook any rational thought. I ran blindly, following the sound of the stream, trying to get to any sign of civilization. Then I heard it, a voice, calm, deliberate, coming from just ahead. You shouldn't be here. I froze, unable to move. The darkness ahead shifted, and I saw a figure emerge, tall, thin, impossibly still. I couldn't see a face, just the silhouette of someone, or something, standing in the middle of the trail. My mind screamed to run, but my legs felt like stone. The figure tilted its head as if observing me, studying me. I realized then that I wasn't just lost, I was being hunted. I bolted, running faster than I ever had in my life. The forest blurred around me, branches lashing at my face and arms. I didn't look back, but I could hear the footsteps, the slow, deliberate following, keeping pace with me. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't stop. Every instinct I had screamed to keep moving, to survive, to escape. Eventually, I stumbled onto a logging road. Gravel crunched under my boots, and I shouted until my voice was raw, hoping someone would hear me. A car appeared in the distance, headlights cutting through the dark. Relief hit me like a wave. I ran toward it, waving my arms. The driver stopped, looked at me in shock, and I collapsed into the seat, shaking uncontrollably. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words came out in fragments, jumbled and incoherent. The driver just nodded, calling the sheriff while I sat there, trembling, convinced whatever had followed me was still out there. I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on me, even in the safety of the car. I learned later that people had disappeared in that part of the forest, hikers who went out alone and never came back. Some were never found, others were discovered under strange circumstances, far off the trail, their bodies showing signs of trauma that made no sense. I don't know what I encountered that night, but I know it was real. I know that whatever it was intelligent, patient, and watching. Even now, months later, I can't go near the woods without feeling that same heavy weight pressing against me. The memory of the whispers, the breathing, the shadowy figure stalking me has stayed with me. I've tried to tell people, but most think it's paranoia or an overactive imagination. But I know the truth. There's something out there in the forests of Appalachia, something that waits for people like me, curious, alone, unprepared. And it remembers. Every time I hear the wind in the trees or a branch snap in the night, I think of that figure, standing silently among the shadows, watching, waiting. I've changed because of that night. I never hike alone now. I never trust the silence of the woods. And sometimes when I close my eyes at night, I can hear it again. Slow, deliberate breathing just beyond the edge of the light, waiting for the next person foolish enough to wander in alone. Story the end. The snow came early that year, thick and relentless, covering the small town of Ashford, Pennsylvania, in a blanket of white by mid-December. Streets were quiet, except for the occasional rumble of a plow truck, and the soft glow of holiday lights shimmered through the falling flakes, casting long shadows that danced in the empty sidewalks. For most people, it was picturesque, the perfect backdrop for Christmas. But for the Harper family, that winter would become a nightmare they would never forget. Michael Harper, a 38-year-old mechanic, had spent the day decorating their modest home on Willow Lane. His wife, Karen, had been in the kitchen, baking gingerbread cookies with their 2 children, Lucy, 8, and Jack, 5. The scent of cinnamon and sugar filled the house, mingling with the faint smell of pine from the freshly cut tree in the living room. Everything seemed normal, almost too perfect. Around 6 p.m., the power flickered once, then went out completely. The Harpers assumed it was the storm, but when Michael looked outside, he noticed something strange. Footprints in the fresh snow led from the edge of their yard directly to the house. They were uneven, some small, some larger, but all pressed deep into the snow, as if whoever or whatever had made them carried extra weight. They stopped at the porch and continued no further. Maybe someone from town got stranded in the storm, Michael said, brushing it off. He locked the doors and returned inside, thinking nothing of it. But as darkness fell, strange things began to happen. Lucy was the first to notice. She came running into the kitchen, eyes wide, whispering, "Mom, I saw someone outside the window, a man with no face." Karen, trying to remain calm, looked out the window. The snow had distorted visibility, but she saw nothing. "It's just the storm, honey. Maybe your eyes are playing tricks on you," she said, though her own heart skipped a beat. By 8 p.m., the unease in the house had grown. The lights remained out, and the soft hum of the refrigerator was the only sound. Then came the tapping. Slow, deliberate, coming from the back of the house. Michael grabbed a flashlight and checked the back door, but nothing was there. The snow outside showed no signs of footprints beyond the porch. "Maybe it's the wind," Michael suggested, though even he didn't believe it. Dinner was quiet. Lucy refused to eat, her eyes darting nervously to every shadow. Jack clutched his toy truck, mumbling about the man in the snow. Karen tried to keep the mood light, offering hot chocolate and telling stories of Santa Claus delivering presents to brave children. But even she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. Around 10 p.m., the first scream came. It wasn't loud, just a strangled cry from the hallway. Michael rushed out, finding Lucy pointing at the stairs, trembling. "He's here," she whispered. "The man from outside. He's in the house." Michael turned on the flashlight and swept it across the hallway. There was nothing. No footprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing. Yet the temperature dropped noticeably and the beam of the flashlight flickered. Karen took the children and moved to the living room, trying to keep them calm. Michael went to check the basement, the only other access point to the outside, but as he descended, he felt a sudden, inexplicable pressure on his chest. The basement lights, powered by a backup generator, flickered. Shadows stretched across the concrete walls, twisting in impossible angles. At the far end, a dark figure emerged, tall and thin, with a featureless face that seemed to absorb the light. Michael froze. The figure didn't move like a human. Its steps were slow, deliberate, and when it raised its arm, a whisper filled the room. Not through the air, but directly in his mind. "You shouldn't be here." He stumbled back, tripping over a toolbox, and the figure vanished. Michael scrambled upstairs, heart hammering, and slammed the basement door shut. He barricaded it with a chair, but he knew it didn't matter. Whatever it was, it didn't need doors to get in. The family huddled together in the living room. The wind outside intensified, howling like a chorus of tortured souls. Then came the scratching. From the roof, from the walls, from the windows. Something heavy moved across the house, slow, deliberate, echoing in every room. Lucy and Jack were crying now, and even Karen's voice shook when she tried to soothe them. Michael tried calling 911, but the lines were dead. His phone had no signal. It was as if the storm had swallowed all communication. Panic began to set in. At midnight, the power returned briefly. The tree lights flickered on, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. That's when they saw it, a figure standing just outside the living room window. It was tall, impossibly thin, face still featureless, but the outline of its body unnervingly human. Its hands pressed against the glass, leaving dark smears that weren't dirt or snow. The children screamed, and Michael grabbed a nearby poker, ready to defend them. The figure didn't move. It didn't blink, just stood there, staring. Then, in a voice that was both everywhere and nowhere, it whispered, "Open the door." Michael's hand shook. "No," he shouted, backing away. But the whispers didn't stop. They filled the house, overlapping, coming from the walls, the floor, the ceiling. "Open. Let me in." Suddenly, the basement door slammed open. Michael ran, pulling the children behind him. Shadows poured from the stairwell like smoke, twisting, reaching, whispering. The air grew thick and cold, their breaths visible as they ran toward the bedrooms. Karen tried to call out, but her voice was swallowed by the whispering. For hours, they barricaded themselves in the master bedroom, listening to the scratching and whispering. The shadows moved through the house, but they never came into the room. It was as if the walls themselves were protecting them. Morning came, pale and gray, with the storm finally passing. The sun rose over a world blanketed in untouched snow. Outside, there were no footprints, no signs of intrusion, nothing to prove that the horrors of the night had been real. But inside, the Harpers knew better. Lucy refused to sleep alone, muttering about the faceless man in the snow. Jack avoided the basement entirely, even in daylight. Michael and Karen stayed awake for days, watching every shadow, every flicker of light. The neighbors noticed their drawn faces and whispered about the strange occurrences on Willow Lane, but no one else had seen anything. The real horror came later. Every Christmas, without fail, the Harpers would hear whispers outside their windows, scratching on the doors, soft footsteps in the snow. And every year, Lucy and Jack grew more fearful, convinced that the faceless man had returned. Michael tried to rationalize it. Stress, trauma, the imagination of children. But deep down, he knew the truth. Whatever had come to their house that night had marked them, attached itself to their family, and it would never let go. They moved houses eventually, hoping distance would sever the connection. But no matter where they went, the whispers found them. The scratching in the walls, the cold spots in empty rooms, the fleeting glimpses of a tall, thin figure with no face, it followed them. Every year, at Christmas, the storm would bring it back, no matter the state, no matter the town. And Michael, sitting by the fire with his family huddled close, could still feel its gaze, unblinking, from somewhere just beyond the glow of the lights. He learned one thing over the years. You can run from the snow, you can hide from the storm, you can lock every door in the house, but some things are patient, some things wait, and some things never ever leave. The Harpers never celebrated Christmas like they used to. No lights, no tree, no baking, just the quiet vigil, waiting for the whispers, for the scratches, for the faceless figure in the snow to return. And every year it did, patient and relentless, reminding them that some horrors do not end with the night. Story the end. It was a bitterly cold Christmas Eve in rural Vermont, the kind of night where the wind cut through layers of clothing and the snow squeaked underfoot. The Matthews family had settled into their small, aging farmhouse for the holiday. Paul Matthews, a local carpenter, had spent the day putting up lights, stringing garlands, and making sure the fireplace crackled just right. His wife, Karen, prepared the last of the holiday feast in the kitchen, while their two children, Jake and Lily, were nestled upstairs, eager for Santa's arrival. By 9 p.m., the storm outside had intensified. Snow swirled in thick sheets, painting the world in white. The Matthews' old wooden house creaked and groaned under the weight of the storm, and every gust of wind sounded like a whisper against the walls. Paul checked the windows, tightening locks, and Karen double-checked the doors. Everything seemed secure. Then, from somewhere outside, a noise. Soft, deliberate. Cut through the storm. At first, Paul dismissed it as the wind, but then it came again, a slow, rhythmic tapping at the side door. He approached cautiously, flashlight in hand, shining the beam into the blizzard. Nothing. No footprints, nothing disturbed in the thick snow. Karen called him back, nervous. Paul, don't. It's probably just branches hitting the house. He nodded but couldn't shake the unease. The tapping continued, sporadic, like someone testing the doors. Paul and Karen tried to ignore it, telling themselves it was a stray animal. By 11 p.m., the family had gathered around the tree, the lights casting soft glows on the walls. The kids were half asleep, their excitement fading into drowsiness. That's when it started. The smell. A faint metallic odor, like iron, filled the room. Karen wrinkled her nose. "What is that?" she asked. Paul froze. The smell wasn't coming from the kitchen. It was outside, through the walls, through the windows. The storm roared, and with it came the faintest sound of footsteps crunching in the snow, circling the house. They weren't slow, they were deliberate, moving in a way that made every hair on Paul's arm stand on end. He grabbed the old hunting rifle he kept above the mantel. Karen tried to calm him, but fear made her voice tremble. "Maybe it's just kids playing a prank," she whispered, though the unease in her tone betrayed her. Paul went outside, flashlight sweeping the snow. The footprints were there, fresh, enormous, and impossibly human, but some were backward, like someone had been walking in reverse. The footprints circled the house completely, coming back to where they had started, then disappeared into the woods behind the property. Paul's stomach twisted. He couldn't explain it. The Matthews family, alone in their house, had never experienced anything like this, yet the feeling of being watched never left. Around midnight, the lights flickered. The fireplace dimmed, then went out entirely. In the darkness, the tapping resumed, now louder, closer, and unmistakably coming from inside the house. The kids awoke screaming. Paul and Karen huddled them together in the living room. Then came the whispering. Indistinct, urgent, almost pleading, coming from the hallway outside the living room. It sounded like dozens of voices layered over each other, impossible to distinguish, all calling at once. Paul aimed the rifle toward the hallway. "Who's there?" he shouted. Only the whispering replied, growing louder, more insistent. Karen clutched the children. "We need to get out," she said. "We need to leave now." Paul shook his head. "We can't. The roads are impassable. We'll have to wait until morning." The night stretched on, tense and unbearable. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of the wind felt like a threat. Then the lights returned. At first, relief, but what they saw in the living room froze them in place. The Christmas tree had been moved, ornaments broken and scattered across the floor. The stockings hung over the fireplace were slashed, one completely emptied, and the window, Jake's bedroom window, was wide open, snow drifting into the room despite the storm. Paul ran upstairs, heart hammering, to find the children huddled together, terrified. He closed the window, but the latch had been broken. Looking outside, he saw a figure standing in the woods, barely visible through the snow. Tall, dark, featureless. It didn't move naturally. Its head turned slowly, unnervingly, as if it were aware of every movement in the house. The figure vanished as quickly as it appeared. Paul and Karen locked the doors, but the sense of menace lingered. They spent the rest of the night in the living room, holding each other and the children, every shadow seeming alive. When dawn came, the storm had passed. Paul ventured outside to examine the damage. The snow had mostly covered the strange footprints, but some remained near the edge of the woods, large, uneven, and unnatural. No other signs of life, no evidence of the figure, nothing to explain the terror of the night. They reported it to the local sheriff, but there was little he could do. The Matthews story sounded incredible. Footprints walking backward. No forced entry, no sign of intruders. But the sheriff noted the tracks in the snow and promised to patrol the area. Nothing was found. Christmas Day was grim. The children refused to go near the windows. Paul and Karen tried to celebrate, but the memory of the previous night overshadowed everything. The house that once felt warm and safe now carried a lingering dread, a sense that the figure might return at any moment. Years passed, but the memories didn't fade. Each Christmas Eve, Paul checks the windows, locks every door, and even installs new security systems. Yet the unease always returns. Every gust of wind, every creak of the old house brings back that night. And sometimes when the storm rages and snow falls thickly, he swears he can hear whispers outside, faint but deliberate, as if the figure is circling the house again, waiting, testing, patient. Friends and neighbors tell stories of similar encounters in the area, shadows in the woods, inexplicable noises, and footprints that defy logic. The Matthews family no longer leaves their home unattended during the holiday season. They avoid driving at night on Christmas Eve. And every year, without fail, the sense of being watched returns, a reminder that the terror of that first Christmas Eve never truly left. Even today, long after that night, Paul insists on checking the property himself, flashlight in hand, rifle ready. He knows deep down that whatever came that night wasn't human, wasn't bound by the laws of nature, and that it may be waiting, patient, outside the edge of the forest, always watching, always counting down the nights until it returns. Story the end.